Hey, what up? Hello, everybody. Welcome back. It's Saturday. Good afternoon. Just getting rolling here. Drinking some coffee. Getting ready for another day of trying to get the secret Pope. The secret Pope? How are the early stream people arrivers? Welcome aboard. What's up, Namnamaki? Gina Prime, hello? Look at these beautiful arrivers. Hello, Chillin, Taco, Tyler, Fargman, Carlos, Tie Stick. What's up, Not a Giant? Is Veninator getting down? Secret Pope was the name of my high school grunge band. It's a good choice. I hope you guys are having a nice start to the weekend. I figured we should continue what we started yesterday, lest I forget what I was doing, because that is something that would definitely happen. If I take more than 2 days away from like the start of it doesn't have to be Hearts of Iron, it could be anything, Crusader Kings, Stellaris, more than 2 days, even more than 1 day, and you try and load back into that save, I don't know what's going on. I have no idea what past me's plans of grandeur and war spoils. I don't know. Could have been anything. How are you supposed to clean up that mess? So I gotta get back to it, or else I'm gonna drop the thread. I can barely remember what's going on from one moment to the next as it is. I'm getting old. I'm starting to forget where I am and what I'm doing. Well, what's up, everybody? Hello, first-time chatter. Hello, first-time chatter, Fittenjub, who has lurked silently for almost 3 years, who just now, on this very auspicious day at 3:00 p.m. Pacific time, decided to pull back the curtain and reveal themselves. Why now, Fittenjub? Why now? That's the wrong button, but hey, there is a game back there. There we go. Yo, what's up? Thanks for the gift sub, Taco Tyler. Hooking up first-time chatter Fittenjub. New chatters are christening their first chat every single day. I think the first-time chat feature is one of the best features that Twitch has added in the last couple of years. Because I enjoy calling you out and confirming my biases. What's up, Nutaruk Sampson? Hello, Aranor. Wapaloosa is back. And more. There we go, now I can see you. What's been going on, gamers? How's your weekend been? Got some sleep last night. Got a solid 8 hours. Midas is ready for a nap, as you can see. Look at that. Look at that sausage roll. He looks cozy. Just chilling back there. I'm starting to get pissed off with the boxes over here. I need to do something with that. I don't know what to do with them. There's a bunch of board games in there, and they don't have anywhere to go. But I'm tired of looking at the box pile in the corner. I need, not even a shelf would be good enough. It would take 2 shelves. There's probably, what, 30 board games back there? At least? 30 plus, I would say, once all the boxes are actually unpacked. I look like I just moved in here. Maybe I did. Nice and chill so far here. Excellent. QT, what is this? Would you consider a haircut where you can still see hair on the scalp bald? What does that mean? I don't know what that means. That's a weird way to describe something that I don't understand. Like a 1 millimeter buzz cut? Chat, help me out here. The cabinets with doors from IKEA are great for board games. Yeah, I just don't, like, I have this table already behind me. It takes up a lot of space. There's not much room in this corner. And that's pretty much the only space there is for a shelf in this office. I like the table, though. I need to clean out what's inside of it. But a lot of people do use the IKEA collections for board games. They have a good rep. However, I've been to IKEA a few times, and to be honest, I think it's completely overrated. Because there's actually some nice stuff at IKEA, but the nice stuff's always sold out. So when I go, there's like 3 different pieces of furniture. I'm like, yes, I would actually really enjoy having this. Sold out. Go back 3 months later, still sold out. Go back 5 months later, still sold out. So it's just like, okay, I don't think this ever coming back in stock. So I just gave up. I haven't been back in a while. I asked to be shaved bald and was given a long buzz cut. Okay, QT, let me help you out here. If you asked to be shaved bald and you left with a long buzz cut, you did not continue to communicate to your barber or hairdresser out of potentially social anxiety that was not what you wanted. So you had the opportunity when they go, how does this look? To go, no, 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 you don't understand. I want to be shaved bald. And then they'd be like, oh, okay. And then they would shave you bald and then you leave happy. But you have to like tell them that. After they do the wrong thing. I know that's crazy. We don't correct people. Just take what you get and leave quietly. And then complain about it later. But that's why they give you the mirror and you look around and you go, I don't think so. Wapalooza, what you're not realizing is people aren't always just naturally bald. A lot of people who want to be shaved bald have splotchy hair that needs to be cut to maintain a bald head. So you're not just either bald or you're not. You know what I'm saying? You have half measures where sometimes you've lost enough hair, especially as an older gentleman, where you need to help it out. No, I told them it's too long after the first run, in which they said, no, that's bald. Fine, I'll do bald, and shaved it shorter. I argued with them again, and they stood their ground on what is bald or not. Okay, well now it's just time to go to a completely different hairdresser. Which is also a bad thing for social anxiety, I know. Yeah, that's bad. All right, I take back what I said before. I was on their side, now I'm on your side, okay? You just convinced me. Yeah, it's time for a new barber then. Anybody who argues with you, like at that point, I would have just been like, okay, well, whatever you call shorter than this, like I would have been like, look, I don't want to see a single goddamn hair on my head. What do you want to call that? Whatever you want to call that, that's what I want you to do. Okay, that's what you should have said. And then they're gonna like etch a symbol into the back of your head with hair. They're gonna use hair to create some kind of symbol that they don't think you can see, just to spite you after that. Yeah, now it's time to leave a bad review online with an anonymous account. They probably didn't want to bust out the razor and shaving cream. Yeah, to me that sounds like lazy hairdresser person who just wants to use the razor and they just want to use the attachments. You know what I mean? They just want to bust out the razor that's connected to the wall outlet and just change it to the lowest clipper and just clipper your head, which is like the easiest path to take there. And they didn't want to have to, like, you know? Never in my life have I argued with a barber. Yeah, we're talking about bald. The dark. We're talking about bald. That's crazy. I reject your reality. Okay, let's do it. Boop. What's going on in the world of gaming news? I saw that Black Mesa announced Blue Shift, which is pretty cool. We actually played through the whole Black Mesa remake thing on stream. It was a lot of fun. I enjoyed it. But yeah, Blue Shift. I never played the Half-Life expansions. I never finished a OG Half-Life. I think playing through Black Mesa, I know that it was very different from the original. I think that's the closest I've gotten to playing through the full thing. Yeah, there's been some weird things. Yeah, Borderlands 4 got announced. A new Heroes of Might and Magic got announced. I will tell you, there is one thing that I'm interested in. There's one game from Gamescom that I'm actually, like, looking forward to. Let me see if I can find it. Okay. Well, never mind. I take it back. Never mind. I was excited, and then I looked up more information about it just now. Chat, what was the name of that game? Am I crazy? Hold on. Okay, no, I'm not crazy. So, what I thought was happening was, I don't know if you guys remember, Bossus Studios made a game called Worlds Adrift, which was discontinued in 2019. It was in early access in like 2017, 2018. And it was a really cool game and a cool idea for a game, and had a lot of potential and promise, and then they shut it down because it was not commercially viable. It was an MMO sandbox, basically, with like airships and grappling hooks, and it was kind of hardcore, actually, because you had to like start on a floating island, and then you had to like scrape together resources to build a ship so that you could get off the island and go through like a wind storm to get to the next area, which was a cool idea. So it kind of separated different groups of players in like a survival, competitive, Rust-like environment. And they discontinued it for not being commercially viable. Well, now Bossus Studios has announced another airship game that looks a lot like Worlds Adrift. So I was like, oh wow, this is going to be really cool. They're bringing it back. Maybe now's the time for. And then when I looked at it again, I realized, oh no, it's just a single. It's like a co-op survival game now. So they kind of like chickened out on the ambition of having like a more MMO style aspect, and decided to repurpose their idea and design vision to the I'm gonna sell. They like, okay, I hate to be this dispassionate about video games, but it's definitely like co-op survival games where you just grind resources they're just money printers, and I don't understand how they continue to be such money printers, man. Just this year, there's been at least 6 games that if I can't remember their stupid names. Besides Pow World, right? Pow World was already there. And then besides Pow World, we had that other one with the masks. What was the one with the mask people? There was the one that me and Avic played. There was PAX DA. And then there was... God, there's so... Yeah, Nightingale. Nightingale's the one I'm thinking of. So... And yeah, No Man's Sky is making another one. They just... I don't understand how they're all so successful, though. That's what's crazy. Like, there's just this hungering market. Because there's not one king at the top of this particular genre. Let me see if I can find the like Steam page for this. Build, is it? I don't know if I'd call it building and automation. Like it's definitely maybe some building, but I don't know about automation. We've got... God, what were the other ones? There were at least 6 this year. Plus, we've got the Dune game coming out, but that one's more ambitious. I'll give them that. That one's got the like... Oh yeah, we had Sons of the Forest was this year, right? Okay, Sons of the Forest, Enshrouded, PAX DA, Nightingale, Pow World. That's 5. V Rising launched this year, so I'm gonna count that. It's kind of loosely counted. That one's like on the periphery. And then I feel like I'm forgetting at least one. Yeah, Bellwright, sort of. Bellwright was like a medieval open world co-op thing. So there's just this genre that just keeps getting, and then the Sons of the Forest. So I don't know how they're so popular. Now that I've talked so much about it, I feel like I have to at least show you the trailer because it looks cool. It does look cool. I just wanted it to be the MMO that it was before. It does look cool. Let me make sure this is HD. More HD. Because it looks like the game that I already liked. Because they got the grapple hooks, they got the floating islands. They just decided, let's just make it a survival game instead of a multiplayer, like a MMO thing. Soul Mask, yeah, Soul Mask is another one. Like, you got your ships. I assume you can build ships, like in the MMO version. And use them to navigate. I just wish it was more Sea of Thieves, I guess. But it looks cool. It looks pretty sweet. Okay, so here we are. Boop. But yeah, since I talked about the Reapers, the Reapers are coming. I think older people like playing with their friends without getting pwned by 12-year-olds. No, you've got it backwards, Falcon. 12-year-olds like playing with their friends. Hence the popularity of the games that are popular now. So you've got it backwards. Old people want to play single-player games and don't have any friends. 12-year-olds want to play Fortnite and Minecraft with their friends. But yeah, there's just like 50 games that already fit the co-op survival bill. And the overwhelming majority of people have played each of them with their quote-unquote friends one time, and then they could never reschedule for a second online session. So they just move on to the next one. And the only way they can get their friends to play with them again is when a new game comes out, and then they get to play once for like 2 hours, and then their friend has to go. And then they never get to play that game again. So true. All my online friends got real lives, so now I'm just here. So that's how it goes, Minotaur. That's how it goes. You gotta find your own way in the world. Find stuff that you enjoy for you. But yeah, I think there are, let's put it like this. There are 10 times more co-op survival games than there are survival MMOs. That's just a fact. So if you say, well, I am the target audience because this is my kind of game, you've already got 10 of those other games in your Steam library with like 3 hours of gameplay. You know what I mean? You're just choosing not to play them. There's very few, if any, MMOs. I'm hoping that Dune, the MMO video game, is actually good and not just a cheap cash-in. It seems like it's very ambitious, but it also is worrisome because I'm just gonna say I don't really trust the developers of the Conan game. So the Conan game was kind of mid. It wasn't super good. So I don't really have my hopes up too high. But it would be nice if there was one that actually delivered and kept developing. Instead of giving up after like 2 years, 3 years when they find it's not profitable enough. No template. I'm gonna make one, okay? Just get off my back. Welcome back to Kingdom of Italy gameplay. I'm gonna give you the kind of there's not really that much of a recap to give you because the state of the world is shockingly peaceful at the moment. All right, we will modify the officer corps soon for Navy and Air, and then I need to upgrade some MIOs that I've been putting off. The military industrial organizations. It's quiet. Battleships and cruisers, capitals. I don't know why we even, I think maybe all of our industrial organizations got a level up or something, because I don't know how these got leveled up, if not that. I will take, I don't know, 5% of something. Does it really matter? Let's do 5% light attack and 5% anti-air. And then this one is for destroyers. Okay, we do make destroyers. We have destroyers. Sub detection and depth charges. Anti-air and plus light attack. Sure. We got one more point. Okay. I must not have been putting any points in these. I'll do another light attack. Oh man, we got, yeah, I think we got like a national focus that gave us a free upgrade in basically every single MIO. I think sub-visibility is more important, like reducing our own visibility. What is this? Machi? Airplanes? Production efficiency gain. I always like that. And reliability up. I don't like the planes breaking. We have 5 trait points in Beretta. Whoops. Yeah, I haven't upgraded these at all. Maybe it's time to upgrade them. Let's do defense into reliability into production efficiency gain into production efficiency cap and output costs. We can mass produce them into soft attack and reliability. Okay. Good grief. There's actually quite a few of these. I'm glad that I'm seeing this now at the beginning of the new stream and not yesterday, because I would have been very overwhelmed yesterday. I don't really like either of these. Do breakthrough up. Beretta. Not Beretta, Beretta. Production efficiency gain up 5% and efficiency cap. I like all the things that let us produce more. This is just more artillery, anti-tank, all those goodies. 4 trait points? What is this? Support equipment? Fewer resources needed for support equipment. Seems good. I don't like either of those. Research bonus. Infantry equipment get plus 10% piercing. I don't like the ones that increase production cost. Okay, funds gained for this MIO. There we go. And then I've got 24 divisions of Coast Guard. We'll get those sorted in a minute. How did the Nationalists win the Civil War? Well, wasn't that something last night? Spain was a chaos demon last night. The anarchists were clearly winning the Civil War. They had like 80% of the land of Spain. And then at the last second, before they could finish off the nationalists, and Karl just held out for the longest time. I don't know how they held out. Maximalist Portugal was randomly in like an anarchist. Here's what I think happened. I'm not sure. I can't be 100% sure. Here's what I think happened. I think the Spain AI picked the anarchist path, and I think that's why they were winning. But as part of the anarchist path, I think they get a decision that they can create an anarchist uprising in Portugal. And I think that when they did that, Portugal went to war with the anarchists in North Portugal, and also simultaneously went to war with the anarchists in Spain. So it dragged Portugal into the war, and then Portugal actually dominated the anarchists, knocked them out, and then the nationalists were able to finish off Karl. So I think they just punched themselves in the face. I could be wrong. And then Portugal got to take a bunch of territory because they won the war against anarchist Spain. It's very weird. I don't feel like this is probably an illegal move, because if Spain's in a civil war, then therefore, logically, the land of Spain is up for grabs, right? By whoever wins. So if Portugal KOs anarchist Spain, who's still in the civil war, how do they get annexed land without nationalist Spain and the other Spain's going, hey, wait a second, you can't have that, that's mine? Like, that's what they're fighting the civil war over. You know what I'm saying? I feel like they would take issue with the fact that Maximalist Portugal just snuck in and took mainland Spain while the Civil War is going on. The real winner of the Spanish Civil War was Portugal, more or less, yeah. So rip your chain of points. You got baited. How'd they get Gibraltar? I have no idea. They have Gibraltar. Maximalist Portugal's full communist right now. Nationalist Spain is fascist. In the rest of the world, the UK is currently the Union of Britain, led by Harry Pollitt, and is very aggressively communist in this timeline. They've also decolonized, I think, and basically said anybody who wants to leave can leave from the oversight, the umbrella of Britain. Norway is a communist people's republic, and they helped invade Finland, who is now the Estonia-Finland League. Don't ask me how that happened, because Finland had a fascist civil war, or sorry, Estonia had a fascist path that sort of took over Finland, and then Norway went to war with Finland at the same time, which helped capitulate Finland, but then Norway didn't get anything out of it, so I don't even know why they went to war. Hitler is dead, and the German Empire is led by Wilhelm III, who has come back to rule, and they have taken Memel, which Poland ceded willingly. Lithuania is now in the European Syndicate with the Soviets, who are currently embroiled in a civil war with the SSSR, led by Lev Kamenev. China went to war with all of the warlords and took all their territory by force, and then ultimately went to war with Communist China, who joined the Mutual Assistance Bloc with communist in name but fascist in spirit Japan. So Japan was not actually at war with China at all until they decided, you know what, let's throw in with Communist China. And because they joined that alliance, now Japan's like, yeah, what the heck? I'll go to war with the rest of China. Sounds like fun. So that's what finally kicked the war off in like 1940, which is very late. India and Free India are currently embroiled in a civil war. And then Mexico is being led by Salvador Abascal, who has created the Hispanic Alliance with Venezuela, Peru, the Argentina Legionnaire, and Vanguard Chile. What other chaos is going on? I feel like that's most things. The World War is actually not happening yet. It's May 1940. And nobody's really declared on anybody else at this point. The only thing that's happening is Japan finally got dragged into war with China. Have you been involved in any war? Sure, yeah. You start at war with Ethiopia. So we won the Ethiopian War and annexed Ethiopia. And we're currently working on giving electricity. We're getting electricity to all the villages to try to modernize the country. So I have to remember to do this on cooldown. And each time we do this, it takes some of our consumer goods factories, but it increases compliance and gives them a build speed bonus and some space for factories. So it does give them a little bit of factory room here. Yes, the Hindenburg survived, and Amelia Earhart circumnavigated the globe in this timeline also. So it's been an interesting one. But this has been our ahistorical time so far. And in our timeline, we are trying to get the Pope to become the leader of Italy. We've deposed Mussolini. Right now, Vittorio Emanuele III has returned, and he is sitting on the throne of the Kingdom of Italy. So we initially won the war in Ethiopia. We actually won it like 7-8 months earlier than historically they won. So we handled Ethiopia very, very well. That went quite quickly. I was surprised. I don't remember it being like that the first time. I think I had a lot of trouble with the League of Nations actually the first time. And then this time we kind of blitzed through. So I have been industrializing Italy and getting them literally built up to my industrial standards. I don't normally do this early in the campaign, so I'm kind of trying out a different strategy since the world is a little bit more chill so far. I don't think it's going to stay that way because it's Hearts of Iron. But I have built all of my mainland Italy infrastructure up to a 4 out of 5. Now, this is not mainland Italy over here. That's why some of it's a little lower. So we've also included Sardinia and Sicily. So now that I've got them to a 4 out of 5, we're kind of alternating building. I started by getting 45 civilian factories so that we could have 3 different production lines going at the same time. And some of those have been diminished because we're building more military factories and dockyards. Military factories kind of cut into the quotient of consumer goods. And what I mean by that is, let's say you had 45 civilian factories that you were actively building with. Since consumer goods take a percentage of your total factories, that includes civilian plus military to decide how many civilians. So if you built, like I said, if you had 45 civilian factories building things for you, but you were starting to queue up a bunch of military factories, you would start to lose civilian factories as you build more military factories because you're taking a percentage of your total factories, whether they're civilian or military. So you got to be careful about that, basically. So that's why we're down to 10 here instead of the plus 15, 30, 45, because we're building more military factories, so we have to use more civilian factories for toasters. Until such time comes as we can change our war economy. We're actually in a war economy right now. Total mobilization would require us to be at war and have, like, a strong opponent, basically. But yes, we're alternating building some military factories. We're getting synthetic refineries, because Italy's biggest weakness, from my perspective, is the fact that it needs to field a military that has armor, an air force, and the navy. And all of those things require fuel. So fuel is its big weak spot. We were at a point where if we had every boat in our navy out of the docks in the Mediterranean, we would be out of fuel in 2 weeks. So that's a pretty big weakness, right? You want to be able to use all of your military assets. And that's without even having planes in the sky. That's without having our tanks moving, which we don't have good tanks right now, but there are some light tanks. So I've been trying to focus on bolstering our fuel. So we've done that in a couple key ways. Number one, we've changed, we've gotten some natural gas from Albania. You might notice that we have a little bit longer territory, and that's because of a couple things. Number one, we have occupied Albania here on the border with Greece. And there's a political path all the way over here that is Albanian occupation. And we've also developed oil in Albania, which gives them a little bit of natural oil just too, but also builds a free synthetic refinery. And then we supported Albanian irredentism, which gives us claims on Kosovo, Macedonia, and some other places. And then on top of that, we demanded Dalmatia from Yugoslavia. So we took the Dalmatian coast. They kind of gave it to us. They were like, I don't want any problems, bro. Just chill. And then on top of that, we claimed the throne of Montenegro on behalf of, I don't know, was it on behalf of Albania or something else? And they were like, look, bro, I don't want any trouble. Here you go. So they gave us the mountains here as well. And so now Yugoslavia is totally landlocked. And that's why we have kind of all this terrain stretching over here. So we've been able to expand a little bit. We've annexed it. We're occupying it at the moment. And that's given us a nice front against Yugoslavia. And we also need to be manning the border with Greece. It just occurred to me. So I'm going to like work on doing that also.
Pronto, signore.
So we got a bunch of dudes. These are like our colonial divisions down here. They're not particularly strong. They're just kind of like maintaining our territories in case of problems abroad. We've got 24 units on the border with France.
Pronto, signore.
And we've got 11 on the border with Austria. So I could probably afford to take some of these guys out. We need at least 6 on the border with France, on the border with Greece, in my opinion.
Formazione. Pronto,
So
signore.
I'm just going to create another little army group here. I don't love General Ugo. The max entrenchment is nice. I hate the minus 25% leadership gain and the planning speed down are both bad, in my opinion. I like them to level up faster. Now this guy's okay, because at least engineer is good. And then this guy has the infantry experience. So I'm gonna go with the infantry experience guy. And then just give him a border there with Greece. Kind of hold that. Annex the entire coast of Europe. It's easy. What's up, Dutch Deviants? Italy seems tricky in Hearts of Iron. Yeah, it is. There's a lot of moving parts, actually, especially with the DLC. I said it yesterday. I think Italy went from the de facto tutorial nation before the DLC changed its focus tree to one of the more complicated nations after its focus tree. And I don't think that it's necessarily a bad thing. It just feels very overwhelmingly in-depth, even for me, as someone who's played a bunch of Hearts of Iron. I think it's because there's not an obvious path, which is not a bad thing. There seems to be a lot of potentially good focuses, more so than other nations that I play, probably because this is a major power that has a focus tree upgrade, but it's difficult to tell which way I should go first, whereas I think a lot of the minor power focus trees, it's like there's a very obvious correct route to take at any given time. Here, I could be getting a lot of benefits from following either developing Africa and colonial holdings. I could get a lot more. We're kind of pursuing the rest of the industrialization, but there's still, even though we're doing this focus, there's still this one, and these that are all decent. They're all like give you good rewards. We've done a little bit in the army. We've only done one in air, so there's a lot of good ones here that will help us. Navy, you get a lot of dockyards. You get a ton of free coastal forts. Lots of good choices in the Navy. There's a few 35-day ones here that look like they have a little bit of potential. You've got all of the focuses under foreign affairs that might help you declare war, then give you some rights to justify a war. And then you've got the rest of the actual political path that leads down here that we haven't even started, plus some extraction bonuses that'll give us more military factories, civilian factories, and natural resources. So it's just really difficult to narrow down what is the thing I need the most right now, basically. So there seems like a lot of good choices, so that's nice, but it does lead to analysis paralysis for Italy more than others, because Italy, like I said, most nations I play, I can eliminate, like, I don't need Navy at all, right? If you play Czechoslovakia or Poland, you can just scratch Navy off the card. It's easy, don't even worry about it. Or maybe you just scratch the Air Force because you're playing as Ethiopia or something, right? And you're like, we're never gonna make planes, so who needs to research that? Whereas Italy is like, I would like to do everything, please. I want to be decent at everything. And so therefore it gets more difficult and challenging, even with 5 research paths. So we got the 5th research slot pretty early. And you'll notice exactly what I'm talking about, right? We got 1 ship research, dual purpose battery, trying to get a new airframe, airplane engines, improve research speed for everything, fuel for all of our stuff, and then we need to, we need to do tanks, we need to do armored cars. So there's quite a bit there. So where we're at the moment is trying to get I think a new field marshal set up. This is, I can move over a little bit also. There we go.
Si, signore.
We just created this Colonial Guard template. They have 10 combat width and just a few infantry units, kind of small, but we gave them an engineer company so that they can dig in. They've got 3 entrenchment right now, and then some cavalry recon. So their whole thing is just dig into our islands, our naval bases for when we do get into a war, so we don't lose all that stuff. And then we're also going to pull the other dudes we have stationed abroad in like Africa out. These guys are on the French, Austrian, and Greece fronts, so we're going to leave them in their own field marshal. I like to separate my generals by theater of war, if possible. And Italy has enough different field marshals and places to go around, though this guy in particular sucks. Emilio de Bono. He does have the max entrenchment and the defensive doctrine for more entrenchment, which is good. That's what we want, but the minus 25% XP and another 10% XP debuffs mean he's going to stay level 1 for a long time. And then his planning speed is down, which doesn't really matter for like people that are just supposed to hold the coast. But he's who we've got, so if there's anywhere for him, it's here for sure. And then as far as generals go, we probably just want one of these max entrenchment guys.
Si, signore.
Who's this dude? Level 1 infantry officer. See, we're probably going to want to free him up and use the infantry officer for someone else. I'll just give the Coast Guard kind of a worse general guy. All right. So we're going to turn this unit, these 24 Colonial Guard divisions. We just train them all at once, which I love doing. It's very fun. And we're going to tell them to get an area defense command. And once we have this selected, we can choose what in an area, like if this is the area, what do we want the AI to defend? Do we want them to defend rails, forts, air bases, coastlines? So typically what I like to do is naval bases to start, right? And then C, it gives you an estimate of how many divisions you need to fill all of those spaces. So don't forget about this little area over here in Rodi. That's one that's really easy to forget that Italy has. And then we definitely don't want to be like the AI and just get like lose Rome right off the bat, you know? If we have all of our troops on the fronts away from the heart of Italy and not standing inside of these naval bases, we don't want to get backdoored under any circumstances. That's going to take 30 divisions just for that, right? And that's not even including Tripoli, Tobruk, Benghazi, and the other spots over here. So those are certainly going to be things that we care about also. So I'm going to go ahead and click those. So we need about 33 divisions. And we got 24. And we obviously want more than that. I have 34k spare infantry equipment, which is not really going to be enough long term. And 3k support equipment, same deal. But I want to train at least 12 more Coast Guard divisions and kind of just get that on. Put that in the oven. All right, boom. Resources, we just went down 1 steel. I'm assuming we just went down 1 steel because we started to make infantry equipment 2 instead of 1, which is significantly better, but it does cost an extra steel per factory. So that adds up real quick. But I think infantry equipment 2 is a nice middle ground. 9 soft attack versus 6 more defense. Because then going to weapons 3, I feel like the buffs are less noticeable, right? Like Weapons 1 to 2 is a 50% soft attack increase, but you just get a 33% soft attack increase here for more steel. And you lose reliability. I don't think Zara got selected for the defense order.
Pronto.
Zara. Where is Zara?
Pronto, signore.
Yeah, it's a tiny little spot. We start with Zara. And I think we had to ask for the Dalmatian coast around Zara, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, another thing I wanted to do was pick some spirits, because we have a lot of air XP and naval XP. So let's pick some Air Force spirits first. So this one's 50, and the next one's 50. So it'll cost us 100, but these are really useful. They're basically just perks and power-ups. You get to choose what perk you want. So do we want air advisors to be cheaper? Nah. Do we want aircraft research faster? Maybe. Air wing experience gain from training. So that you can just, train them faster? I do train all of my units. That's not bad. This one's plus air XP daily. Air accidents chance. I generally like air accidents chance down, but it's difficult to figure out how much of an effect that's happening, you know, like, or how much of an effect that's having. I don't know how often air accidents actually happen, but in theory, an air accident just results in the loss of planes. So I don't really know how to quantify that. What's up, Gilmadesh? How's it going? Crispy, welcome. Seema, yo. I always thought Canada was the best tutorial since it's not an overwhelming amount of stuff to do and you have leeway to make mistakes without ruining your game. For me, Acid Snow, I think the best tutorial nations are the ones in which you can lose quickly and not slowly. And what I mean by that is, if you started as America or Canada, you have the longest amount of time of preparation without seeing results because everything is happening across the pond, right? So you have to play for years in game before you can see that you screwed up. So if you play nations that get into fights in trouble more quickly, then you get a more immediate feedback on whether you're playing good or bad, if that makes sense. That's my perspective. So I like nations where you get something cooking real fast for tutorials because then it teaches you combat. Because I think it feels worse if you plan and prep for 5 in-game years, then finally get into a war and then you get crushed. And it's like, well, that took forever to figure out that I was going to lose anyways. So that's why I like Spain, because you get to do the Civil War as soon as possible and figure that out. And if you need to restart, it's okay. The Civil War happens in like a year in game and you can try it again. Or someone in chat recommended Communist China, which I think is kind of like more hardcore. I think that's more hardcore. But places where you get like an early war or an early civil war, I think are good for teaching. That way you can like continue playing if you succeed and take that information forward, or start over and do better next time more quickly. I'm trying to think of some other places that would fit that bill. Spain's the one that stands out to me. I'm trying to, Chad, what do you think? What are some other countries that have like a pretty early war, or could have an early war? The Chinese area in general has a lot of that. Any of the Chinese warlords could do it. China under Chiang Kai-shek can do it. Yeah, Mexico can have a civil war. The Mexican tree is really daunting if you've got the DLC, I think, for a new player. So there's that. Hearts of Iron 4, how to tell how often air accidents happen. I guess you can just see, okay, at a base reliance of 80%, there is a 0.2 times 5% chance of losing a plane via accident. If your reliability is 63%, the chance is nearly doubled. So basically, it's like air accidents would be reliability based. Point 0.2 times 5%. What is 0.2 times 5%? Isn't that just a stupid way of writing 0.2 times 0.05? It's 0.01. A 0.01% chance of losing a plane via accident, but how often does it check? Like, how often does it run that number? You know what I mean? 0.01% of how many checks daily? Like per plane, like every plane has a 0.01 of having an accident daily? So if you get air accidents chance minus 25%, where does that minus 25% factor into? Does it factor into that final percentage of 0.01? So then it would be a 0.0075? Or somewhere else. So it's definitely either that or aircraft research speed, I think. But for research speed, we're already in 1940. So the question is, how many more airframes do I want? They seem to drop like flies on training. It does feel that way, but there are a lot of days. Days go by quite quickly. I'm gonna try the air accidents reduction because air doctrine cheaper is also good. And then for the next Spirit of Air Force Command, we have escort efficiency and ground attack factor, air wing experience loss when killed, fighter detection and air mission efficiency, ace effectiveness, or air power projection factor. I have to Google this so much because I every time I read air power projection factor, I'm like, what are you talking about? I even have a purple link. It boosts your stats when you assign missions outside of the home zone of the airfield. So if your airfield is in one zone, but you're doing missions in another zone, it gives you a stat boost. I don't know how much of a stat boost, but that's what Reddit says. Steam says... I love when there's just random stats they expect you to know that they only mention in one place in the entire game. And they're like, yeah, you don't know what that is? Not my problem. Tooltips? Never heard of them. Let me look at the wiki. Yeah, the word air power is on the wiki. The word projection is not found on the wiki page for airplanes. For air warfare. Why do I look over and I only see Psycho Seal in the chat? Saying ye over ye, yeah. The pink Psycho Seal chat is online. Neobium93, thank you for the 7 months. Psycho Seal is trying to bury your sub. Trying to hide it. Thank you for the 7 months. Starblade also for almost 3 years, paying tribute. What's up? Thanks, Starblade. I appreciate it. Nico Deliro for 83. How's it going, Nico? Thanks for dropping the prime, dude. All right, give me 1 minute. Okay. Knowing its hearts of iron, it's either game-breakingly good or completely irrelevant. A special daring is necessary when fighting away from home. So it even says that in the flavor text, that it like gives you power when you're not fighting in the home territory. Like it even says that. Ace effectiveness, I don't like. Fighter detection plus 10% is okay. Air wing XP loss when killed is okay. Escort efficiency and ground, I think ground attack factor is similar in that it's just a bonus damage with ground attack. There we go. A little toasty in here. Chair's getting stuck. What would you guys pick? Do you have a favorite? Oh, I must have clicked the wrong button. I was trying to mute my microphone. Boop. I'm kind of torn between power projection, but I don't know what plus 10% does. You like centralized control just for air mission efficiency? I mean, it's good. I think the nebulousness of air power projection. Please explain the spirit of the Air Force command modifiers. They don't know. They don't know. I think everyone picks centralized control because it's the only one you understand. Is my guess. Because none of you know what air power projection factor is. If you go battleground support, I usually do the ground attack. Yeah, ground attack factor can be good too. Yeah, I'm just gonna pick centralized control because again, I understand it, but I'm just wondering how much air power projection factor matters. The reason why I think air power projection might secretly be better under certain circumstances, if you have good air mission efficiency already, because you're supporting your Air Force with radar, then 10% isn't going to matter because you already have good efficiency. And then detecting fighters is got to be better for intercept than for air supremacy. Whereas air power projection gives you, I think, a stat boost when you are fighting in a neighboring tile. So it's buffing the planes themselves, which is interesting to me. I'm going to try air power projection just because I've never tried it and see if I notice any difference. Okay, now for the boats. Admirals can get a chance for attack, defense, maneuvering, and coordination. Or they can maybe get gunnery expert for new admirals. Don't care about that. Leader cost down, starting level up. Don't care about these. I think I want one of these ones. What do we have right now? Oh god, I forgot about the Navy issue. We have a bunch of dudes. Who kind of lean on attack. 3 attack, 3 attack. I'm kind of a fan of signals training. A 20% chance to gain +1 maneuvering and coordination on level up. Just to get the positioning and the retreat speed, I think is nice. Destroyer research speed. Light ship design cost. I've already researched destroyers. Military industrial org. I want the ship modules research speed, I think. Ooh, the ship refitting speed. I'm actually doing that. I am refitting all my ships. Hell yeah, plus 25%. It's time to try refit yards. I never get to use that. And then screen attack, night attack, positioning up, naval hit chance, bad weather penalty is nice. Chance to score a crit up 15%. Damn the torpedoes, full speed ahead. Maybe. A crit basically is like kill a ship. I recently bought this game. What is a good country for beginners? 2 questions. I have 2 questions for you. Do you have any DLC? Number 1. Number 2, if you don't have any DLC, have you considered subscribing and paying $8 to get all the DLC for 1 month just to test it out? Vanilla Hearts. If you have Vanilla Hearts, I actually would probably just stick with Italy. Chat's gonna say Germany. But yeah, I would say anything. It's a game that you kind of have to crunch on. Don't feed Paradox bad habits. No, man, you don't understand. The subscription is one of the best things in the game. By your logic, you shouldn't buy DLC because Paradox has a ton of DLC, right? But if you can get all the DLC in the game and sample it for $8 instead of paying $100 on the next Steam sale, that's a great deal, dude. You might not like it. Too many times people go to a Steam sale and they're like, I should get every single expansion for every game that I might possibly want to play, and then never play it, and you lose a lot of money. Whereas you might sub for a month to one of these games that has a bunch of DLC, realize I don't even like Hearts of Iron, and then you hedged your bet. Then you only lost $8 instead of buying all the DLC. Especially given most people play a game for only a short period of time. I subbed for a month, enjoyed myself, and haven't played since. Yeah, there you go. But yeah, I got no problem with Paradox's DLC model. My problem is the DLC needs to be good. Which in Crusader King's Chance or sake, I don't think it's, I think it's 66% bad, 34% good. I think in Hearts of Iron's case, for me, it's like 75% good, 25% bad. I think in Stellaris' case, it's 50-50. So if all the DLC was good, then I'd have no problem with it. Because in the year of our Lord 2024, it's naive to think that without this kind of DLC model, the game would still be developed at all. So your choices are abandon ship and the game stops. And what you have is what you have forever. Or every year pay like $10 to $20 and you get more stuff. I picked the latter of those two. but that's just me. All right, I need to fill these out. Because God knows we're not getting any new grand strategy games from anybody else right now, except for, like, Civ. One new Civ game. I hope that'll tide you over for the next 5 years. Because ain't nothing else coming, bro. Out of all of these, I think it's either bad weather for the ships, or I always pick close combat. Let's do inclement weather experience. And I'll pick one Spirit of the Academy. Of all of these, let's do Embrace the Future. Panzer Leader trait, XP gain plus 20%. New officers have a chance to get Panzer Officer trait. I want to do a bunch of armored cars. No, that's stupid. I think these are really good up here. The 50...
Pronto, signore.
Would I rather have attack?
Pronto.
Are we just going to be hyper aggressive? Planning and logistics is cool. I'm going to go bold attack. All right, he's almost ready to unpause. There's just a lot going on here. Ding, 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 ding. How far am I up the Special Forces cap? You are fielding 42 and training 0 of our 62 allowed. Would I be able to do this and give them 16 combat width of strictly mountaineers? I think I would. Let me see. I don't know. Let's save it and find out. Boop. And then I want to start training 6 divisions of grunts because we have 1 million manpower to deploy. All right, let's go. They just need to bite the bullet and start on EU 5? No, they just need to bite the bullet and start on Hearts of Iron 5. Screw your Europa. Give me new hearts. Because guess what? When Europa 5 comes out, you're just going to play Europa 4 and leave a negative review on Steam. Okay, it's going to be Vicky 3 all over again, man. The Estonia-Finland League declared war on the Soviet Union. What? Fascists versus communists? Good luck. Lithuania versus Estonia? What would Hearts of Iron 5 look like? It would look like a game that has a system for peace conferences. And it would probably look like a game that is not, okay, don't get too crazy now. And it would look like a game that has more definitions and tooltips, a la the latest and greatest games from the Paradox lineup, such as Crusader Kings and Vicky 3, where there's actually like embedded tooltips in order to help understand what the heck power projection for airplanes is and other weird stats. While also consolidating the sheer number of different bonuses into something that's a little bit more manageable. The German Empire has reached out to form a new alliance. Confederate European nations have made public their intent to cooperate in the case of war. Although great coalitions can deter against aggression, we've seen the consequences they bring when conflict does arise. The intentions of the different parties joining in this new alliance is still debatable, but what purpose it may end up serving may be unknown even to its instigators. So, oh dear. So Estonia-Finland League and the German Empire started the Confederate European Nations Alliance. Oh my, that's probably bad for us. Anyway, real talk, for Hearts of Iron 5, I would be fine if they just ported all the content over, more or less. You know how, like, when a new Microsoft Flight Sim comes out, or a new game where, like, I'm not trying to use Train World Sim as a beacon of good in the world, but like when a new game comes out in those lines and you can use all the old DLCs in them in the new version, I think that what Hearts of Iron needs is to keep, they don't need to reinvent the wheel, right? Keep all the nations' focus trees, but just give them a fresh coat of paint and a fresh balance to update the oldest ones to bring them in line with the new ones, and then maybe update the newest ones that have the most power creep and kind of like equalize everything. Like a balance pass over all the nations in the game. They don't have to reinvent all of their focus trees. And just make like a clean vision. You know what I mean? A clean, just like everything meshes. Because it's very disjointed when you play as like Turkey versus Finland or something like that. You know what I mean? Like you can tell where you're playing different DLCs. They have very like concrete, there's separations between them. So like unifying all the content is what I would expect out of a Hearts of Iron 5. And making it all like a singular vision. What's an OP focus tree look like versus bad? I just told you. Germany at war again. Although many have wished for a long-lasting peace in Europe, a recent turn of events has left Germany on the path to war again. Despite clearly violating the Treaty of Versailles, German troops have mobilized and are ready to go on the offensive. German officials state they will no longer keep the Rhineland demilitarized, arguing the need to protect German cities in the area. Well, they are now at war with Soviet Lithuania. RIP Soviet Lithuania. And, yep, they have joined the war against the Soviet Union. Last time I played the US, they had the same old stinky tree. Yep, the US has the same old stinky tree. But that's what I would want out of a Hearts 5. Hearts 5, redo all the major powers' focus trees to bring them in line with Italy and the Soviets, right? Fix the US, fix Germany, fix the UK, fix Japan, give them new focus trees. And then that's pretty much all you need, and then use all the other DLCs that you already got. The problem with that is it's not a sustainable business model for Paradox, because if they poured in all the old DLCs, how are you going to remake them for money? Right? How are you what? You're just going to make a new Hearts of Iron and not release 16 DLCs? Are you kidding me? What makes them good or bad? It's just generically it's kind of a big question, you know what I mean? Some of the focus trees are just more powerful because they give you direct bonuses to your army, like Finland in particular, which I don't really have a problem with it being OP in a single player game because it's just fun sometimes to be a little OP, but Finland can single-handedly conquer the Soviet Union basically because you can create permanent buffs for your army that give you offense, defense bonuses that far exceed that of other larger nations. Things like that. versus focus trees like Turkey that have a lot of micromanagement on decisions that you have to keep making that are kind of busy work, and they feel very slow and sluggish. Or you have nations like India, which have the potential to leverage the most manpower, some of the highest manpower in the world, that just have kind of a really old focus tree that doesn't really give you the tools necessary to make them into the superpower they could be. Things like that. Hearts of Iron is a lost leader to sell DLCs. Could be. Could be. All right, I want 5 factories on armored cars, then a 4th factory on improved arty, then a 6th factory on airframes, and then we're probably going to need a 3rd factory on trains at this rate, because it seems like we're barely keeping up with demand. All right, we're making synthetic refineries, military factories, fuel silos. We got a fuel capacity of almost 1 million, and our maximum daily consumption is 15K. So what's 1 million divided by 15K? Rip Lithuania. You guys got screwed by an untimely alliance. How we doing on the ship refitting? Almost done, actually. So let me check. Hello? Turkey requests light tanks. Officials from Turkey approached us with a stated desire to purchase light tanks from our inventory, expressing awe for what they called Italian genius and excellence in design. Turkish officials have relayed to us that Turkey simply must have Italian armor to safeguard their own sovereignty. We'll send some of our finest. Send 50 improved light tank chassis to Turkey. Get 3 off-map civilian factories. That's a great deal. Or give them older models for fewer factories. They get absolutely nothing. All right, do I get to keep the 3 off-map factories if I end up invading Turkey in the future? That's the question. But yeah, here's 50 improved light tank chassis for 3 factories. I'd make that deal all day. Speaking of chat, we have to do... This is what we made last night. These are the brand new tank chassis that we just started to work on. So yeah, 50 is kind of a lot, right? Because we're making 6.4 per week. So that's like 10 weeks worth of tanks right now, 8 weeks worth of tanks. But we just put these together. There's still a one-man turret. I'm trying to keep production costs low. They have an automatic cannon. This was the auto-generated chassis. It's like a historical chassis, but we added some stuff to it. We gave them fuel drums, so they have more fuel capacity, so they can keep driving even when they're behind enemy lines without running out of gas. Extra ammo storage gives us some defense. We started with 2 defense, so I'm going up to 8 with the extra ammo. That lowered our reliability some, but we countered that with torsion bars. So torsion bars are a reliable suspension that gives us plus 15% reliability. And then we chucked on smoke launchers, which help hide the tank in a thick cloud of smoke in case of an ambush. So that's another plus 2 defense, plus 1 breakthrough. So they're pretty stout. They're decent. They're not super fast. 7.1 kilometers per hour is not real fast. And I buffed their armor and engines, but we're going to be able to go and make them a new variant here soon. So we just started pushing those out fairly recently. And then we're going to need to make a new airframe. We do have like an actual Air Force. I know that's highly unusual for me, but we have been making our own Air Force. So we've got the Cannoli Charger Mark 1s, which just have 2 light machine guns, 2 2 light machine guns, a light MG defense turret, I don't know where they crammed that in, and drop tanks for extra range with a tier 2 engine. So we got something, but we're working on a new 1940 hull. And then I was gonna do some Navy stuff. I don't know why there's just 3. Yeah, I don't know why these guys are just chilling here. We're gonna refit them to early sub-destroyer Mark 1. Basically what I did was I created a custom early destroyer hull with upgraded weapons, torpedoes, and depth charge throwers and anti-air with sonar and a little fire control system. Because what I hate is starting as one of these powers that has a big old navy, and then the big old navy sits in port until 1943, and then you're like, well, I need naval supremacy, so then you send them out, and then they get destroyed, and you lose 30 ships in 3 battles. So I'm trying to like circumnavigate that by, that's not the right word. I'm trying to navigate that by upgrading them and see if that makes a difference effectively. So I'm actually refitting the ships, which I never do, instead of just build new ones. So we got 6 more here, and these guys have no anti-sub mechanisms, so we'll give them the same treatment. I've got a variant that has no anti-sub mechanisms, also called the Early Theseus Mark 1. So we'll queue them up, and then they go into the list of ships here. They should join the list of ships. What is the junta doing? Mexico is going to war with Guatemala and Honduras. Poland, oh dear. Poland joined the Confederate European nations with the German Empire. Huh. Well, that's a fun one. So now it's the German Empire, Poland, and the Estonia-Finland League versus the Soviets, while the Soviets are also dealing with the SSSR inside of their own territory. So Poland gave up Danzig for guarantees in the future that the German Empire would not go to war with them, and it looks like they're chill. They're friends now. They're like, yep, thanks for Danzig, by the way. Welcome to our faction. We will not invade you, but we will leverage you against the Soviets on the Eastern Front. And now Latvia has also joined the Confederate European nations, so they are actually linked all the way up to Estonia on the border with the Soviets. Well, I may have waited too long to do my alliance. You know what? I'm gonna say screw it. I'm gonna start getting my alliance going before Germany absorbs everybody. Keeping up with the rest of the world requires constant innovation and improvements. We can't expect to remain competitive if we rest on our laurels and must constantly strive for more. Modify one of our national spirits by consumer goods factories factor +1. Okay, that's the slightest of debuffs, barely noticeable. And all of our designers, every single one, gets 1 size automatically and automatically completes the trait New Industrialization Program, which somebody in chat was like, hey, don't you have a special perk there? This is that special perk, whoever you were, chatter. Production output +10% for all of them. That's crazy, right? Every single one of our industrial orgs get +10% production output. That's like a free industrial research. And all research bonuses if you use those MIOs are another 10% faster research. So that's pretty crazy. It's this one right here. I wanted to lock that in. Now I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna try the Italy first. We could do Pact of Steel with Germany, but that's boring. I assume that's with Germany. Yeah, that's boring. Guaranteeing Austrian independence is kind of funny. But we're gonna do Italy first. And Bulgaria joins the faction. Yugoslavia gets Italian diplomacy focus. We create the Italian League and we get +75 political power. Let's give that a shot. So yeah, here are the boats that get queued up, and we just got plus 25% refit speed, so we're refitting our entire old destroyer line. We're gonna have to refit the cruisers at some point if we want to keep that consistent. Soviet Lithuania has already capitulated. That was quite quick. What's up, Concormastar? Thanks for the tier 2 sub. I appreciate the 75 months, and thanks for the double sub, dude. I appreciate it. And I saw Neobium as well. But welcome back, Concormastar. Hope you're having a nice Saturday. Basic dual-purpose batteries. So these are going to go on our destroyers, and it is 1940, which means we could get the 1940 destroyer hull. Dude, we got so many things that need to be researched here. It's actually crazy. We're caught up for now on industry, except for excavation. We've even got synthetic research to give us bonus oil and rubber from refineries. We're also keeping up with fuel refining 3. We got the computing machines going. We're getting the 1940 airframe. We got heavy MGs for those airframes. We're getting the tier 3 engines. So we're gonna get the nice modern Air Force. We have basic bombs. Do I like armor-piercing bomb locks or heavy bombs? I don't think so, right? Because they are only for like... They are for close air support, but it's only 2 ground attack. It's not very much, right? Whereas this is heavy bombs are 8 ground attack, but minus 20 agility. So I don't know, do we do heavy bombs and try to start making some close air support? Yeah, piercing is for boats. I don't know if I ever use heavy bombs very much. Because basic bombs are 6 ground attack, minus 15 agility. And they weigh 4. These weigh, I don't know how much, they weigh 6, so they weigh a lot more. We just need so much stuff, dude. Like, I gotta catch up to my 1940 anti-air, anti-tanks. We gotta catch up on these. We gotta catch up on all of our support companies. We gotta catch up on 1940 weapon upgrades. Oh my god. I feel like the big bombs are if you're strategic bombing. I feel like that too. I think I'm not going to research the big bombs, and we're just going to use the 1940 frame to make fighters and close air support, and just lock that in for a while with the tier 3 engines and be happy with that. Like, I don't know if I need cannons. We just want a simple but effective Air Force. It's actually going to be better than simple because we have survivability studies and aircraft construction, and I want to make some recon planes. I want to do everything, dude. I want to do everything. My boats are going to need an improved fire control, so let's just do that. They just are going to need that. It's hard to keep up. We have to keep upgrading things, keep updating things. It's easy to get lost in the sauce a little bit. Well, I think the war is finally breaking out, chat. So it took till middle of 1940, but there is now a war between the Soviets and everybody else. I think the Soviets are going to lose pretty handily without backup from anybody else. Soviets always get their ass kicked, I feel like. All right, engines 3, that'll go in the 1940 airframe and give us more thrust. Let us put some heavier things and also max speed up for those new planes. I think the big thing here is going to be catching up on... If we're planning on eventually going to war with Germany, because who knows what's going to happen with them, then we're going to need better anti-tank. Because our default anti-tank on the left has 60 piercing. This has 90 piercing. And you get the 10% hard attack and piercing bonuses. Anti-tank cannons, improved heavy cannons. These cost chromium. Do we have chromium? We do have 20 chromium. All right, let's get it started. The 20% research bonus that we just unlocked This guy over here, this is crazy actually. This is a really nice upgrade. Okay, so the only MIOs who are worth it are Italy. But sure, let's do that. Now, to modify the government... Oh wait, we need to keep checking to see when we can get the Pope in power. Yeah, I'm gonna keep giving electricity to Africa. Occupied territories look good. Their compliance is pretty high. If they have 0% resistance, we're going to do civilian oversight so that compliance can grow. We got colonial police. Colonial police was a pretty good upgrade because they've got like 60% compliance here. I don't know what else I should be spending political power on. I've got the guy that builds infrastructure and factories. Maybe we just don't need the plus 15% PP guy. You know, maybe we just grab a different dude. We don't need stability. What about this 5% production efficiency cap dude? That's kind of powerful. Like, him by himself can raise us up to 78% production efficiency cap. Make our factories better. Pretty sweet. Estonian Leningrad. No, it's actually German Empire Leningrad, but yeah. So the Soviets are toasted. Which I don't know what that means for the rest of the game, because the Union of Britain is in the... Oh, wow, they're already gone? That was the fastest capitulation of the Soviet Union I've ever seen. I assume it's because the SSSR was in here also, but still, they didn't even make it that far east. They were in like Kiev. They didn't even go to Stalingrad or Moscow. What? Maybe the SSSR just won as a result from the Civil War. So that's so funny, dude. Like, if I was these players, I'd be pissed, right? Because they were at war with the Soviets, and they didn't even get any territory. Like, the Civil War faction got to keep the entire area. They didn't get any of the land, so I don't even know why they went to war in the first place. The capitulation of the last remaining units loyal to Stalin marks the end of the Soviet Civil War. Lev Kamenev declared himself victorious and vowed to make the Socialist Republic rise from the ashes. Soviet Socialist Republic. Rise from the ashes of civil war and destruction. The task ahead is enormous, and the world situation is unclear, but he is adamant that a new era for the Republic and for the world has just started. It remains to be seen whether he can live up to those declarations. Yeah, I guess did they get a little chunk up here? I don't really know how far the border of Finland is, normally. Fuel refining 3, plus 20% fuel gain from oil and some from refineries. Okay. Now we get daily gain 2.5k. It's still not enough. All right, 1940. Let's go with tank engines. And I'm going to keep using Fiat to research that faster. Do I want to do anything else here? The Mexican junta annexed Guatemala. There you go, I guess. All right, so we're about to get the 8% research bonus. Bulk. No, dude. No way, man. The German Empire and Bulgaria issued a joint statement that the latter has now been formally granted member status of the Confederate European Nations. Dude, I'm right now almost halfway to inviting Bulgaria to my faction. So now they're not going to join my faction. Okay, well, I guess that answers that. Like, we are already there. I should have done it earlier. It's all chat's fault. I was gonna do it last night, and somebody in chat was like, but what if the Pope has their own faction? And I was like, am I gonna screw up my own game? And so I stopped doing it because that one chatter. I got one guide. Make sure we do the Yugoslav ultimatum. Why? I don't think that's a good thing, though. I don't want to puppet Yugoslavia, do I? I want to, like, annex Yugoslavia. But I don't know how to even go to war with them. It's Italy's destiny, right? War goal. It's a puppet-focused war goal against the Kingdom of Romania. I don't understand this. It says Kingdom of Romania, Yugoslavia, Greece gain puppet-focused war goal against Romania. So do I get a puppet focus against all of them or just Romania? Why does it mention Yugoslavia and Greece? And then down here, we have setting course, and then we choose either Mare Nostrum or toward Greater Italy. Greater Italy is claims on Tunisia and a war goal against France. Bend the Bars is conquer France. Conquer Malta, conquer Republic of Cyprus. That's a weird one. Subdue the Sentinels, conquer Egypt, colonial empire, gain claim on every Egyptian, Kenyan, Sudanese, Somalian, and so on. And then by blood alone, masters of the Aegean, gain claim on every Greek and Turkish coastal states in the Mediterranean. Gain claims on every coastal state in the Mediterranean not already claimed by Italy. Or Mare Nostrum, which gives you dockyards and the faction Novus. Oh wait, no, that creates a different faction. Dude, I'm gonna cancel this one. This is what I wanted, right? Didn't I want to make the Novus Imperium Romanum? The problem is, I think I just waited too long to do this. Because we're waiting to get the Pope. And all these people are already in factions. It's so easy to screw up because you have to wait ages to get the Pope. There is like one faster way to cheat the Pope in. But I didn't know the OP strats. Because, like, half of South America is already in an alliance. So I'm a little slow on that one. What are the OP strats for my playthrough? Google. Crispy Games, thanks for the Prime. I appreciate the 15 months. Welcome back, dude. It's too complicated for me to explain. Because I don't even know how to explain it. Dang, I got Googled. You did got Googled. You did. But anyway, Crispy Games, thanks for the 15 months, dude. I appreciate you. Welcome with the alien sub, man. Ding. Ding doo, ding doo, doo doo. well. Time to cancel a focus, I guess. RIP 24 days of progress. The Kingdom of Italy is ready to fulfill its destiny. Greatness and glory await the proud Italian people. It's time to decide how to move forward. Yeah, perhaps we should have already decided how to move forward. Base war support, we already have 100%. Army, Air, Navy XP. Gain setting course national spirit, which grants recruitable population factor up. War penalty stability modifier, that's good. So it's basically, we don't get as big of a penalty to stability while at war. Maximum command power increase for 300, oh, only for 365 days. Meh. What? Why would you want a recruitable population factor for only 365 days? Doesn't seem like a good perk, but what do I know? Gotta take it to get to the stuff below it. Improved computing machines, 8% faster research. And then I probably want to upgrade our anti-air. But I'm also trying to kind of like get the light tanks. I want to make some heavy tanks for funsies. But we just got so much stuff. I need to start upgrading cruisers. That's another thing I want to do. So if I want to upgrade cruisers, let's get them the improved medium batteries. Do I want CRDA or Naval Mechanica? This one is like armor, torpedo crit chance, reliability, and then this one is, I don't know, they look more or less the same. They all have, actually no, this one has industrialization program. Okay, so I'm gonna go with the one that has the industrialization program. CRDA. That one. Just conquer the world in 1 year. It's easy. YouTube Let's Play when? Dude, I don't... Listen. Here, I could never make a YouTube Let's Play because here's what you have to do for a YouTube Let's Play. It's like 30 minutes of this effectively. Where you just have 30 minutes of 1-second clips where the game is zoomed in this far and it's just like 3 seconds and then you just like have to follow the camera's just moving and everybody is like hyper zoomed in on one unit like this. It's like, look at that guy. He's got 500 soft attack and 400 breakthrough. I am gonna win the game and conquer the Soviets as this one singular German division. And then, yeah, I can't keep up that energy level and do the like smash cut gameplay style. I'd watch that. The smash cut tuber style. Insert HelloFresh ad or like NordVPN ad somewhere in there. You know who else has 500 breakthrough? HelloFresh. Every week they send me a box that attempts to break down my taste buds. China took 25 states. Communist China is dead. Oh, so what you're saying is Japan just... Wait, what? I don't think I've ever seen this one before. Japan had a civil war, went communist, joined communist China in an alliance, and Chiang Kai-shek is now in control of both. Communist China surrendered to Japan, I think. I don't know how that one happened. I don't think I've ever seen that before either. Here's the thing. I'm not opposed to trying a Let's Play, like a YouTube video again, but I would have to stop streaming to do it. You understand? Like, I would have to take a month off of streaming, and then I could make like 4 YouTube videos. So it just, the trade-off doesn't seem worth. I don't know what this timeline is, to be honest. There's no way I could do both, streaming and YouTube. YouTube would have to take the full attention, for sure. I've often wanted to try making a video again, just like, because I am such a different person now from when I made YouTube videos. Like, part of me just wants to see what that looks like. What does a modern YouTube video from me look like to myself? I'm old now. I'm curious. Because, like, my editing would still be very old. I wouldn't be able to muster the, like, you know how in modern YouTube videos, every single word is subtitled? And I'm like, yay, accessibility, but also, why are the words so big? Do they need to be animated? Do you need to zoom in on them? Do they need to be, yeah, like, just, you know what I mean? Like, the power subtitles? So that you can repost them to Twitter and watch them at work or on the toilet or in the library silently without drawing attention, but then you start giggling and people look over to see what you're doing. The end of the League of Nations. With the declaration of war on Costa Rica by the Mexican junta, the League of Nations has failed in its attempt to preserve peace. Salvador Abascal openly mocked their inability to do anything, and with that, took his country out of the League. With other world leaders questioning the point of the League of Nations if it can't prevent conflict, the days of the League are de facto over. But while the Council will continue to meet, nobody expects it to do anything. Its authority is lost. Well, believe it or not, I don't know how useful this is. I have actually upgraded every single destroyer I have. Believe it or not. Okay, new plan is to take every single submarine that we own, all of them, group them up, and wait for them to... King Carol II abdicates as the Mexican junta declares war on Panama. King Carol of Romania saw no choice but to announce and sign his abdication. His successor is King Michael, but many of the dictatorial powers obtained by Carol have been vested back into the government, and so it is unlikely the young king can wield similar power as his predecessor. Following his abdication, Carol appears to have emptied his expansive bank account and fled into exile, taking up residence in one of Mexico City's more expensive neighborhoods with his mistress, Magda Lupescu. Amusing. The Romanian People's Republic. Communists. Communists. The junta's at war with a whole bunch of people. All right, I'm trying to figure out of these These are early submarine hulls. All of them, right? Now, if I gave them a new submarine engine for better visibility, gave them better sub-torpedo tubes, and added a second torpedo tube, and called this the early Theseus sub. I'm allergic to the early Theseus sub Mark 1. Save that. And then take every single submarine, all 51 of them. I just split the task force in half on accident. I can't. Why do you have to click them manually? Okay, no, you don't have to click them all manually. Wait, not the 1936, just the early submarine hulls. Now I can't refit those ones. All right, let's do them a little bit at a time then. I'm curious how long this is going to take. There's 21. Those are 1936. Those can stay. All right, it begins. We upgrading, boys. We've got 30 dockyards, and we're about to have even more. Anti-tank upgrade. That'll let us get to the new Cannon 4732s. Larger caliber guns to combat heavy tanks with sloped armor. Do it. Let's keep giving electricity to Africa or Ethiopia. And there's the new airframe. All right, 1936 on the left, 1940 on the right. 100 kilometers more range, 7 more agility, 2 more air defense. Max speed is 50 kilometers faster. Reliability is up. A little bit more production cost and probably... No, same fuel usage, actually. Okay, and the same cost. That's the best part. Same aluminum, same tires. So we're going to be stuck on 1940 for a while, I think. These, because we got everything researched that we want for kind of like our basic Air Force. The only other thing I would even consider wanting is like cannons. But those can come later. Dude, we need so much stuff. We need so much stuff, chat. I'd say let's start getting better anti-air, because this is these Breda Model 35s on the left. Not gonna cut it. 33% more air attack, better against tanks, 60 piercing. And we could put the better anti-air on our ships. Catch up on artillery. Light aircraft designer. I want reliability and production efficiency gain. Now the hard part. We actually have 300 planes in reserve, do we? No. CR-32s, those are not... We don't want those. In fact, we don't want them so much, I'm going to put them up on the international market. This is what I like to do every so often, is just go through and then find the most outdated equipment. Like, not guns, though. You might need the guns. And we're not ready to give up our Tier 1 arty or the support equipment, but these little guys with 2 defense, the Fiat 3000s, yeah, those need to go. I'll give them away cheaper. Everything must go. And then planes, the CR-32s, they literally do not have... They have 5 air attack, okay? The Cannoli Chargers have 21. These things exist to get our pilots killed. That's the only thing they're good at. I'll sell, let's say 50 convoys. Okay, put those on the market, clear them out of the logistics, so that way it's not confusing. And then it's time to design a new, improved 1940s airframe. So this is what we're using right now. This is what we want to use. I don't know why the picture changes. So we got the new level 3 engines. 10% faster speed, 6 extra thrust, same fuel usage. It takes a little bit more time to produce, but worth. What's up, KJ? We haven't got the Pope yet. We got a lot of organizational stuff to do. And then we can go from light machine guns to heavy, which are like 80% more air attack, but they're heavy. They are heavy, but very worth, in my opinion. So that's going to be 36 air attack. We have 21 right now, so it's almost double with just 2 heavy machine guns. And we certainly want, in my opinion, drop tanks for the 25% extra range. Goes to 800 kilometers. I am kind of a big fan of self-sealing fuel tanks. Chat, I don't know. How do you like designing your planes? I like designing my planes with range, but also some... I don't like the defense turrets very much. Maybe I should like the defense turrets. Do you like mass producing the planes, or do you like going higher production cost, more defense? Because a 6 air defense seems like a lot when you only have 11. And then on top of that, if you throw on armor plates, steel plating behind the pilot seat and around the engine give increased survivability against ground fire and attacks from behind. So you lose some range, but you go up to 21 air defense. I'm late. What's the meaning of Secret Pope? There's a Italian focus tree path that allows you to put the Pope as the leader of Italy, but you have to find the secret focus tree. It's not presented to you, so it's Secret Pope. I don't understand this game, but I want to. It's kind of tough to explain at first. It's tough to understand, but if you stick with it, I think it's the best Paradox strategy game. Wolf. I elect Detail's future Pope. I don't know if I want that rule, Soup Master. It seems like a lot of responsibility. I am boring and do max HMG and nothing else. It's a manpower versus elite force decision. Yeah, like you can spam planes that die faster and burn through more manpower. Not you, Wolfist Wolf. There's multiple wolves here. The other thing about protecting manpower is it also protects if your air wings survive longer, they maintain their experience. So there's that as well, right? If you hemorrhage experience, then they have to keep training, right? Let's upgrade with the latest traits from Machi. That's 10% reliability, some agility, max speed, air attack. Where is their reliability? 88%? I don't know if you can boost reliability other than that. So this is generally what I do. I chuck on... I feel like I end up making the same fighter in every campaign, but it's just the one that I keep coming back to. 2 4X heavy machine guns, and then a 4X light machine gun. A lot of DACA. Tier 3 engines with drop tanks for a little bit extra range. And then I like self-sealing fuel tanks and armor plates for much more air defense. And just try to have elite Italian survivable, decent air attack, okay range. I feel like this is the one that I keep coming back to. I don't know if it's good, but it's just the one that makes sense to me. The only other thing that I would like to have that I don't have is extra fuel tanks, potentially. But it'd be very survivable. Okay, we've got the... Pesto Prowler Mark 1. Obviously. Lock it in. So let's take a little comparison here. Don't mind all these submarines. Don't mind them. So here's what we're using right now. (10 air defense versus 21 air defense, 687 kilometer range versus 747, 21 air attack versus 48 air attack. That's the big one. It is an offensive powerhouse, almost 2.5 times as good. It has 6 more agility. Its max speed is an extra 100 kilometers per hour. It has 8% more reliability, but it costs about 8 more production costs. So it's going to take longer to produce, and a little bit more rubber, which might be a problem. We have 13 right now. That may not last. All right, we're just going to switch the... Since I have distributed industry, dispersed industry, sorry. We're just going to switch the entire production line without trying to ease it in and just let the efficiency build back up. Your pilots will thank you. Yeah, I think they will. I also want to start making close air support because we just don't have that at all. So let's make some close air support as well. Tier 3 engines. Now, generally, you just don't put fighter weapons on close air support at all. I've tried it before, and I couldn't tell if it made any difference or not. Probably not. I don't think anybody does. We do have anti-tank cannons. I guess I didn't remember that we unlocked that. I forgot about that. I also wanted to make a recon plane. What's the manufacture time? You don't really find out until you hit max efficiency on your factories. It's hard to put a firm number on it. Takes a while to spool up. What's up, Cloaking Wolf? Godly Ollie, welcome. Hope you're having a nice Saturday. Kent Scented, thank you for the gift sub. To Cutesy Wolf Girl. Enjoy your gift sub. Thanks for hanging out. So for close air supports, do I want bomb locks? No. Because they have the same weight and the same agility debuff. The reason you might want bomb locks is if you wanted to do naval strikes, like naval bombers. But for us, we want to do close air support for our ground troops, so we want bomb bays at a minimum, which have a restriction on how many bomb bays you're allowed to put on. You can only put 2 bomb bays on, which generally is good enough because these are both 8 ground attacks, it's like 16 ground attack. And while they are on their missions, they'll be negative 30 agility, right? So we have 55 agility. So the less agility they have, the easier they are to get hit by other planes. So if we don't have air superiority, these are going to go down quickly, is what that means. We can also throw on an anti-tank cannon for an additional 8 ground attack, but they are heavy. Adapted from an anti-tank gun used by the Army, this gun can destroy modern tanks with well-placed shots. However, its heavy weight and awkward construction limit its performance. So if you throw this on, the biggest issue is that plus 8 weight, and then your agility will go down to basically 0. It'd be like 5.5 while on close air support missions. So they will be dropping like flies, but these things would do insane damage if you threw this on. But it is another 5 production cost, so that's going to be how much time it takes to make. I'm just curious, if we did leave those on, do I have enough space for anything else? Because what you want generally is dive brakes for close air support, and that lowers your agility slightly because you're taking weight. Spoilers along the edge of the wing that deploy when a plane enters a dive, reducing its speed and allowing it to pull out of steep dives without ripping the wings off. So it gives you 4 air defense on close air support. Dive brakes are great. And then of course I want the drop tanks for the range. If you have close air support and they can't get to your front line, then what is the point? And then these only help strategic bombing, other than the night penalty reduction, so I don't care about that. Don't really care about defense turrets, unless I was on a larger aircraft. So the only other thing I would want here is maybe self-sealing fuel tanks. But they use rubber, right? So self-sealing fuel tanks need more rubber. That's the big issue. Is over time, if we don't produce enough rubber, it's kind of a big ask. So we could go with just drop tanks and dive brakes and call it a day. And that way we save some money or save some rubber. Or we just assume that we're going to start making more with synthetic. I don't know. I say let's throw it on now, and then we can change it later if we don't like it. Weight exceeds thrust. Okay, see, now we can't do it. Weight exceeds thrust. Because they're going to put bombs here. So these are actually going to cost... Yeah, we need to take we need to take the greedy anti-tank cannon off because we don't have enough thrust. I hate the way that it shows you this information. It should show you the max weight, not the minimum weight on the plane designer, because it's telling me, well, your plane's actually very light because you don't have bombs on it. It's like, well, yeah, but they're gonna have bombs on it, so how much is it gonna weigh then? So with bombs, it'll be +8. So we're at like 22 weight effectively right now. So we could still afford that. And have the self-sealing. There we go. All right, what do you want to name it? The meatball is going to be the name of our... You can't name a small airplane a meatball. That has to be for a big ship, a big boat, battleship. The Manicotti Mauler. Golden Rupee, is that what you want? Add the MIO? Yeah. Question, why is this not upgraded just automatically? Why do I have to click that button? Excuse me. How about the Wine Waster? Because it is going to lay waste to the battlefield. Oh wait, I need to change the picture. I wish there were even more pictures. I'll pick this one. Or this one. That one looks like a carrier plane almost though, doesn't it? With the little wire. I guess they all kind of have that. Is that not for carriers? That's just a radio antenna? Maybe it's just, I don't know, maybe it is. All right, we'll try that though. Dude, these submarines, this is so funny. Okay, so we've got our brand new Pesto Prowler, and we're gonna start making close air support also. We need to make more factories. We need at least 5 more factories. At least. But also we're gonna need a ton of dockyards, so it's you know, it's competitive out here. Let's do 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll start with that. Mexican junta annexed Honduras. We're going to keep doing region-wide industrial integration, which gives us bonus building slots in different areas, since we have extra political power anyways. Armor-piercing medium shells. So we're trying to get the medium batteries so we can start upgrading our cruisers also. CRDA, I think, is the MIO that we want for that one. India took 8 states and annexed Free India. Rip Free India. I guess you're not free now after all. And then the German Empire is pleased as punch over here with their Confederate Europe taking Bulgaria. That's going to be long-term problems for us. The fact that we're already falling behind probably the German Empire and Poland. Where are my spies? Rip El Salvador. I think my spies are in France, Austria, Yugoslavia, and Greece. Why don't we continue getting some of these like radio decryption and other benefits so we can actually like decrypt some of their ciphers and whatnot? The Kingdom of Italy is ready to fulfill its destiny. Greatness and glory await the proud Italian people. We should decide how to move forward. We get 25 XP in Army, Navy, and Air. Get setting course for 365 days. It gives us a short burst of perks. And we're still waiting on the Pope. It's time! His Holiness! I think it's time. We have to be above 60% national balance toward His Holiness, and we had to wait for liturgical reforms to pop after a year. So I think it's been a year, and this gives us 10% base stability. National balance power moves 15% toward His Holiness. The Pope's ascendancy, with the power of the papacy exceeding that of the Italian monarchy. Many ardent supporters of the Catholic Church have today come out to demand the Pope take up leadership of the country. He has already accepted the role put forth by the people and declared that what is happening today is indeed the will of God Himself. There's not much the monarchy can do to stop him now. God wills it! The non-aligned party will now be called the Papal Supporters. Papa Pio XII becomes the leader of the non-aligned party, Supreme Pontiff, plus 25% improve relations opinion and minus 25% justify war goal time. The Grand Master of the Equestrian Order of the Holy Sepulchre of Jerusalem. Political power gain minus 10, division org plus 3, cav attack plus 10. God wills it. The Pope ascends to power. The Pope Papa Pio XII has shocked the world leaders by deposing King Vittorio Emanuele III of the Kingdom of Italy and assuming power for himself, claiming God wills it. While many Italians are shocked as well, the papacy has wide support in the country, and some are hailing this sudden shift in the government as the beginning of a new, glorious era for the Kingdom of Italy. Certainly unexpected. There he is. Papa Pio XII, Grand Master of the Equestrian Order of the Holy Sepulchre of Jerusalem and Supreme Pontiff himself. Chat, why does our ruler and leader, the Pope, look like Fred Armisen? Coincidence? That's him. That is definitely him, man. He's got the Pope hat. The Pope is finally here, and the Pope should unlock a new Pope focus. Yeah, there it is. This is the secret Pope path right here. The Pope unlocks a new secret path, the Papacy Reborn. Now that His Holiness has overthrown the king and taken total control over Italy, it's time for the Italian people to align toward the vision and goals of the church. Political power up, non-aligned popularity up. 2 building slots, 3 land forts in Lazio. The Kingdom of Italy will be known as the Papal State. Deus Volt! Attack up, factory output up. Catholic action. Recruitable population. A time for war. The super heavy tank chassis, called the Hand of God artillery variant. I was gonna do super heavy tanks anyways. We get a special super heavy tank chassis. The Holy Lands. And then Catholic Dominion. Unlocks decision Mare Nostrum. Here's my question. When it says unlocks, does it mean automatically fulfills? Or does it mean you're allowed to pick it now? Does it mean like it auto completes, or you're allowed to choose it? Let's find out. No, that's not a good choice, because if you don't pick this, the longer we wait to pick this, the longer Germany is going to ally everyone that we want to go to war with. But I don't want to pick this and it cancel this stuff, because this is the whole reason why we're here. You know what I'm saying? We just got... Italy just has so much stuff. This is only a 35-day one. Whereas these are... We have to go... Deus Volt. 70... 14, 21... 28. 280 days. Like 300, basically a year to get down here. But if we take this, that's 35 days, but that doesn't really do anything by itself. Here, look. Let's do Papacy. Because we can do Papacy Reborn, then Deus Volt, then Iberian Protection. And that'll work just as well. Alright, let's do Papacy Reborn. Yeah. Let's do the reason why we're here, and I think it leads over to what we want anyways. Mexican junta continues going ham. Alright, we got super fire control systems. It's almost 1941, but not quite. We need to upgrade some boats. We're not gonna upgrade the boats again. We're gonna leave the boats the way they are, and then only build new boats after we do our like little upgrade pass, as it were. So what you're saying is we need to start researching heavy tanks, but we also need to catch up on our navy. Let's get one heavy tank research, just because it is relevant. It takes 189 days. Naval officers go to war in full vestment. Yeah. Costa Rica is dead! Basic engines for tanks. All right, that'll let us get up to values of 5 and above. I think it'll go to 8. I don't know why it doesn't just tell you outright what it does. And then we may as well do improved engines too for the light tanks. Actually, no, we don't really need the light tanks to be that fast because we're just going to attach them to... My long-term plan is disband the light tanks and only use them as light tank recon. That's kind of my longer-term plan. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? All right, let's do... we're gonna have to do better heavy batteries because I want to upgrade the big ships too. Where am I? Okay, we're almost done getting electricity in Ethiopia.
Pronto, signore.
And we got 12 more divisions of Coast Guard to help us defend some ports in the wars to come. 6 more divisions here. How about you guys go on the border with Greece to make 12. My submarine designer. I never get to make submarines. Now I'm upgrading a whole bunch of them. Let's do surface detection up. That seems very reasonable for subs. It's kind of what you want them to do, yeah? Chat, maybe I should start, like, trying to steal stuff. We never do anything cool with spies. You know what I'm saying? I feel like the only thing that's cool to do is prepare a collaboration government. Here's what I fear. I think France is going to end up joining the Allies because they're all communists. I don't know why Britain's in the Allies if they're communists. Is the US communist? No. They're in the North American alliance with Canada, so they're out. It's really just Britain by themselves, but I'm afraid we're going to go to war with France. France going to join the Allies. However, France is definitely a place we're going to go to war with long term, right? We know that. So why don't we do something here? What does make resistance contacts even do? The infiltration assets will lead to the following operations: strengthen resistance, sabotage industry, sabotage infrastructure, sabotage resources, and the Warsaw Uprising. I think Warsaw's the other direction. Collaboration government is always good, but we have to take multiple people out of their current spots to do it. You can also, you know what? Maybe we should try stealing some blueprints. Why not? I've never even attempted it. Let's infiltrate the civilian administration. Angela, you go. And then Costanzo, you go. Costanzo, commence when ready. Let's give that a try. Okay, new chromium-powered anti-tank. 50% more piercing. That's what we're going to need when we inevitably go to war with Germany. You just know that's what's going to happen. You just know it. Why not make some railway guns? Why shouldn't I? Alright, let's stop making the old stinky Tier 1 anti-tank. We have 1,700. Let's start making improved. And then check on resources. Resources are balanced. They're breaking even. Now that His Holiness has overthrown the king and taken total control over Italy, it's time for the Italian people to align with the church. 75 PP, 15% popularity in... Oh, we have total support. 100% support. Lazio gets 2 building slots, 3 land forts in the state, 1 anti-air. We are now the Papal State. We are now known as the Papal State. It's cheaper to puppet. We get more political power. And we get a cool new flag that's like burnt orange, yellow, and it's got the little Pope keys. The keys to the Pope. Papal anti-air, correct. Now, days, vote. Bulgaria wants to buy convoys. Sure. I think we're going to end up going to war with you, but it's like 9 convoys, so do what you will. The Papal State. Light mode has been turned on. No longer green. We stand out here, don't we? Very much so. Very bright. What is this 1936 cruiser? Do we get this automatically? Armor-piercing shells. All right, we're going to research the improved heavy batteries. And we got anti-air upgrade incoming. We will bring light to all the dark corners of the world. Let's get tier 2 anti-air. Then our artillery stuff will be fairly modernized once we start producing that. Okay, this is artillery manufacturer. Towed anti-tank and anti-air. Bonus soft attack, hard attack, air attack. Yes, I'll update those myself later. The Papal State. Radio interception group, done. Okay, still gonna use some factories for cryptology level. The sooner that we keep building the cryptology department, I think the better, because we're definitely going to get hacked by the other major powers. All right, medium batteries are in. It's 1940. Let's get the improved dual purpose and maybe the other torpedoes, and we're going to start making some, like a modern navy. Dude, it's really hard to do everything. I'm just doing too many things, and I'm not really super focused on one thing. But hey, we started making some close air support. I only have 3 factories on it right now. We got 6 on airplanes, 3 on close air support. I got 4 on Arty. Are we not making any anti-air? Union of Britain banishes the royal family. In what it called a merciful decision, the entire British royal family has been banished from the country. No further comments were given. Earlier today, they arrived in Canada and asked for asylum. The socialist tyranny is laid bare for all to see. There's so much room for activities. Do you have Malta? No, I don't think so. Estonia-Finland League declared war on Sweden, and they're in the Confederate European Alliance of Nations, which means Sweden might be at war with a whole bunch of people. But yeah, they just yeeted out the royal family from Britain. And we're like, that's enough out of you. Chad, do I need to send an ultimatum to Yugoslavia? Like, I don't really understand what my options are with Yugoslavia. It seems like my options are... If we take Italy first, we can activate pressure the Yugoslavian government, Romanian government, Bulgarian government, but to do what? And then Italy's destiny gets war goal against Romanian People's Republic, which I don't know if that includes the other guys. And then all roads lead to Rome gives annex war goals against Switzerland, Austria, and Yugoslavia. But if we've already puppeted them, then that doesn't really help, right? But it's going to take, I feel like it's going to take us a long time to get here. I feel like it's just taking a long time to do anything. Estonia-Finland League has declared war on the Norwegian People's Republic. Oh, okay. Well, Sweden and Norway have now been dragged into war with the new German Empire. Estonia-Finland's got some big designs. And now they want to buy fighters. My future enemies? Nah, I'm not going to sell you that. I decline. We ain't going to do that. You're for sure going to be my future enemies. Wait, I don't know if I'm supposed to be trying to puppet Yugoslavia now or wait until I can annex them and then it's too late. I guess we'll just wait since we've waited all this time. 16 years already? Cutie Wash, that's a long time, dude. Thanks for the 16-monther. Welcome back for a year plus 4. And Wasi Deus Vote. Also here for 2 months. Perfect timing. Because here it is on the screen. The Catholic Church has been a beacon of hope and stability in Europe for centuries. And as we are facing dark times ahead, we must become this beacon of light once again. God wills it. Papal State modified, plus 5% attack, plus 10% to all factory output. That's huge. And offensive war penalty for stability is plus 50%. So stability is going to be tanked. Or is that good? Wait, is this a positive or a negative? It's green, but it sounds bad. Gain puppet war goal against the German Empire and many others. Every country in Europe that is not majority Catholic. Interesting. Well, the Holy Lands are here, yes, but I feel like we need Iberian protection first, because it's a 35-day. The Iberian nations have enjoyed relative security in the recent past, but it's clear that right now, they would not be able to defend themselves against the great enemy powers on their own. We must offer them protection before it's too late. Create faction the Catholic Dominion. We gotta go to Iberia first, because Portugal and Spain are in a weird way. I definitely want that one. Maximalist Portugal wants to buy 140 light tanks. You got it. Absolutely, buddy. Somebody in chat earlier asked what music I was listening to. This is just the game soundtrack. If you don't recognize the songs, it's probably because they're DLC songs. Something like that. I would guess. Okay, we got government cipher schools. I think that's good for now. Submarine HP and max speed. Okay, lots of research about to come in. Railway guns. I don't have enough factories for you guys, bro. And it is 1941, which you know what that means. It means stop everything you're doing and it's time for industry. Dispersed 4. And these are popping up on cooldowns, so perfect time for industry because the year just started. There's the improved heavy batteries, and we're gonna pop over and do assembly line production for the efficiency cap. And then tier 2 anti-air, we need to start producing. And that is gonna transition into construction. Basically, we just need to do all industry for like a full turn. I'm gonna call it a turn. Except for heavy tank chassis. Okay. Good luck trying to manufacture all this. We have no factories for anti-air. We have an extra 100 cannoli chargers. Let's bring those out. Deploy them. Start doing pilot exercises. Get them training. Oops. The Iberian nations, yeah, have been sent an event. Papal states offer Spain and Portugal protection. Now, the South American Alliances one is a little scarier to me, but I think we need to do it. Bolivia, Empire of Brazil, Colombia, and 6 others gained the Latin Initiative. Opinion of Papal State plus 75. An event Papal State invites us to an alliance. It just occurred to me that I have not been improving my relationship with either of them before this, and maybe I was supposed to before inviting them to an alliance. Too late. I've already sent the event. Okay, dual purpose battery. These can shoot boats or airplanes. We put those on primarily destroyers. But I need to do advanced oil for refineries and also rubber. Screens can detect subs better, sure. All right, so we got 4 industry. Nationalist Spain accepts. They have humbly accepted our offer of protection and bowed down to the rightful rulers of the Mediterranean. Today shines a new bright light on Iberia and the Papal State. And they become a puppet? Superb. Maximalist Portugal rejects our offer. They've rudely rejected our offer of protection. We will show them what it means to go against us in the truest sense. Gain puppet war goal against Maximalist Portugal. Welp. I guess we know what we have to do, don't we? Some sins cannot be forgiven. Yeah, it's definitely wartime. All right. How about this? We're going to get ready for a war with Portugal, because now Spain is on our team, so we can just go in from there, which is super useful. We don't have to do a naval invasion. But before we go to war with Portugal, we're doing South American alliances. I think that's reasonable. Minimalist Portugal incoming. Yeah, before we do that, let's take a BRB, because it's been almost 3 hours. Midas has been itching to go outside and or get a drink for a while, and I would like a beverage also. So let's just take a nice early GDB. Boop. Thanks for hanging out. I hope you guys are having a nice Saturday. The war is about to begin. We're going to kick it off. So the Pope is in power. I'll leave that open too, so people can see it if they come in. And appreciate you chilling with me. Hang tight, BRB. Yo. We back. What part of Middle Earth is this, chat? This, you know. Here's the thing. Middle Earth is already a part of Earth. So Middle Earth is the part, you know? You've already described it. You wouldn't believe how pissed I got when I watched the VOD and found out the anarchists fumbled the easiest bag of all time, rip 150k channel points. That's so funny. I still can't believe that this is how it went down. I was just as shocked as you guys were. I was like, at first I was like, there's no way the anarchists was gonna win. But by the end I was like, yeah, of course the anarchists are gonna win. Look at them. And then the biggest upset of all time occurred. That's what I really couldn't believe. So we have no extra L640s. That's our new one. New-ish. We have 5k spare support equipment and 37k infantry. These are disproportionate. What that tells me is we should add a 5th support company as we're planning on going to war here. Question. How much artillery would we need? Oh my god, all of it. We would need all artillery. What if we removed the support artillery? We'd have 1,000 already left in storage. That's still not good enough. We just need to start mass producing. I just need so many things. We're almost caught up on dockyards. And the nice thing about that is we're gonna have 4 production lines. Notice that we're already done upgrading the submarines, basically. All right, we just need to slow down even slower than we already are and just do all the little things before we go to war here with Portugal. And the little things in this case are finishing the Navy upgrades that we were trying to do. Number 1. Number 2, keep checking on electricity button. I think we've given electricity to everywhere in Ethiopia that we can. We need to get the other national focuses that help Eritrea and Somaliland and the other stuff. Okay, one thing at a time, one thing at a time, one thing at a time. Number 1. I think I'm good with 40 dockyards. We actually will have more than 40 if we build this one. I want to build more dockyards for sure, but at the moment, I think it's more important to continue getting synthetic refineries so we have rubber and oil, because our current daily gain of oil is 2.9k, but our max daily consumption is 15k. We did increase our fuel capacity to 1.1 mil because we built some fuel silos, which is nice. But there should be a synthetic in almost every state. Because I think oil is how we lose. If that makes sense. Like, I think oil is like what we're going to run out of. When the planes start flying, when the tanks start rolling, when the ships start sailing, all that stuff. So let's go 1 here, One in Sicily. I'm trying to spread them out too. I don't know if we need, let's do 2. Okay. That's the problem. We're competing for the same space. The same places I need to build dockyards, I also need to build military factories. Now, we still have 2 levels of dispersed industry that'll give us more room. And I'm continuing to add more building slots where possible. But yeah, we're having to like balance. So I kind of need to figure out how many I want. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh God. 11. Like 15. You know, just like a casual 15 military factories. Somewhere in there. No big deal. So let's say 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 13, is this our land? Yeah, 13. 14, 15. And then a couple dockyards on top of that, like at least 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. And then I would like more civilian factories, but I don't know. I think it's a little late for that. Because that's going to eat into the nice 15, 30, 45 thing we got going on here. You can always convert factories later, like the civilian and military ones. We the Pope. We are the Pope. We actually got the Pope. Let's do like 4 civilians, just kind of slotted in. All right, that's gonna keep them busy for a while. Like I said, we just need to we need to pause here and just do all the junk that we need to do. Let's fix the Navy. So, to fix the Navy, we first have to group everybody together. Oh, we missed some destroyers in here. And these guys have no experience either. We do have some raviolis in this group somehow. But yeah, the micromanage here is difficult. So you two actually need to go in for a refit. Then you guys jump there. Then the rest of you jump there. Okay. And this should be all the little baby destroyers that we have. Is there a way to mitigate the unit micro? I always have a ton of fun until the war starts. The way you mitigate micro is play Maximalist Portugal just declared war on nationalist Spain. We got problems. They beat us to the punch. I haven't even unpaused since this decision until that very moment. Okay. Anyway, the way that you mitigate micro is play as a smaller nation. The smaller the nation, the less micro you have to do. So we're talking play Finland if you've got the new DLC. That one's a fun one. A little maybe difficult if you're brand new. But yeah, the smaller the nation, the less micro there will be. The less major of a power it is. The bigger the nation, the more micro. Okay, we gotta move. Was not expecting this.
Pronto.
So here's what I think. I think we take these 48 divisions in this field marshal. I'm gonna give it. I guess I'm gonna give Italo Balbo. Is he really the best we've got? Dude, they all so bad. Chance to get wounded plus 50%. Politically connected lowers his XP gain. I guess Balbo's stuck with us. Pietro is probably better than him, but we can give him offensive doctrine to improve a little bit. But yeah, we need to go to the front line yesterday. Because this is they kind of took us by surprise here. I gotta give Portugal credit. They struck first. So I feel like 48 divisions is going to be enough to take down Portugal. And we've got our light tank divisions going in too, which have the brand new L330, or sorry, the L640s. I think that's our new one. So about 120 light tanks. And then we do have planes standing by. Question. Why is the... No, this is right. No, yeah, this is right. We started to get the Pesto Prowler into service. So the biggest airfield is in Madrid. I feel like they're going to lose Madrid real fast. These guys are like technically tactical bombers. We only have a little bit of close air support. We'll take the ones we have over, and then we have the bombers. All right, and while they're moving off of the front with Yugoslavia, I don't expect Yugoslavia to be able to backdoor us.
Pronto, signore.
But in the event that something bad happens, I feel like we should take some of the divisions off the French
Pronto.
and Austrian border.
Pronto, signore. Sì, signore. Pronto, signore.
And also the border with Greece.
Sì, signore.
Give them a general. I'll do the engineer guy.
Pronto, signore.
And at least we'll have some people over there. All right, so they're all moving, dude.
Pronto, signore.
They got to get to the boats. And then on top of that, we can get the boats that we do have situated. Because Portugal should have at least a little bit of a navy. 20 to 39 ships. So we actually do need to get our navy going. Which of course we do. I've been trying to reorganize. Maybe trying to be the USA right away wasn't a great idea. Yeah, that would do it. That's a lot to micro. I'm trying to think of... It's hard to make suggestions. Everywhere is going to take some micromanagement. I think that the Chinese warlords are generally a good place to play because you get to do a lot of combat and their focus trees are kind of small. So it's not overly complicated focus trees, and you can focus on how supply works and how infantry combat works. You don't really have planes or boats to worry about, so that definitely consolidates it. So I would say the Chinese front, if you have is that DLC default now? I think it might be. You also don't have to worry about naval invasions. So that's definitely a good place to start. What's up, Tristan? Thank you for the 35-month sub. Pronto! Pronto! I'm working on it. I'm working on it. I'm going, dude.
Pronto.
Pronto. Okay, but as I was saying... we got this problem here. Why do you guys have like a spear icon? I don't know why they have that. Why do they have the trident icon instead of the submarine? Okay. So what are we trying to do? Here's what we're trying to do. I need to get the Navy to be split into a couple different groups. These guys never even got training. They're level 1 fresh, which is not good. We have a lot of at least regulars. We need an admiral. So we got battleship guy, spotting speed guy, positioning guy, level 3. And then we got enemy retreat chance plus 20%. He instills a sense of respect in subordinates and enemies. Positioning up. Aviation enthusiast, so like carrier guy. Fleet speed while retreating up. We got a lot of admirals. Now, stat-wise, this dude has the best positioning and fleet speed while positioning. This guy has a balance of speed and coordination. And the plus 25% positioning and the spotting speed. Yeah, I feel like this dude, he's at the top of the list for a reason. Minecraft? Minecraft? Heavy cruisers and light cruisers. Cruiser captain is pretty goated just because cruisers are so strong in Hearts of Iron right now. Naval speed and naval damage up for both heavy and light cruisers. Naval AA attack plus 10% is interesting. I feel like spotting speed plus 20% might actually be good just to track people down and, you know, engage. Let's try that. Okay. Then we're going to need new groups. This is going to be our submarine admiral guy. I don't know. I don't really like any of these. Enemy retreat chance is kind of a weird one. They're all gentlemanly. None of them are really submarine dudes, but I guess we can take the torpedo screen pin and torpedo cooldown. And then he can just be the torpedo dude. Chat, how do you set up submarines? Do you combo them with destroyers? Where are the rest of my destroyers? I think they're like en route somewhere. Did you crown the Pope? Yes, we did. Heck yeah, we did. Where did Colombia go? You better go catch it. Did you lose your... Never mind. Dragobot? Yeah, you seem very confused. Yeah, Civil War is long over in Spain. This is a whole different thing. We invited Nationalist Spain and Maximalist Portugal to join our alliance. Nationalist Spain said yes and agreed to become our puppet. And Maximalist Portugal said no, so we got the right justification to declare war on them. And then they declared war on us with the Uno reverse card. I put my subs in their own group and convoy raid with them. I'm just gonna try that. We'll just give it a go. All right, convoy raiding here, to try and stop Portugal. Okay. And then we're gonna do convoy escort here and here for our primary fleets. So they are heading out now, moving to assigned areas.
Pronto, signore.
All right, my planes have arrived. They are standing by. So we're gonna want... air superiority in northwestern Iberia. Air superiority in southern Iberia. Close air support in southern Iberia. Close air support in northern. Now, here's the thing. They're about to overrun Madrid.
Pronto, signore.
And our convoys are on the way, but they kind of blitzed us. They kind of surprised us. So the submarines are moving out. The Strait of Gibraltar should be open, because Nationalist Spain owns the southern end, so it's impossible to completely block that off. I think. I don't know. Maybe they can close it. I don't really need you... well, yeah, no, this is... The submarines are still on the way. We got 15 subs moving over now. And they are through Gibraltar.
Si, signore.
Okay, the first reinforcements are arriving. We've got air superiority over the skies of Iberia, and we've got some close air support to try to help them out because they are getting... Hello? Germany proposes we sign a pact to address the Comintern's goal of spreading communism worldwide through the use of subversion and violence. By signing this, we agree to share intel on the communists and act in cooperation. Here's the thing, German Empire. I don't like that you've got Bulgaria, Poland, Latvia, Finland, and Estonia in your little alliance. I'm kind of trying to do my own thing down here, and you putting Bulgaria in your group sort of makes me not happy. Now, that being said, there are a lot of communists. Britain is communist, France is communist, but I refuse. Take that as you will. Just because I think they're going to take that, like, I'm pretty much planning on going to war in the north sooner or later. So,
Pronto, signore.
we don't really like what they're cooking over there. I don't know if Portugal has any substantial navy, but I feel like it's safer Oh, we got 82 ships in this fleet? Good God. Okay, let's split this into yet another fleet. And then... yeah. And then the other fleet will go to the western Iberian coast. Potentially. All right, boots on the ground have started to arrive in Spain. We need to protect Madrid because that's where our planes are. National of Spain wants to buy some fighters. You got it. We got air wings with no mission. These dudes are standing by. You need to go home and do pilot exercises. Okay, and then who are you guys? Tactical bombers waiting for orders. I think I just want to focus on close air support. Though I guess they could do strategic bombing also. I just don't think they're going to be very good at it. They're not good at anything, really. These old interwar planes are pretty garbage. All right. We got 48 divisions. And more just showed up. All right, 12 more divisions of Coast Guard.
Pronto.
Go ahead and fill in there. Free dockyards. See, this worries me because I'm trying to use the dockyards. I guess we can just make convoys if you've got nothing else to do for now. And we need to like update our ships and whatnot.
Pronto. Formazione.
Yeah, this little pocket ain't gonna work, buddy. Those are probably my tanks that I sent you, thinking you were gonna join my side in an alliance. But yes, this is why you get protection. Look, Nationalist Spain signed up for the alliance to get protection, and then Maximalist Portugal declares war on them, and guess who shows up for protection? Me. I'm here, and I am ready to hold the line, partner. We just got to get, you know, all the way up there. I would say use the rail if possible, because I'd rather you just get there faster and then worry about getting your organization after the fact. Our first ever naval battle. We sunk... Wait. Whose flag is this? Is that Spain? Okay, that's Spain. So we didn't actually fight. We had 2 convoys. We didn't actually fight in that one. Apparently. Alright, you guys don't really need to do convoy escort anymore. You guys swap to patrols. Where are you? Okay, you do what you want to do. What do I do with the dockyards? We can go back. We need to do a whole ship pass, to be honest with you. Right now we're just making convoys because I'm lazy. We're 9 steel in the hole. Who do I want to trade with? I guess Nationalist Spain is a good trading partner. And they're my puppet! So I can give them 1 civilian factory, and instead of getting 8 steel, I get 80 steel. What a steal. I had to do it. I had to do it. Literally 1 civilian factory, and they give me so much steel. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing. What about military high command? Submarine detection plus 10%. I don't know why. We can't do any of the other ones. Yet. Capital, ship attack, and armor. All right, and that's pretty much all I can afford. So,
Formazione.
it looks like my army is in place and ready to go on the offensive. Their plan prep bonus is maxed. Send it. Counterattack time, boys. We have air superiority, air support, and we have numbers. We also have some light tank divisions up here with a reasonable amount of the newer L640s. They're spread pretty thin along the line because guess what? The front line for all of Iberia is pretty big. That'll slowly build autonomy for your puppets. Yeah, but they get it anyways. They're gonna get autonomy regardless. Now, I actually do have convoys this go round, so I actually can do the thing. The classic thing. And be like, here's minus 140 monthly impact on autonomy in case of full delivery. So, how much do they have already? Oops, wrong button. They have 604. So if I start a Lend-Lease, I can lower that by 140 by just sending them 200 convoys. And we have like 3,000 spare old tanks. Wow, tanks are really... Why are convoys worth so much more than tanks? This is sad. 1,000 light tanks is not even worth like 100 points. I see why convoys are the meta. This is monthly also. What? Do trains? I don't really have enough trains. I don't even have... I like to have twice the number of trains that I need. I don't have enough. They can have the tanks anyways. 300 tanks. Here's some trucks. Okay, if I wanted to give them some train... Yeah, the trains are actually worth a ton. These are... I didn't do this once. I'll give them like 10 trains. And my civilians. And these things that I only have like one of. I don't have 50. How many do I have? Oh, all in stockpile. There you go. There we go. They have accepted our Lend-Lease. Well, chat, we wanted a war. We got a war. And we lost our first submarine. Embarrassing. They're only on convoy rating. My question is, where are... Why are you guys in, like, different squads? Oh, you're still on convoy escort. I thought I told everybody to swap. Why are they all in the same area? That's what I want to know. Alright, maybe they're moving out. But yeah, I think Portugal bit off way more than they could chew. 48 divisions should be plenty.
Pronto, signore.
And we can go ahead and take Porto, which they will not enjoy.
Formazione.
And I can just use my tanks to do
Sì, signore.
a little cheeky back cap / encirclement And then that guy's dead.
Sì, signore. Continuate l'attacco. Pronto, signore.
Yeah.
Pronto, signore.
We got a little thing called armor. It's not great armor, but it's better than yours.
Sì, signore.
And really, that's, I think, all you need to know.
Avanzate. Formazione. Pronto.
The Papal Empire. Well, right now we're the Papal State. We're the Papal State. Close. It'll be an empire one day. Hey, that's our first actual naval victory. We took out 6 destroyers that we stumbled across. Trying to see who got the killing blows. It's still mostly the cruisers. The destroyers only did a little tickle damage. But we're trying to deprive them of resources. We're doing convoy raiding with the subs and patrols with the boats. Sweden wants to buy fighters. Those are old fighters. You're welcome to have them. And we've got extra dockyards. I need to fix the Navy. We've lost about 21,000 troops so far. They've lost about 51K. We're just under a mil. And we haven't even gone to service by requirement yet. So they're like 40% to capitulation at this point. And we got the north. Making steady progress.
Sì, signore.
Now all these guys are going to redeploy. Air Force still maintaining control. I don't think they had any Air Force to speak of. Got our most modern planes. Getting a little test drive. Putting the Navy out. And we got 180 days. So this is a nice test, right? We have 180 days of fuel. It's like half a year. We've been working on the fuel situation. I got 2 more synthetics in the works right now. But yeah, we don't need that much steel. Why don't we trade with... China is probably not going to be a factor that we have to contend with anytime soon. Said every Western power ever. Is Secret Pope like Secret Santa? Kind of. It's a Secret Pope because it's not it's not like a default way to play Italy. It's like a hidden path to get the Pope as your leader. So the only way to do it is to follow a very specific set of national focuses that go down. Uh-oh. The Union of Britain has joined Maximalist Portugal as our enemy. Britain just joined them. They joined the Allies. Classic. They declared war on me and then bring Britain into this. While they are already losing, by the way. You know what I'm saying? Like, Portugal's losing, and then they just like, Hail Mary, I don't want to join your alliance for protection. I'll take Britain. It's like, bitch, I already invited you to an alliance. Why didn't you just join mine? Then you declared war on me. And then you drag Britain in. Doesn't make any damn sense. Well, I think you know what that means, chat. So what's great is they abandoned all of their holdings down here in Africa, so we actually don't have to fight them in Africa because they decolonized. So we don't have to go here. Zambia exists. Nigeria exists. Egypt exists. We're about to get naval invaded up to our eyeballs, though. That's the main problem. So we immediately want to retreat back into the Mediterranean. Immediately. And then, if we capitulate Portugal, I believe Britain cannot get into the Mediterranean because we will close the Strait of Gibraltar. And then, if that's the case, we simply reroute all of
Formazione.
our Coast Guard to the coast of Spain. They'll take time to plan the naval invasions. It won't be immediate. But yes, the World War has now started thanks to Portugal being a dumbass. We need to go aggressive before reinforcements from Britain arrive and reinforce the front. We're also out of resources here because we're waiting on this supply hub to go.
Continuate l'attacco.
Yeah, I'm gonna need you guys to like... I'm gonna need you to start looting and scooting, boys. It's time to drive them back. The Union of Britain has called India as our enemy. I love that you let everyone else go except India for some reason. How India tried to get free and you were like, no, 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 not that one. We keep that one.
Forza,
Like, what?
forza. Continuate l'attacco.
But yes, we need to try and push down here on the coast and just brute force, because they are going to be pouring in. Maybe, chat, maybe we do just sack the Navy over here. You know what I'm saying? Maybe we do just like, like try and just hold this and this. You know what I'm saying? Just to stop them from reinforcing. Maybe. They might need to repair. One of our generals is wounded for 90 days. Because they're going to be pouring into Lisbon and a few others.
Pronto. Fuoco nemico.
Okay, I think we've got decent supply hubs here without having to micro this too terribly bad.
Respingiamo, signore. Continuate l'attacco.
We're about to take Gibraltar, which is very, very strategically important, as you might imagine.
Continuate l'attacco.
And we have found another fight on our hands. France wants to buy convoys. Sure, France. Luckily, it's March.
Li respingiamo, signore.
What was that? Little notification. Sweden has canceled our sales contract. Shut up, Sweden.
Si, signore.
All right, we own Gibraltar now. Therefore, the strait should be closed to anybody who's not already in it. And well, they can't go through. Well, actually, they could go through the Suez, but they don't own it. So, how do I get Egypt into my alliance before Britain goes all the way around? That would be the long. There's no way they're gonna do a naval invasion, though, right? Through the Suez. They'd have to go through this part of Maximalist Portugal all the way up to Italy, which I guess is possible, but that'd be so stupid. I'm trading more Coast Guard because we're about to get naval invasion is about to be the worst aspect of the game by far, for sure, for us.
Formazione.
All right, we're taking the port of Cadiz. Don't do it, chat.
Pronto, signore. Pronto.
I know you want to. Gotta reinforce these tanks. There's no way we're gonna be able to take Lisbon. How much until they capitulate, though, is what I want to know. They're only 38% toward capitulation.
Pronto, signore.
Ain't no way we're gonna stop them from getting here faster. They're getting shore bombarded also now because we have our navy here. We got Sevilla.
Formazione. Pronto, signore.
And this dude just needs to kind of like give up.
Avanzate. Pronto.
They're probably sending reinforcements right now. How's the PPPP mission? Bad. We just got dragged into a war with Britain and India. So it's go time. I didn't expect to be like the second major scene of the World War. It was Japan and China, and now Japan is China. Then it was the Soviets versus the new German super alliance, and then now it's my turn to step up. So we out here. We out here. And we're going hyper aggressive now because Britain is coming. They're on the way.
Formazione.
However, I see a pocket that they're leaving open. Oh, they got Britain's got naval bombers. Yeah, they're up there. We're engaging them and trying to stop. We're just throwing our navy against their navy, which you know how that's gonna go. But I have to like hold out long enough to finish off Portugal. So you can see that we've got some engagements here. They're looking at my submarines. Their big boys are out here. Oh, you know what's stupid? They're all docked. I hate how they won't move themselves into a position to succeed. You have to like kind of babysit them to a port and then they'll go do the... Actually, they're not even on a patrol mission. All right, I'm gonna let them move up first. I thought they were already out there. We actually sunk 3 convoys. Basic heavy tank chassis. I want to do the other heavy tank chassis, but we need some rubber processing, I think. All right, the walls are closing in on them. However, I see British troops. I don't want to see British troops here, dude.
Pronto, signore.
They're getting here. They're arriving. All right, you know what we need to do? Use your trucks. Feed supplies to the front. Okay, we lost 1 sub, sunk 3 convoys, sunk 5 convoys. Maybe we're sinking their troops on the way. Those could just be random convoys, or they could be not random convoys. I'm sending my own ships out to patrol. Salute to the Navy. Salute the Navy. They're going, boys, to the Bay of Biscay. We lost another sub. Potentially huge conflict here. Rip 2 Pope destroyers. Classic destroyers getting slammed. 3 destroyers slammed, 4 destroyers slammed. Classic. And then all of our big boy ships enter the battle for 5 destroyers gone. Why is it always like a destroyer massacre for us? We got 1 of their destroyers. They are retreating. Okay, we're striking back. Everybody's kind of retreating. We've lost 7 destroyers. Old destroyers are very slow and are really quick to die. You know the problem with chat, Def2? People in the chat don't realize that what do you think they're using? These are old destroyers too, bro, that we're shooting at. Everyone's got old destroyers because 1941 is not long enough to have rebuilt your navy. So I expect to at least be destroying as many of theirs as mine, but I lose 13 because they have 7 heavy cruisers. That's the answer. Once again, I want to put into perspective why this pisses me off every single time. If this was real history, this first battle, this first engagement that we come up to, would have been like tied for the largest naval engagement of the entire World War, just casually right at the beginning. The naval engagements in Hearts of Iron are just incredibly I would say over dramatic is the right word. Every engagement is like a binary, you win or you lose. There's almost no scuffles that you get into. There's never a scrape that like you kind of like punch them and then they get away. And then every single ship gets involved, and that's how you lose 17 destroyers in literally just a single engagement. 18. It's still going up. We're gonna lose our whole navy in one battle. And it's just the first battle of the war. Apparently, this is a 127 ship battle. How the hell are 250 ships fighting each other right now off the coast of Iberia? 240. The Battle of Midway only had like 40 ships involved. Yeah, this is a 240 ship battle that I didn't even do on purpose. It just happened on accident. So we're gonna be soundly defeated here. I'm just trying to buy time before more English troops show up. They've already got 6 divisions in here. And I think we're starting to stall. Classic. Classic, starting to stall. Can you send bombers out to it? Sure, yeah, if I had any. Let me just pull those out of my ass real quick. Were they old ships? Your mom is an old ship. All right, well, we're locked in here, huh? We kind of locked in here. We couldn't finish them off, and now we're dead. Where we're gonna be. Oh dear God. 28 destroyers and 2 light cruisers gone in a flash. Incredible. In just one casual patrol battle, and they lose 12 combined destroyers. Their light cruisers are much better. The Royal Navy in real life wishes it was ever this effective. Let's see. I'm curious. Okay. The Royal Navy lost 132 destroyers during all of World War II. So we just lost in one battle 25% of what the Royal Navy lost in the entirety of World War II. In a single battle. That's crazy. Alright, anyway, Ripperonis. Guess what? You know what usually happens? If you have a slower fleet and you lose the first engagement, they can chase you down and kill the rest of you. It's kind of wild how destroyers were the best ships in World War II next to carriers as far as being able to survive and destroy ships, but in Hearts of Iron, they are complete ass. In Hearts of Iron, destroyers are like the overshield that cruisers wear. They wear destroyers like a Kevlar vest over their chest, and it's a get down Mr. President situation. They like track down every single incoming torpedo and large millimeter cannon shot and just jump in front and just da 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 da. Whereas in World War II, destroyers were like zigzagging around all incoming fire, launching torpedo volleys, and then somehow getting away. I thought screen torpedoes were still bugged. I think they are. I'm pretty sure they are. All right. We're just gonna pull back. How's air superiority? Still good, because I don't think they have an airfield. They have one airfield in Lisbon.
Pronto.
I'm thinking we're gonna need to pull more troops over here.
Sì, signore. Pronto. Sì, signore.
I don't think Austria is gonna be doing anything crazy.
Formazione.
I'd be really shocked if Yugoslavia did anything crazy.
Pronto.
And ditto for
Pronto, signore.
Greece.
Pronto, signore.
As long as they're not communists, they're democratic.
Pronto, signore. Formazione.
So I'm gonna get another army group.
Pronto.
Let's get General Giovanni to move
Formazione.
over. We need some better generals over here. Give him infantry attack.
Pronto.
And then start moving Everybody over to that front.
Formazione.
And then this dude. We'll give you the Mountaineer dude. Yeah, I'm gonna bring another like 20 divisions over.
Pronto. Pronto. Pronto, signore.
Why are they not getting any plan prep? Maybe we need to make a new plan.
Formazione.
Have that get started. All right, they've really consolidated and now they're getting entrenched, which is highly unfortunate. What you got, Admiral? He learned a lot from losing all of those destroyers, I guess. I would say let's go naval AA attack. Okay, you're gonna go convoy escort, but only here. Submarines, you guys are probably all gonna get picked off one by one, but if you want to cause them some grief, I think just let it be the way that it is. Planes are fine. We need to get a spy. This finished. We infiltrated the French administration. I was gonna goof around with that, but now it don't matter. Costanzo, start building an intel network in Lisbon, and I'm gonna double up and get our other agent Passero in there. That'll help lower their total entrenchment behind enemy lines.
Pronto. Pronto, signore.
It's time to expand the boundaries of our faction. Oh yeah, I forgot we were doing this. I don't know how this is going to impact the current war. We will reach out to Latin American nations and convince them of the importance of forming a strong alliance against the many threats that surround us all. Bolivia, Colombia, Ecuador, and more get plus 75 opinion of the Papal State and get invited to an alliance. Well. Remember when I said there were some really good perks for automatically building a bunch of forts? Yeah, I'm gonna say now's a good time to maybe lean into that a little bit. That was over here. Improve one of these. This one. The maritime, military maritime something. Support artillery research bonus. 2 coastal forts in every owned province with a naval base. That's pretty cool.
Formazione.
Rip sub. Rip 2 subs. Dude, I can't believe this is an open front here. And they're going to start doing naval invasions. But I don't know where they're going to start doing naval invasions.
Pronto, signore.
Or when. I don't think they're going to be doing them yet. So I'm actually going to spend this time training my Coast Guard up to level 3. And we are recruiting another 36 Colonial Guard divisions because I think we're going to get backdoored over here, and then it's going to be real difficult.
Formazione.
I don't know how Portugal consolidated so well. We got an ace. Max airspeed, air attack, agility up. You can invite to faction. Bolivia? Wait, did we not already invite? Wait, what? Brazil joined Confederate European nations. Did you? Brazil? Did you? Why? Huh? Why did you join the Confederate European nations? You dumb. I don't want to invite Bolivia to a faction because they're just going to drag us into a war with Brazil.
Sì, signore.
Hopefully these guys don't get intercepted. Colombia accepts our offer. They are humbled. Colombia joins. Republic of Trinidad and Tobago reject our offer. Rudely. Panama accepts our offer. Today shines a bright light on the South American and Papal State. Uruguay accepts. Ecuador accepts. Cooperative Republic of Guyana rejects. So rude. Paraguay accepts. Bolivia... Uh-oh. I was unaware of the situation at hand here. Okay, so I also just noticed that Colombia and Ecuador are at war with the entire Hispanic alliance. Maybe we should have done a little research, done a little vetting process on who we were inviting to our alliance. We've got like the weakest South American nations. And now we have to fight the strongest South American nation. So rip to all my South American homies, I think. Whoops. You know what, chat? The time for trying to annex Yugoslavia is over. I can't afford to wait to try to annex them right now. I think we have to send them an ultimatum. This will pressure Yugoslavia to become a puppet of the Papal State or to join the Catholic Dominion. They can still refuse. We need help. Clearly, we need help.
Pronto. Pronto, signore.
Colombia has capitulated. Huh. Who let that happen? Ecuador wants help against Brazil. The German Empire. Hold up. Oh, right, because if you're at war with Brazil... Yeah, no, I'm not gonna... No. Yeah, I don't... No. No, we're not gonna go to war with Germany. I decline that one. I decline that one. We're sort of allies, but also sort of not. All right, now Ecuador, on the other hand... I could say yes to Dominican Republic, Peru, Mexican junta. Wait, Mexico? Yeah, they're in a different alliance. I mean, Ecuador, you are super dead. I'm gonna say no, bro. I'm gonna say just give up.
Formazione.
Okay, just throw in the towel, lads. We got a lot on our plate over here, all right?
Sì, signore.
All right, reinforcements have arrived. Rip 3 convoys. Good luck with
Pronto, signore.
all that. How long until you get here? 9 days before the general arrives? I don't know if I want to wait that long, bro. But we don't have a good plan here, man. Execution risky. Chat, I think I might be screwed here, to be honest with you. This is not going to plan at all. At all. Not even a little. Germany announces the anti-Soviet pact. Any country in the alliance is committed to fighting a war against the SSSR. Listen, buddy, we got other communist problems right now, okay? Besides them. We did sink 4? Hold up. We sunk 4 British subs out of 39? They got so many. Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. Oh, Panama wants to help? You're in. Yo, you're in, buddy. You got this. Chat, I think we chose the wrong path. And the funniest part is, it's all I did was invite them to an alliance, and this is what happened. I was actually playing fairly passively. Like, we didn't go to war with anybody crazy. You know what I mean? We just said, hey, Iberia, you guys want to join an alliance? And Maximus Portugal was like, and I took that personally. Time to die, stupid Italy. With your stupid Pope hat. I'm bringing Britain into this. And I'm going to start a whole thing.
Formazione.
This is like in Crusader Kings when you accidentally torture someone. I don't think you understand anything actually reading that, if that's your association. How is that even remotely close to what I just said? That's in a different universe, bro. Are you equating inviting someone to an alliance to torturing someone in Crusader Kings? Those are somehow like apples to apples. What? I'm not sure we know. I'm not sure we're on the same page here. All right, I'm gonna give my like little baby light tank divisions. We got maintenance NGs. They need logistics companies for sure. They have no recon. We can give them armored recon to have even more power. That'll be a little more soft attack, a little more defense, a little more piercing. And then they don't even have support arty. Yeah, that's another like 20 soft attack. Their ore goes down to 37 though, which is pretty tragic. We'll have enough trucks. We have enough everything except for... How many trucks do we have? 3,000 in storage? That would take 400. I want to get their ore at under 40 is pretty bad. So we can get 40 org, 140 soft attack, because he's at about 10 each. Lots more defense. We have plenty of light tanks. Plenty of support equipment. That'll use 400 trucks. I'm worried about the infantry equipment, but yeah, that'll really bulk them up. And really, I want to see what they're at now. I think they were at 90. I say lock it in. The Alto Dente. I'm going to give the Alto Dente some anti-tank. There we go. Italian Yugoslavia submits. Following a cabinet session that stretched out into the morning hours, Peter II has formally accepted our demands. Our ambassador to Italian Yugoslavia will ensure that the Yugoslavian government closely coordinates with us on any issues of foreign or domestic policy. They become a puppet of the Papal State. Join the Catholic Dominion. Okay. So we have taken a lot of their land already, but they still have 350k deployed manpower. You know, we have 2.5 million total manpower, but who's counting? We got 1.3 mil in the field. All right. Well, no need for this anymore. Now we have to control the borders with everybody else.
Pronto, signore.
We have Bulgaria, Romania, Hungary, and Austria.
Si, signore.
It's kind of a whole thing now. Because we're going to need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We need 9 divisions. Where are you gonna get all these divisions? Where indeed?
Pronto.
And then we only have 3 on the border with Greece.
Pronto,
I'm gonna have to take some off the border with
Pronto.
France. That guy, I guess. Okay, because we have to do a border with Bulgaria. Dude, the borders just got a little bit larger. A little bit larger.
Si, signore. Si, signore.
Hungary's not even in a faction. What would you say to joining my faction? They need world tension at 80%. And they're democratic, so probably not. But maybe. But probably not. Bulgaria's already in a faction. What about Romania? They just don't like us. Different ideology and the war. That makes sense.
Si, signore.
All right, let's wait for our tank divisions to get reinforced. Austria-Hungary reformed. Oh dear. The Danubian successor states of the Austro-Hungarian Empire have undergone a wave of pro-imperial sentiment, and under the leadership of the German Empire, have now elected to unify their respective countries into Austria-Hungary. The new Austro-Hungarian government immediately took steps to sign a formal alliance with the German Empire, openly giving their support to German anti-British and anti-French foreign policy. That's a big Austria-Hungary. Yep, and they're in the alliance. Well. Yeah, so here's the deal. Now everything that I just did is sort of busted.
Pronto, signore. Si, signore.
Yeah, it's kind of busted.
Formazione. Formazione. Si, signore.
Si, signore. Si, signore.
Formazione.
Formazione. So we just don't have a border with Romania. Chad, I understand some of you who don't know how to play Hearts of Iron heard that last bit of flavor text and thought somehow we might be able to bend Germany to our will, but unfortunately, those are mechanics that don't exist. And they will do whatever they do. If you're in an alliance and they're in an alliance, then you're strangers in a strange land.
Pronto.
There is not really any political maneuvering. There's the naval invasion sound. Oh, that's not me, though. That's Uruguay. Uruguay is getting naval. We are anticipating a Western Mediterranean naval invasion, though.
Pronto, signore.
What does that mean? Whose area? Why is our area and their area like the exact same color? So unfortunately for us, we don't have enough troops for this. Well, actually, we might have just enough to just guard the ports only. Did Ital just go to war with Austria? I was about to make fun of you. Why the hell am I at war with Austria? What notification did I just click on? What even happened? You hit accept on Panama. I thought they were asking to join my war. I thought they were like, hey, can we come help you? Yeah. Here, you have two choices. You either pray to the end task gods or you admit defeat based on one button click. The entire war was a clerical error. Jesus, man. They gotta make those clearer, dude. They're like identical notifications, whichever way it goes. It might have already saved. I don't know. We'll find out. Totally winnable. Let's find out. Wait, what? Uh-oh. They know. I think it's Jover, chat, but I'll double check. Let me see if it needs to like update the cloud or something. It might be bricked. I can't believe that that's just because I misclicked. I mean, when I say misclick, I clicked it on purpose, right? So I didn't like misclick in the traditional sense. But I misclicked in the, Okay, so we got this from 7 days ago. That might be the one. Okay, we're still very much at war with the UK. So it's pretty close. This is before Austria-Hungary, right? Because that was the last thing that happened. Yeah, I gotta get Yugoslavia back. All right, look, I gotta clear my brain for a second to prepare for this potential slog. So let me go take a very quick bathroom break. One moment, please. Okay. Are you hearing two songs at once? My bad. Okay. Let's try this again. Oh, you weren't hearing two at once. I don't know where we were on this. Just gonna pick somewhere. We were at the point where I started skipping a couple songs. Wherever that was. This is such a pain in the ass. You know what I mean?
Pronto.
Like, it really is.
Sì, signore.
I may as well just wait to reorganize all this. We're never going to be able to crack this egg here. Now that they've been reinforced. We're 130,000 casualties in the hole because we were being very aggressive. We've inflicted 170k back, but that's going to be a drop in the bucket for Britain. This is about the time where we consider service by requirement once we hit like 250k left over, right? We don't really have great supplies. I do have 1k armored cars. Oh yeah, I had upgraded this. That's what it was. With a logistics company. We could use the armored cars as a support company instead of... I was thinking about adding like line armored cars here. But each line of those would take a lot. That would take a lot. What was the plan after beating Portugal? Not be in the World War, and yeah, bring South America into the fold, and then they have their own stuff going on. So effectively, they got involved in things before we could possibly intervene. Now, granted, South America had a DLC more recently than did Italy. So the Italian focus tree for integrating South America was sort of created before South America had a slew of different messes they could get themselves into, right? So they might just be incompatible now in that way. Yeah, you're not allowed to play. You have to wait for me to invite you. Then you can play. This actually adds like 13 breakthrough just for a light armored car. And then it has twice as much recon as a regular armored car. It has the most, actually. I didn't realize light armored car recon has the most recon points. That's very interesting. Otherwise, it's pretty comparable. Yeah, let's do light armored in that case to get the maximum recon bonus. And then I was going to give them support arty for the tanks. And then I was thinking about adding another motorized and another horse to get the org back up. 20 combat width is not my ideal, but I can't really afford to do ideal combat width right now. Let's replace the Cav recon. I wonder how many armored cars do we need? Oh, we'd have negative 600 armored cars. Fantastic. What about armored recon? We would actually have enough tanks, but only barely. And then trucks, we would use 1,500 trucks. So motorized is more reconnaissance, more defense, more breakthrough, but it takes more fuel, and we'd be down to like almost negative trucks. Ditto for anti-tank. Gotta figure out a way to make more. Okay, so I guess we gotta stick with Cav. I haven't even researched field hospitals yet. And then I think I updated the Mountaineers and gave them support anti-tank. Our Mountaineers are the only ones who can fight off enemy tanks, apparently. Do we have Cav? Tell me we don't have basic Cav regiments over here. We do, we have 2. How embarrassing. Okay. Anyway, maybe we should get a land doctrine since it's 50% off. Even when a battle cannot be won, it could be advantageous to slow progress of attackers. Plus 15 orc. I should have got this before we tried to push into Portugal. Why did I not get this? It's 15 organization, bro. For all infantry, motorized and mechanized. Why? That's so much. And then elastic defense is also a really nice tactic. Reinforce rate up. Armored cars have more org, tanks have more org, tanks have more max speed. And then we needed to send the ultimatum. I think we already sent the ultimatum in this timeline. Okay, Italian Yugoslavia submits. We can get some naval doctrine, which might have helped some of our destroyers survive. Why do I always forget this? Destroyer organization up. A little too late for that, isn't it? Air doctrine. Let's go for... I feel like I always pick battlefield support. I don't think it's... Like, the stuff on the right is okay. It kind of it feels like it focuses more on ace generation. Though I guess this does too. Like, this is interception detection, which I almost never do. Ace generation, ground support plus 10%. This one has ground support plus 20%. Fighter detection up. Air superiority plus 15. I don't know. We do have some tactical bombers for whatever that's worth. And then strategic destruction seems more focused on, like, heavy-duty bombing. Which I don't really do. I'm going to try operational integrity and see if it's any good. Interception is just really focused on interception missions, I feel like. And then ground support. Alright, whatever. There you go.
Si, signore.
Oh yeah, I need to fix the Yugoslav border again.
Pronto.
Again.
Si, signore.
Wait, no, they haven't done the thing yet. We may as well just wait until Austria-Hungary exists. No cipher is being decrypted. I guess start decrypting Portugal. And then while you're doing that, get decryption power up. Missing equipment production. What equipment production do you think we're missing? Tactical bombers. Shut up. Modify the officer corps. Let's get... I mean, entrenchment speed and engineers are good. I think we're gonna want, like, motorization if army XP is difficult, because we can just design our tank units, but that doesn't really give me a battlefield advantage. I also like quick improvisation, because I like the planning speed bonus. Railway gun bombardment plus 20% is good if you're actually making railway guns, which we're not. Army XP gain is okay. Yeah, I'm gonna try quick improv. Okay, there's Austria-Hungary.
Formazione.
So then we just get one big one there.
Formazione. Si, signore.
Friendly fire tragedy averted. Field Marshal Italo Balbo came under friendly fire from anti-air batteries after a misidentification over the skies of Libya. What were you doing over Libya? Managing to contact the ground troops and stay clear from the barrage, Balbo persuaded the anti-aircraft crew to stop firing and landed his airplane. The Field Marshal has been hailed for his bravery in staying calm in a hot situation. Italo Balbo gains charismatic plus 10% division recovery rate.
Pronto.
Pronto. Sick. Okay.
Formazione.
Seems good. All right, how long is it going to take to get the unit upgrades to these tanks to the front line? Rip my submarines. Okay. They want to help in our... I'm just going to decline all these. Yeah, this is the one that I accepted, I'm pretty sure. that almost ruined the entire campaign. That one almost put us under.
Pronto, signore.
This is around, yeah, when that notification popped up, chat was like, did you go to war with Austria-Hungary? Rip our new ally, Panama.
Pronto.
All right, they are getting reinforced. We need these Colonial Guard yesterday. We could just go ahead and put them out and have them do training in different areas.
Pronto, signore.
That's possible too. Because I was originally going to change the area defense here. Because I'm really worried about naval invasions. I think naval invasions are going to, like, be the ultimate death of us. Probably. I can't defend you guys down here. That's going to be on you. Actually, that's Maximal's Portugal. They're the enemy.
Formazione.
Oh, these guys are all repairing. Where are you? Why are you repairing there, bro? Why do they always choose the worst ports to repair in, by the way? Like the tiniest, littlest ports. They're like, I could go get here where there's 10. No, I'm gonna go where there's 5. I wish there was a setting where you could prioritize, like, never dock anywhere that has lower than an 8 naval base. Hopefully, all of our convoys don't get intercepted because we have nobody guarding them out here. They're just free floating.
Formazione.
Okay, should I try and make a push, or is it a fool's errand? If we have a chance to make, well, I want to get the rest of these reinforcements. What's up, Mary Skipper? How's it going? Pope? Pope. The Pope. Graphene, I don't know what that means, dude. I don't think you know what I mean. Would be my guess.
Pronto.
Is anything happening this campaign? Giulietta, I would say yes. Being at war with Great Britain and Maximalist Portugal and potentially all of South America would quantify as something. Sassy. I'm pretty sure being at war with Communist Britain after getting dragged in by Maximalist Portugal when they declared an offensive war against me is something. Pretty sure. Could be wrong.
Si, signore.
All right, they're at 90% fighting strength. The general's here. We could wait until we actually crack their code.
Pronto.
We have a dangerous naval invasion coming into the Mediterranean. I'm assuming they mean here.
Formazione.
I'm gonna tell them to stop exercising and start getting entrenched. We're building a bunch of forts. Gibraltar? Murder? Espionage? Logistics? These words and more are featured in Hearts of Iron 4. Advanced oil processing. All right, we've actually been pretty forward-thinking with oil, and we actually have a net gain of oil right now, so I like that. Now, we're quite far behind on all of our military things. We were just doing a bunch of industry. So now we're going to catch back up on all the infantry buffs. Okay, I wonder if it's worth trying to do some manual pushes here. They just have, like, Doomstack divisions. I don't really see anywhere that is super weak, shall we say. Like, I'm not going to be able to crack 6 army groups in a hill.
Sì, signore. Pronto, signore.
At least I don't think.
Pronto. Formazione. Formazione. Pronto.
If I take all the armor,
Avanzate.
let them start.
Formazione. Avanzate.
Reinforce with various soldiers. Nah, we ain't even gonna get close. We're kind of stuck here, bro. We still have air superiority. They are putting some fighters up. Though, I think my 2 best fighter groups are in northwestern Iberia. Our fighters lost 4. Enemy fighters lost 108. That's pretty good, I think. We also have 100% mission efficiency, but only 9% detection. But we can't build radar here for whatever reason. I don't know why. So, good job. The new fighters doing their thing. I just can't really seem to do anything else. The only way to crack this open is probably with some bombing, if they've got any infrastructure and forts, which we don't really... I guess I might be able to do that. Hold on. I have some old TAC bombers that we could try doing strategic bombing. They're very old, though. So that can at least, like, bombard their positions. We also have spies here to try and reduce their entrenchment. The only other things I could have are naval bombardment on the shores and rail bombardment. We actually don't have a good infantry expert. That's not helping. Otherwise, it's pretty much at a standstill. Unless we just want to throw bodies in the meat grinder. We can also try decrypting, which I'm working on. We'll have their cipher in 120 days, and I'm working on... I can become the spy master also to get some more spies available. Okay, we need to work on the dockyard situation. I was going to try upgrading my navy. The old ships in the navy. Maybe I should continue with that. Submarine guy. Why does destroyer leader, the hunter killer, I guess, is hunting submarines? We probably want torpedo hit chance up for the subs. Are you guys still repairing? Some of them are. A lot of them are. So we have... How many early cruisers do we have? 4, 9, 12. Chat, are early cruisers coastal defense ships or something else? Do you guys know? Retrograde Motion, thank you for the 84 months a bit ago. Appreciate the sub. Sorry I missed it. It's been a difficult day. We've only advanced like a year in game and we're locked in war. Let's see what one of these early cruisers looks like. They look similar and have the same resource requirements. I think you're right. I guess I'm just gonna give it a try. So for light cruisers, I would want like light cruiser battery 3, 6 light attack, 8 piercing, anti-air 3, fire control systems 2, don't have good radar, cruiser engines 2, we have dual purpose secondary batteries if we want to get real fancy. I would say let's just keep it a little cheaper and do just secondary battery 2. I don't know if putting armor on this thing is going to be good. I'm going to say no armor. How much armor do they have by default? We'll come back and check. Anti-air 3, because I feel like it's just going to... The 10% production cost is where it's going to bite us. Another secondary. I like the improved float plane catapult for the surface detection and sub detection. And then screw torpedoes. Do another light battery and just shred their destroyers. Coastal. The coastal upgrade, coastal, just something that lets me know that these have been upgraded. Coastal. Something. I already have cannoli, unfortunately. Who am I at war with? It's kind of a long story, but suffice it to say, Portugal and Britain. Unfortunately. Unwillingly, even. The coastal pinata. Okay, sure. You hit them with a stick and then they explode. Do these guys have armor? Okay, they have armor tier 1. 70mm belt. So let's just keep them at that. It's not worth adding 5% HP. Alright, so what that lets me do now that I have a variant for them is I can take my tier 1 light cruisers. There is no existing refit. Yeah, so it doesn't work. At least not for that. Coastal, different type of shit. No shit, Sherlock. I just found that out. Did you not hear the part where I said, hey, chat, does anybody know if this is the same ship or different? And you didn't say anything, and nobody else did anything. But now that we all know that, you wrote it in chat after the fact. Like, I know now. I just figured it out. That's why I did that. The problem is, there is no early cruiser hull. There it is. You have to go outdated. Okay, I'm stupid. Well, luckily we have 170 Navy XP. Okay, let's do another anti-air. Can we just name that the same thing? The early... We're gonna go meat sauce. Early meat sauce, not meatballs, meat sauce. Okay, now let's give this a try. Boop, boop, boop. Not you. There it is. All cruisers. Peel them off. This is a different cruiser. This one has a little bit more something something already. Okay, we're not getting to upgrade as many of these as I want, because some of them are like tier 2 already, but I'm trying to see if I like the idea of upgrading the oldest ones. All right, now they're coming in to get fixed. They should be kind of entering the lineup. They'll be done by July. Brazil has capitulated to Bolivia. Okay. All good. We all good. Now what? Now what indeed? I'll tell you now what. They are going to want this, and we cannot let them have it. Why is nobody there?
Pronto, signore.
Maybe we don't have enough people. That could be a reason. I could just go ahead and spit them out now. I feel like they're going to take here, and then I'm going to be screwed. Maybe a good time for war bonds, actually. That consumer goods factories factor minus 20% could be helpful now. Where did all my factories go? Oh yeah, they're researching spy stuff, I think. War bonds should free up a few factories for us. And we have 100% stability and 100% war support. But yeah, we're just kind of hemorrhaging submarines, and they are continuing to amass and dig in on the borders. My question is, are the attack bombers kind of doing anything? Let's see. They're old, so probably not. A little bit of railway damage over here, railway damage over here. So they're doing something. I don't know if it matters. But yeah, I feel like this is where they're going to strike. They want a base of operations that they can launch all the other naval invasions. At which point we probably start to lose. Dispersed Industry 4 is a nice ad right now. 10% better factory output, more room for factories, safer against bombing. We're going to go ahead and go all in on infantry equipment and try to strengthen up the boots that we do have. Battle line shipbuilders, don't really care. Officer Corps, don't really care right now. And manpower is going to be a problem as well. Though I don't want to raise my conscription until I'm prepared to tank that factory output debuff and the construction speed debuff. Production efficiency cap up 10%. Okay. The industry perks are starting to arrive. And since we're trying to buff infantry, we are quite behind on our support companies. So we got a nice research bonus for recons. We'll do that. Italy has an extensive coast and isolated island ports vulnerable to invasion. By reforming our Milizia Costiera and investing in our coastal defenses, we can ensure any invaders pay a heavy price. So support Arty, research buff. 2 coastal forts in every naval base automatically. 24 locations just got straight up. It has to be owned by us, so it won't go to Spain. But yeah, boom. That's honestly one of the best 70-day focuses I think Italy has, because it's just, I was going to do that anyways. So going straight to a 2 out of 10 coastal fort there is huge for just a single national focus. And then if we wanted to go even further, I think there is a overseas naval bases. So we get a coastal fort and a naval base in like 5 different locations. Might be useful. Though I don't think it's as good as the other one. This is probably where we want to start pumping some points into the army. Such as new army leaders available, new generals, military high command. Those could be good. This one's a 35-day that modifies a national spirit with bonus division org loss when moving buff. Land doctrines are cheaper. Yeah, I think we need to start buffing the army. Rip Uruguay, our new allies. The British Communist Alternative. They've made their own alliance. All right, 10% construction and factory repair speed becomes probably just more support companies. In my opinion, let's get Ingies. Engineer Company entrenchment. They attack forts better. The British Communist Alternative. The Union of Britain has announced a new communist alternative to the Comintern, where, in the words of Rajani Palmdut, I have no idea how to say their name, all socialist states who desire independence from Moscow may join us in defending the rights of the worker worldwide. Whether this new socialist faction will be able to stand firm against Moscow remains to be seen. Chat, I need some more allies. Do we need to call Yugoslavia into war? Have they already joined? They already do. Okay, cool. Which reminds me, are there any more dudes that we can kind of, you know, influence, as it were? These do help. Did Ethiopia get developed? Yeah, but the rest of the places didn't. This one might be good because recruitable population, not yet, but soon. This is for the super heavy tank chassis. The Holy Lands. I feel like Palestine, they're just going to join the communists. Reduced cost for puppet country action and peace conferences. There's a lot here. I don't know how much of it helps me right now. Weekly manpower plus 500 is probably not as much as you think. I think I want to start taking some of these 35-day ones. Set the rule, can create factions. Well, I kind of did, but yeah. 2 dockyards, reduce ahead of time penalty for super heavy tanks. Reduce ahead of time penalty by 2 years for heavy aircraft. 1 research bonus for super heavy battleship. Can send volunteers. That doesn't really help. Division speed. I don't need any more wars. I don't know. These seem kind of meh right now. Maybe I just do what I was already gonna do. Does Italy first do anything? Besides war with the UK. We could befriend Greece or Turkey. I wanted to go to war, but I would go with Italy second. If you promote your ideology or pressure the Greek government, does that pressure them to be to puppet them or to annex? Yeah, I don't know, dude. Expand the Royal Guard. What does that do? 3 units for you? Then paramilitary training? Meh. Alright, yeah, I'm just gonna do what I was originally doing. While my submarines continuously get eroded here. Where are they? Wait, are they leaving? Naval invasion in Porto. Oh, dear God. We're in danger. Chat, they're kind of like moving. Are they at war with somebody? They're whatever. You move, you lose, dude. I'm sending it. They like freed up some space. What the hell? The front lines were like 6 units on every front, and now suddenly maybe they're using those units to plan naval invasions, and so they're taking them off the front. But in doing so, they're letting me make a push.
Continuate l'attacco.
Give them no quarter!
Vi respingiamo, signore.
Oh yeah.
Sì, signore.
You guys are gonna get overrun now. I got like 3 tank divisions down here, boys. Oh, you screwed up.
Pronto, signore.
Oh, you guys definitely screwed up.
Formazione.
Oh my God, these guys, 6 divisions encircled, 6 from Portugal.
Pronto, signore.
Oh yeah. All right, and then I like our decryption power where it is. I'm gonna leave that alone. Let them go back to building stuff. Get a new operative. Let's get another seducer. Grandma seducer. Was this conventionally attractive in 1941, chat? Is this a seducer? Have they seduced you just by looking at the image? The other thing is we do have 75% intel network there, which means that they should have highly reduced entrenchment as a result of the spies. So these guys are completely dead. That's 6 divisions that we just eat for breakfast.
Formazione. Formazione.
And then we just need to keep the pressure up. I'm taking Portimao. I don't know how to say that, but there you go.
Pronto, signore. Avanzate.
I don't think we want to abandon this tile completely. And now these guys are encircled. That's another 3, 4, 7, 8 divisions encircled. That I think Britain just abandoned Portugal. They just left Portugal.
This is who you really are, Portugal. You're nothing without Britain. Remember this.
So these 6 divisions are about to get popped. So let's see what the difference is, right? We have inflicted 165,000 casualties on Portugal so far and taken 158, okay? 158, 165. Let's see what that becomes after pop. We just got 2 that have been overrun. They're doing last stand out of desperation now. And we're pushing toward Lisbon. Last stand will keep them alive for a little bit longer.
Pronto, signore. Avanzate.
All right, I think some British troops are coming back. I'm hoping that it's too late at this point. Let me make sure I'm not getting naval invaded yet. That time will come soon enough. Okay, these guys are totally secluded as well. Ace pilot promoted. The call sign Gino. So when you get an ace pilot, I usually don't read those because they're sort of like repeats. But effectively a ace will just kind of join the wing and they get like small perks like 3% max airspeed, 3% air attack, 5% agility. Stuff like that, and they can get shot down, unfortunately. But while they're there, they're just a nice little buff. How are supplies? Supplies in Spain are fine. They have a lot. They have a lot of supply hubs. And I've been using trucks to feed the front. Okay, and now I'm starting to see the helmets pop here. Once their last stand wears out. I'm sorry, what is this? Oh, I think we lost a submarine and some of the Spanish fleet was sunk. Is it better to assign air wings to armies or micro them yourself? That wholly depends. I prefer assigning the micro myself, but it really depends on... in my opinion, it's always better to do it yourself. However, it depends on the size of the war front. So in Spain, we're only fighting over 2 airspaces, right? So it's very little micro. I can set and forget for the most part, unless they manifest 1,000 planes out of nowhere. If you're rolling across the Eastern Front, pushing further and further into Soviet territory, and the front line is massive, then it might be better to assign them to an army. If you're fighting over 1 or 2 little areas, then always micro. Because I really think that assigning them to armies is usually worse and going to result in more casualties and more confusion as to like, where's my air support? Whereas when I do it myself, I always know where it is.
Si, signore. Pronto, signore.
All right, good encirclements. Good pressure. They're starting to run out of supplies. We've been doing bombing. They only got 2 divisions in this little encirclement. We have committed way too many people here. And dead. Sick. All right, move out, boys. We are on the border of Lisbon.
Formazione.
Next step is get a flank.
Formazione. Sì, signore.
12 divisions of Colonial Guard. Do we need you guys right now or what? Also, a bunch of my ships have repaired and are going back to convoy escort. We don't have enough steel. I think if there was ever a time to trade with Spain, it's now. We get 80 steel because they're our puppet. Support equipment manufacturer. This is a weird one. Defense 2, who cares? Portugal is definitely at death's door, and then the long march against naval invasions begins.
Pronto.
All right, lots of convoys moving in. I also want to set, I just learned you can do this recently. I've learned this 4 times. If I think Britain owns these waters and I don't want my convoys to go through them, you can go to, like, click on it. It'll open the coast or whatever the ocean is here. And you can go, our access level, fleets and trade routes will try to avoid this unless there's no other route. And you can also block it entirely so your convoys never go into enemy territory, enemy waters. So I'm going to set all of these to avoid right now. Now the key is not forgetting that you did that. The key is not like why don't my guys go there, and then 10 hours later you remember, oh yeah, I told them to avoid. I just remembered. But that's a good way to stop your convoys from going out there and just getting sunk by superior firepower. Also, we are pushing in on Claude Auchinleck. We have air superiority. They have an intel advantage. I don't know how they always get intel advantage. Like, I literally have spies. I don't know what else to do. We're getting shore bombarded, but we have multiple directions. And we don't need strategic bombing anymore. Just close air support. Well, we were pushing in here. What's up, Anxious Anthony? How goes the papal shenanigans? Bad, kind of. It's complicated. I'll explain after we get Portugal capitulated, because there's a lot of people that seem confused in chat. I'll give you guys the brief recap once we figure out. I just have to take this port because they keep feeding it. 14 British divisions poured in here. Somehow. And like, I have their back to the wall and I don't want to give them any space. I see that there are supplies are an issue here. I'm assuming there's either a bottleneck or we just need more trucks. Advanced rubber. All right, that's good for our planes. 16 extra now. I'm trying to pick any research that buffs our infantry at the moment, and right now that's mostly support companies. Let's actually get, yeah, let's get maintenance too. Maintenance companies, because for our tank divisions. The papal shenanigans are kept in a special reliquary in the Vatican. Hey, we took another spot. And that's going to give us a flank on this 8 doom stack of Portugal. Which should let us crack open Santiago. Is this Santiago? Santarem. Whatever. Same thing. Okay, why are we not, like, trying to push in here is what I want to know.
Continuate ad avanzare. Formazione. Forza, forza.
That seems like the spot you want.
Fuoco nemico.
Another ace pilot promoted in the Cannoli Charger Mark I with immense skill.
Continuate l'attacco. Pronto, signore.
Oh yeah, now we're in business.
Pronto. Pronto.
Okay, they may have reinforced. Dude, trying to get these guys out of this one little sliver. There are, how many? 54 divisions in this tiny little sliver. I think the AI general will handle this better than me, but we are hemorrhaging troops and equipment. But that's what it's there for. We're down like 200. Chat, when this says minus 200, is that in the last day? That's per day, 200 per day. Okay, I don't know why I didn't know that. So you can actually math out how long your supply lines will last. But again, we can't let them get entrenched. There are 20 divisions just in this one tile. That's insane to me. And of course they're getting shore bombardment support, because why wouldn't they be? Coordinating a large army is not an easy undertaking. We should create a structure for a supreme command to guide and support the forces in the field. So we get a national spirit modification for more, 5% more org, less org loss when moving, land doctrines cheaper, which I'm about to do right now because we just got an influx of army XP. And their navies are in the area. Uh-oh. So to get this, we need army leaders, which is a 70-day. A 70-day, man. What do? It does give us some new generals, leader XP gain up, division speed up. It has other bonuses too. Okay, I just said, don't forget, I'm gonna do the land doctrine. That's what I just said I'm gonna do. So here are my two choices, mobile infantry and blitzkrieg. Mobile infantry is motorized armored cars, mechanized. I'll get like a speed buff and recovery rate. Infantry org, tank org over here, tank org. Armored car recovery rate. Okay, so these are similar. This one's more tank focused. I don't think we're going to be super tank focused. Let's do mobile infantry. Because I want to do the armored car groups anyway. So that didn't really help us too much right now. Also, I see lots of red here. I don't like this red. Lots of losing battles. But if I stop, they will get their organization back. So we just have to send more bodies for the Pope. The Pope demands a sacrifice. Okay? Now, I'm still on a mission to refit all of my old Navy ships. So to do that, actually, this one might be, it might be cheaper just to take an existing one. like the Zara. Or it might be the exact same. Okay, so give them, they have what? Tier 1 components? Which is like 6 heavy attack versus 10. 29 piercing. Anti-air goes up from 2.5 to 4.5. Fire control goes up to fire control 2 for better 15% anti-air. We have sonar to detect subs. Cruiser engine 2 stays. We'll do secondary battery 2. They've already got cruiser armor 2. Another heavy cruiser battery 3. Improved float planes. Tier 3 anti-air. Call it a day. This is going to be the Super Zara Mark 1. Okay. And we're going to upgrade with CRDA. Ding, ding, ding. So we have 2, 5. So there's 5 heavy cruisers that can be upgraded. And then 6, 7. So we have 7 total. Wait, one of these is a coastal defense ship. So we actually can upgrade the coastal defense ship. Was it worth it? No, probably not. But now it's a coastal pinata. Sick. And that'll be everything except the battleships, which I'm contented with. That'll be enough for me. Meanwhile, we have actually encircled 6 divisions between Porto by taking this tile along the coast, which is huge. Unfortunately, however, we are slightly undersupplied here, presumably because we have too many troops in the same area, to which I say, too bad, finish the job, and then we can go home, everyone. Because these guys are dead. All 6 divisions. Yeah, now we just have to take the 2 provinces with 20 plus divisions in them. It's easy. It's not that hard. I want to say they're lacking some supplies because we still do have submarines interrupting their convoys here. You'd be surprised. Their organization is incredibly low. And that's how we win. We just squished the other dudes. Remember when I said the casualties were like 150 something for us, 168k for them? Well, we're at 260,000. We just lost another 100,000 men to try to take Portugal. And they're at 288,000 casualties. So we just inflicted at least another 120,000 casualties on Portugal, and then Britain's at 150k. So they're at, like, you know, 430 combined, and we're at 260 total. Yugoslavia showed up, baby. Italian Yugoslavia's here. Where are they? I guess they're here fighting on the front lines. They're here too, not to be outdone. Is it the best song in the game? Union of Britain has decrypted our ciphers. Shh, bro, I will decrypt your freaking ciphers. Do you understand me? Don't last-ditch effort decrypt my ciphers when I'm about to win. Actually, yes, we can move all planes over to this battlefield because Lisbon is in the north, technically. So we should be getting air support on these pushes. Boom, they're down to 1 tile. Now, if you're at a port, You can actually retreat if you can get out of the port before you get overrun, but sometimes the AI will stand and fight to the last man. And if they choose to stand and fight to the last man, I'm paused right now so we can appreciate this. They have 40 divisions here that we will overrun, which will be an exorbitant amount. They're at 479,000 casualties, under 500K. If we make this push here,
Signore.
and you start to see those helmets pop, and they don't retreat fast enough, what does it become? Let's find out, because they are starting to pop now.
Formazione.
And what I want is every single tank division that we have
Formazione.
to be rolling in at this exact moment to try to get them as fast as possible. Did they all leave? I think they left. Lisbon is ours! All right, let's see what happened. They're at 859,000. That was 400,000 casualties that just insta-popped. We just killed or captured 400,000 men in Lisbon. I like to think they surrendered. That was their Dunkirk situation. I like to think that they just surrendered. Maximalist Portugal is 100% toward capitulation, so they should capitulate imminently. The Lisbon Massacre. Well, GG's. At what cost? Yeah, 265,000 casualties, unfortunately. But
Sì, signore.
we got area defenders. I can't be sure that they won't ever find a way to invade mainland Italy. Now, here's the thing for us, right? Oh my God. Here's the thing for us. We have no more enemies here. Now to naval invade Britain. Hold on. $400,000 prisoners of war. That's one of the biggest encirclements you'll ever get, right? Like 40 divisions. They choose not to retreat. They fight down to last. Okay, pop. See you later. I'm gonna have to redistribute the balance of power here.
Formazione.
This dude has 8 attack. He leveled up to level 4 as an infantry officer. 8 attack, 2, 2, and 2.
Pronto, signore.
This dude's 6. I think that he just got the roll on bold attack every single time. +1 attack, 50% chance on level ups. So I need to leave at least...
Formazione.
Here's what I got. Here's what I got to do. 24 divisions. I cannot understate how terrifying a naval invasion is, because it just means we lose. So I'm gonna take these boys, and they are basically just gonna be like the super Coast Guard. What's so funny about this is way, way, way harder for Britain, because they decolonized. So because they decolonized, they have no holdings in the Mediterranean, right? They could be launching attacks from Egypt and Palestine normally, and have like an African springboard. Not to mention what, Cyprus. So because they can't do that, we're like so much safer in the Mediterranean than we were, because for them to do a naval invasion, they have to go real far around. So So we're actually going to move you over here. I would like to get more defense. Like, the Papal State down here in Ethiopia is surrounded by Sudan, Somalia, a little bit of France.
Sì, signore.
What is... France actually might join Britain. I just thought about that. We need to maintain the border with France because they're communist also. Oh dear. Yeah, no, that's true.
Pronto.
That is
Sì,
true.
signore. Pronto.
Okay, in that case, go to the border with France. That's the more pressing thing. Okay, and then we just need to train more Coast Guard. Oh my god. Chat, the organization here is hurting my brain. Hold on.
Sì, signore. Formazione. Formazione.
Okay.
Pronto.
The new plan then
Pronto, signore.
is to reorganize.
Sì, signore. Sì, signore. Pronto, signore.
You got too many tanks, sir.
Pronto, signore. Formazione.
Okay, new plan. Boom,
Sì, signore.
boom. We're never gonna go to war with Switzerland, right? Certainly not. But maybe.
Formazione. Pronto, signore.
Okay, who wants to be on the border with Bulgaria? This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we need at least 14 divisions left over.
Sì, signore.
That means we have room for 8 divisions. At least on the border with Bulgaria. We got nobody on the border with Romania either. Can you make friends with Bulgaria? No, they're already in the German Axis. The fake Axis.
Formazione.
The technically not the Axis.
Formazione.
The completely different...
Pronto.
Not the Axis, by the way, Axis.
Sì, signore.
Alright, this song is bothering me. There it is. Maximus Portugal capitulated. I like that this is the way this is written. Papa Pio the 12th has announced the cowardly Portuguese nation could no longer withstand the pressure from the overwhelming presence of papal forces throughout the country. The Portuguese chose to flee and go into exile. The papal state is now in control of their home area.
Sì, signore.
Cowardly Portuguese nation. Okay, Paraguay wants me to go to war with Germany. I'm gonna say, nah, fam. That's a big no from me.
Sì, signore.
You guys all have like the same color scheme. I need to micromanage that too. All right, this army is one of my main armies. I want it to be distinct. Pink. I'll know it's you.
Formazione.
You guys get to be a nice sky blue. A beautiful sky blue.
Formazione.
You guys are gonna get to be a nice sharp orange.
Pronto, signore.
You will be a bright red. A bright light red.
Sì, signore.
Okay, this guy's gonna be like dark red, dark.
Formazione.
This dude is gonna be very minty green, minty green.
Formazione.
This dude's gonna be foresty green. Okay, this separates it a little bit. They're all just so darn similar.
Sì, signore. Sì, signore.
Okay, everyone's redistributing. Now, we definitely need more Coast Guard. I'm gonna train 24 more divisions around Rome.
Sì, signore. Formazione.
And the truth of the matter is we need a separate Coast Guard for Spain versus Italy. It's kind of its own thing.
Pronto.
And a separate one for, like, the Papal State down there as well.
Pronto, signore.
This old guard, I don't know, dude. Just give me this default career officer.
Pronto, signore.
Doesn't need to be fancy. Once more, I am asking you to area defend the Iberian Peninsula. Okay. So you guys go ahead and head over there. Everybody's schmoving. But why do I have to be Mr. Pink? Dude, I would be like, yes, I get to be Mr. Pink. Let's go. So really, we just need a surplus of infantry equipment. And we're about to start getting to make the Navy. The Iberian coast is getting combat. We still got the threat of a naval invasion here, but we are deploying most of our coastal forces here. So it's really hard for them to naval invade here. They could naval invade this area since we're not really deploying any of our ships on that side. We actually sunk British subs. See, now this is the kind of time where it actually is maybe worth pivoting into naval bombers, to be honest. With that 1940 airframe. But we never researched torpedoes, did we? So, do you really need to research the torps? We have air-launched torpedoes. I guess they're just basic ones. Enables light torpedo mountings. Okay, so like we could. We could. By the way, I haven't forgotten. I said I would explain to chat what the situation is since people were confused. Let me get this queued up. Engine 3. Naval bomber weapons. Light torpedoes. Hard points allowing a lightweight torp to be mounted under the fuselage, giving the plane a potential weapon to use against enemy ships. This lets you go on naval strike. It lowers your agility while on the mission, but gives you 12 naval attack, 4 naval targeting. I don't know what naval targeting does. But in general, you can only have 1 light torpedo mounting. However, if you go on naval strikes, bomb locks will let you do more. If you want to do port strikes, you need bomb bays. So bomb locks are fair, because that gives you an additional 2 naval attack if you want it. You still lose 15 agility, so you gotta have more than 0 agility. Don't know if it's worth just for 2 naval attack, but maybe. It has an exclamation. This armament will not be used on naval strike as another armament inflicts greater damage. Okay, so it's an either or. It's a one or the other. I don't think recon camera makes sense unless you're going to put them on a recon assignment. I still need to make a recon plane, don't I? So you... has anybody ever done any science on whether it's worth putting guns on naval bombers ever? Because I think that the key that I'm thinking of is... high air attack helps you counter enemy air superiority effects. So even if you're not a fighter, it counters air superiority. I think it's just wasted. See, a lot of people think that, Labor Goth, but nobody knows why they think that. You know what I mean? It's just accepted that you keep everything set. You keep all your macaroni from touching your chicken nuggies. What would it shoot? Enemy carrier fighters. Potentially. But I like the cheese with my nuggies. They should be on carriers. You're misunderstanding. They're attacking carriers who themselves have planes. But yes, I feel like everyone just has the same opinion that it's better to keep everything separate, but nobody actually has any numbers to back it up. Or has any definitive data on what machine guns on bombers does or doesn't do. So I'm going to Google it. Vibe-based warfare. Basically. I've been here before. Chat, we've been down this road before. I have a purple link. Though it's not definitive. Everyone is a bunch of people with different opinions. Okay, I think I might just try it out. Maybe. Because here's what I'm wondering. I'm wondering, if, according to this, air attack counters enemy air superiority effects, does that combo with your existing fighters? Let's put it a different way, right? Production cost is 26 right now, right? Without even adding anything else. I would, of course, want to add some other stuff because floats give you surface detection and sub detection. A seat of flotation device is mounted under the airframe to land on the water. This makes scouting missions for enemy naval assets easier, but drastically reduces agility. So you lose 30% max speed, but you get a lot more sub detection and agility. In surface detect, or sorry, you get a lot more surface detection and sub detection, lose 5 agility. And you lose a bunch of top speed. And then if you throw on none of these, unless you wanted radio, we want drop tanks for the 25% range. At least I do. And we want probably air defense in some form. Now, if we think we have enough rubber, which we do for now, we can trade for more, but the number of potential trade partners is quite limited. Dutch East Indies will work. So we could trade for more, but yeah, self-sealing fuel tanks give us air defense, because air defense is what helps them not get shot down, so that's pretty important. So I like armor plates on them too, but we obviously can only choose a few things, and range is pretty important when it comes to naval bombers. Here's the thing, this is 29 production cost. Adding 4 heavy machine guns only makes it 32 and gives us 18 air attacks. So what I'm wondering is, if you just chuck on a little extra production costs, will the fact that air attack supposedly helps counter enemy air superiority give you more air superiority on a budget without having to make more fighters? You see what I'm saying? Just by being on their own mission. I don't know if there's been experiments on this or not. The question is if naval bombers would go into air superiority mode for dogfights automatically. Because here's the thing, right, Labragoth? You have to admit that defense turrets that go on bombers, right? Traditionally, they go on bombers, add air defense and air attack. So if air attack does nothing while you're on a bombing run, why do the things you put on bombers add air attack, right? That's a logical question. Because all of the machine gun and defense turrets add air attack. So we could infer that they do something. Because you can put them on fighters. You can put them on fighters, but that does not preclude the fact that this is also something you put on bombers. When on close air support, strategic bombing, naval strike, port strike, logistics strike, naval mine laying, and naval patrol, agility 1. So like all of the jobs are available. Yes, in real life, bombers had machine guns, correct. So we're trying to figure out how that is replicated in the game. But I think a lot of people in chat are in denial and they don't know why. So we're gonna give it a try. I'm gonna throw on, because it's only 29 production cost here, and then to throw on heavy machine guns, you only lose like 2 agility to throw on like 4x heavy machine guns. Now, if you do another one, you still have enough weight for 2 sets of heavy machine guns. But yeah, I don't know. It's a good question whether or not this 36 air attack on these naval bombers matter or not. If you wanted to try and min-max agility a little more, we could just change to light machine guns and still have 28 air attack. What would you name a naval bomber anyway? You can check to see if air attack translates on... Well, I don't think this is going to show anything. It's not going to show you air attack on naval strike missions. All it's going to show you is minus 12 agility. But yeah, this is a torpedo bomber. But yeah, I think a lot of people are trying to apply logic from real World War II to video game. And we're trying to separate the two right now. Click on the missions to see the stats for them. Yeah? What about it? You don't have to click on them, you just mouse over them. You can click on them to keep them there. Def 2, I don't believe you. I don't believe you. Simply put. Trust me, bro, is not good enough. I wonder if it's possible to make a plane like the Mosquito in this. You actually can use materials that are cheaper. It references wooden materials. So that is definitely a thing. All right, this is going to be the Marinara Menace Mark 1. Okay. Dunzo. Now, let's start making them. Wait, wrong picture. Let's use... I don't know which of these looks like it would drop a torpedo payload. Probably one of these. It's supposed to have floats on it as well. I don't think they even have a graphic of a plane that has floats. So none of these make any sense. I don't like any of them. The weird camouflage one. I'll pick one of the blue ones. I already used this one. Let's just do this one. All right. I guess we want the one that does naval bomber stuff. We haven't even started that one before. And we need at least 2 factories on it. We're still building factories. It's gonna be a while. Okay, anyway, I guess I'll do it myself. Only 2 dudes tried for a name? That's because they know they've been replaced by AI.
Pronto.
They already know. Estonia, Finland League, they took Sweden with Germany. Oh no. Estonia, Finland League looking like a toilet seat up here, man. Looks like one of those covers you put on the public toilets, you know, a little piece of paper. Shut up, Gamer Deathbot. Don't talk to me.
Si, signore.
All right, we're gonna do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Boop.
Formazione.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Gave you guys 36 divisions.
Formazione.
And then we're gonna change the area defense up a bit, so that this isn't overlapping like it currently is. I think we're almost certainly gonna get naval invaded over here.
Pronto, signore. Si, signore.
Almost certainly. All right, that's gonna move a ton of people around, but it is what it is. They'll organize and figure it out. I am also gonna begin the great... Oh yeah, I forgot that you can you can alt click to build and place at the end of the queue, control click to build and place at the beginning of the queue. Boom, 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 boom. I gotta remember to do that more often. That's an amazing trick that's just right there. Control click, just bring it to the top of the queue, man. I think level 5 on those outskirts one at a minimum. We'll start there. Time to build some coastal forts in Spain. This is a mess. I did not expect to be going to war like this. And yet. All right, we have pretty good decryption. I want to let the factories build. We got 15, 30, 45, 46, 47 factories. Let me check our occupation, occupied territories, civilian oversight. Mozambique. Recon Company 2. Been missing that. It's September 1941. I think our planes are pretty much going to stay there for a bit. We're getting the 2 infantry bonuses. We need to upgrade Mountaineers, maybe. We are slowly sinking submarines. The Spanish are actually sinking them, which is surprising. I forgot that they are at war with Portugal down there. Wait, we're at... Why is that Papal State? Why do I have... Oh, because they capitulated. Oh. Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Pronto.
So, what you're saying is...
Pronto.
I do need to maybe send a detachment
Pronto,
down there.
signore.
Potentially. But who?
Pronto, signore.
Who is brave enough? Stupid enough?
signore.
All right, I'm gonna send half of you guys.
Formazione.
I'm glad that Italy has a ton of generals, man.
Pronto. Pronto.
All right, I'm gonna send this dude with his like 11 bros down here, I guess. Wait, no, that's the wrong border.
Pronto.
Down there. Good luck figuring out how to get down there. Are you guys going? Norway is gone. There's many things you could see from this. Is Estonia-Finland League a Hydra dragon spewing fire? Or something more sinister? Okay, listen. ADHD is getting the better of me. Now that the war's over and we're done spreading out, everybody who came in late and was like, what are you doing? Is the Pope real? Is it just my imagination? Is there actually a branch in the game? Thank you for reminding me. Killink. Here's what happens. In Hearts of Iron 4, if you play as Italy with the DLC, by Blood Alone. Wait, no, it's not by Blood Alone. Chat, what is it? I don't remember which DLC it is. The Italian DLC. You begin as Mussolini, and then you pick a certain strict political line, and you ultimately end up with the Supreme Pontiff Papa Pio XII. He's here. He's real. He's got the Pope hat. This is not a mod. You have to like start by potentially winning in Ethiopia is the easiest one I find. And then you convene the Council of Fascism to depose Mussolini. And then after you move political support away the right way, you get the monarchy and bring back Vittorio Emanuele. Over time, you really can't even do this until like 1940, so it takes a while, but you can seek papal support, pick all the Pope options that moves the balance of power toward His Holiness, and then one of them renews after a year. So if you wait that year and then hit it again, it'll push you over 60% papal dominance, and then the Pope takes over by popular demand. Once that happens, you can strengthen the papacy, and there is a secret focus tree that unlocks. This is not visible unless you get the Pope in power first. And then you get some special Pope options. So yes, it is built into the game, it is real, and it is secret. It's not, there is no like obvious way to get the Pope unless you know that it's something there that you can achieve. Hopefully that answers your question. In my case, the war that we're in, to further explain, we had an option to invite Spain and Portugal under our protection. Spain said, sure, sounds like a good idea. And not only that, they also agreed to become our puppet. Portugal was like, I freaking hate you. I hate you and everything that you stand for. And they not only said no to the alliance, but they instantly declared war on Spain immediately afterwards. Then when they started getting their ass kicked against Spain, since they were our puppet and therefore we went to war with Portugal also, they got their back against the wall and they were like, please help me, somebody help me. I've made a terrible mistake. And then they were like, yo, Britain, can I join you? And Britain was like, hell yeah, let's go, bro. And so even though Portugal declared war on me, when I started winning the war, they were like, please help me, Britain. And then they joined an alliance, and therefore Britain got dragged into the war. So now we are at war with Britain, who came in and propped up Portugal, but we were still able to win in the end against Portugal. We're still at war against Britain, but I have some plans. I have some plans that I'm going to set in motion that are not quite ready to be set in motion. Speaking of, we got some spies that need to be moved around. We're going to get a spy in London. And then we're going to get another spy. Maybe Romania? I don't know. And then we're going to get another spy. We could just leave them there and have them be counter intel. We've already got Greece. Maybe Turkey? And Britain lost like 500,000 guys in the process. Yeah. None of this would have happened if anarchist Spain didn't bottle their war so hard. Yeah, that's true. And then Paraguay keeps inviting me to join the war, which they are definitely losing. Has your geography? Yes, my 1930s and 1940s geography has gotten much better for playing this game. Unironically. Some of it's a bit outdated now. You know, you go looking for Czechoslovakia, you might be looking for a while. So 5% more defense and breakthrough is good. Let's keep researching the super heavies because I think that that's funny. Infantry weapons. I'll do soft attack and breakthrough. We're 25 steel in the hole. Wait, we're 25 steel in the hole even with 80 from Spain? Oh, it's because of all these cruiser hulls that we're rebuilding at the same time. Oh. Yeah, I mean, I guess that makes sense. I don't know if I want to give them 4 factories, but there you go. Maybe we should do 3. My submarines. Yeah, I don't know if trying to replace all these ships was a good idea. Maybe it wasn't. I'm gonna try anyways. We'll start building our own navy here soon enough. Our armies must always be led by the most capable officers available. It's imperative we create a steady flow of new, competent officers to maintain the advantage. So our national spirit gets plus 10% leadership gain. Army leaders are cheaper to promote. Divisions are 5% faster. Get some army XP. New general, new military high command. The military high command's the big one. I don't see them though. Maybe I have to unpause. I'll come back to that. NG Company 2 unlocks some stuff for tanks, but mostly we're here for the plus 50% entrenchment. 1941. We are behind on a lot of tech. A lot of tech. So very much tech. Probably not a bad time for excavation. To get started on that. At least one of the researches. And for national focus, it's Holy Land time, chat. Ensure the Holy Land is returned to us without delay. I apologize to Palestine for what I am about to demand, but you're talking to the Pope, okay? Don't say nope to the Pope. That's going to be our campaign slogan. Has anybody ever successfully used flame tanks? I haven't. make them a support company, the flame tanks. There's just so much work to make all these different production lines of everything. Oh, total mobilization must have opened up at some point. Three % recruitable population is not good. But does women in the workforce open up? Yeah, it does. So women in the workforce, as men leave to go to war, thousands of women take up jobs in factories to keep the war machine going. It lowers your stability by 5, but gives you the 3% recruitable. So sure, let's do that. Because this will take our expected consumer goods factories from 20% to 10. I think that's as low as it can go. We're already at 14 for consumer goods, so I don't even know if it's going to go lower than that with total mobilization. But hey, I'll take the military factory build speed buff. Boop. Rip my manpower. And then women in the workforce, take it back. I think we have to re-recruit them, which is kind of funny. And then it went down. It's at 12. What did I say it was at before? Wasn't it already at 12? I don't think we even got any more. And maybe it was already at the minimum. It was at 14. We got 2. Okay, but I'll take the military factory buff. Rip Paraguay. What about these dudes? Did they ever get to where they're going? I don't even think they could get there. I think Portugal just steamrolled.
Pronto.
Whoops.
Pronto.
So they ended up kind of like going there. It wouldn't hurt to leave some other troops down here, I guess, but I feel like we just desperately need to hold the most important lines. Do we have any borders with anybody crazy? I guess we have the border with France here. Maybe they can just go there.
Formazione.
And maybe over there. True, we do have a big French border.
Formazione.
That one's pretty important. Could even split these guys into like 2 armies.
Pronto. Sì, signore.
And then just give them a little general. Don't really care about this dude. The Provisional Government of Greece. Wait, what? Wait, what? Greece? Which part of Greece? No. I don't even know what you're talking about. Greece is still independent. Roads, I guess. Bolivia wants to help in our war. You got enough problems. Okay, we got Maintenance Company 2 for the reliability bonus. I didn't think we were going to need field hospitals, but now I think we should have had field hospitals. I thought we were going to have more manpower under this playthrough. But we don't really get to core very much, so we're kind of limited in what manpower we do have. I need more radar. We need so much stuff. 5 research slots isn't enough. Give me 7. Then I'll be satisfied. Don't forget your new high command. Yeah, he wasn't there a second ago. He's still not there. So I don't know. Nobody's home. It's just the cavalry guy. I don't trust these buttons anymore. I'm just going to keep clicking decline. Okay, so we got 24 more divisions of Coast Guard. We still got a warning of a naval invasion here, but I think they're having trouble. We're losing fuel, presumably because of the boats. We could trade for a little bit. Iran is already trading for a little bit. We got 143 days right now, so I'm not super worried. The Pope should be able to bless weapons for 1 extra damage. I agree, yeah. For sure. So if I build like a oil factory, and say in Dalmatia, how do I get the bonuses of that? If it's not my core territory, do I just have to have compliance up to a certain amount? Request Lend-Lease. No, it's mine because I annexed it. But I'm occupying it, technically. Infantry equipment 2, improved, soft attack +5. Alright, just buffing the default armed forces. We've caught up until 1942 on the support companies we're using. We're researching tanks. I could improve our light tanks, which I don't think that's a bad idea. Let me see if it's even worth. I don't know if it is. Just a little bit faster, 6 more armor. I guess the reliability bonus is the big one. And it's more steel expensive, so I don't really care about it that much. We'll get armor for when we do make the super heavies. Okay, click, 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 click. I don't know what I'm clicking. I'm just clicking, dude. All cruisers get better anti-air and hit chance if we apply that. Cool. We should be actually done with the ship upgrades once these guys are done. And then we'll just go pivot to making just our own navy. Like from fresh, new. But to do that, we need the updated boats. 1940 hulls. Oh my god, dude. I can't believe we got suckered into this war. And we're 31 steel in the hole. And that's with 80 coming from nationalist Spain. That's insane. Okay. How are we doing on convoys? 575. The Christo-class battleship. Palestine, hands over Palestine. This is not only a great day for the papacy, but all of Christendom. The Palestinian leader Ahmed Hilmi Pasha has wisely listened to our request and agreed to transfer Palestine to our administration. This will lead to stability and prosperity for the region and a new bright future for the papal state. Blessed be the Palestinian leadership. Changes to developed rural add 2 building slots, 2 land forts in each province, and an anti-air. It's that easy. Has anybody simply asked for the Holy Lands before instead of going to war? Just saying. Maybe they've just been waiting for you to say please. Okay, what next? There's a bunch of interesting, funny ones here, including a super heavy tank called the Hand of God. I've been putting off Mare Nostrum for a while, so let's just get Mare Nostrum, because I think that actually gives us the ahead of time bonus for the super heavy and other things. You heard me.
You've heard me.
I said what I said. Uh-oh, that's the naughty noise. That's the naughty noise.
Formazione.
That means naval invasion incoming right this very second, actually.
Formazione.
There we go. Now that's just the first of more to come. We just sunk 7 convoys. I don't even know why we're all the way up there. That's next to France. Never mind. Beep, 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 beep. That one sound just raised my blood pressure. I know, right? We got 24 divisions of Coastal Guard coming out. Dockyards are starting to get freed up. We sunk 5 more convoys. We're losing most of our subs. We're just kind of going, like, to 0, to be honest. Okay, they're engaged in combat right now. We lost 2 more subs. Yeah, we're kind of going to 0 on subs. I think maybe it's time to just tell them to chill, you know? Go to a port, hang out, get repairs. The first of... Okay, there's the 24 Omega divisions that we've been waiting for. I think Iberia is where we're going to have the worst time.
Pronto. Pronto, signore.
But you never want to get back camped in Italy. You know, like, that's embarrassing, too. So we're going to take half of these 24, send them to the Italian coast, and then half of them in 12 more divisions to the Spanish coast.
Pronto.
But yeah, before we go broke, Mexico wants a piece of everybody. They do, yeah. Also, we need to guard this, right? So
Si, signore.
we need to add an area defense over here. Mountain infantry, soft attack organization bonuses. Sick. Okay, next. Remember when I said we're way behind on our boat stuff? It's time to catch up. 1940 destroyer hulls. And all the other goodies. We need to start making cruisers too. Light cruisers and destroyers in tandem will make a big difference. I don't love these all adding production cost. And I don't like reliability down. Goodbye, Bolivia. Thank you. These are all funky. 10% production resources needed. This is why I don't like MIOs. They're already taking my steel and my aluminum. I guess 5% speed? I don't know, bro. A little production costs. Just a little. Just 3%. It's going to take you 3% longer. We can lower the autonomy of a subject. Oh? Nationalist Spain can get integrated puppet. Cannot declare wars. Can decline call to... Okay, so they have to do everything we say. What are they at right now? I guess just regular puppet. So they have to give us more civilian industry and military industry? Is that because I just built a whole bunch of naval forts? Potentially? Around their coast? In points of interest? A subject may soon raise its autonomy. Well, I mean, we just lowered it. It was by naval power that ancient Rome first defeated Carthage. By investing in naval power, Italy can strive for control of the Mediterranean and make Mare Nostrum. I don't care how you pronounce it. That's how I pronounce it. Our sea. You don't speak Latin. Okay, you don't know. 2 naval dockyards. 2 building slots for free. A nice research bonus for super heavy tanks, and another one for heavy aircraft and for super heavy battleships. Hell yeah. Division speed, defense. The Papal State gains annex war goals against non-friendly neighbors. Switzerland, Austria-Hungary, France, and Greece. Dude, if we go to war with France, they're so joining Britain, right? So really, it's just like, there's not really any good choices there to go to war with other than Greece, I guess. Like, Greece is probably the best one, but they have like 200,000 deployed manpower. What if they join a faction? I feel like at this point, when you're already at war with a faction and you fight someone who's not in a faction, they're just going to de facto join the faction you are at war with. Right?
Sì, signore.
I feel like that's just how that goes. Create Cataphract Mortis Super Heavy Tank variant. Add a production line of Caesar. I know it's not pronounced Caesar, and I don't care. See, I don't know if I actually want these. At this point, we actually need resources. We need oil, we need steel, and there's more factories down here. That's an option. I feel like we have missed our chance to go to Super War with a bunch of neighbors. Do I even need to do this? Probably not. We never even finished the Africa stuff. We never finished our industrial stuff. We even got close to finish. Dude, Italy is the biggest research tree ever. Focus tree ever. Ever. Let's start making the Hand of God. We could do something useful, or I could start making super heavy tank. No, okay, all right. Let's make the factories. Let's do extraction industry. That's useful. Guess what? We are actively making railway bombardment stuff. The Pope yearns for a tank. I do, yeah. All right, what are we the shortest on? I feel like it's default infantry equipment. How are we doing on light tanks? 2.8K with only 2 factories still. I've been making armored cars forever, and we haven't actually used them yet. I also have 5,200 spare arty. Where did I get these factories from, chat? Is that from Nationalist Spain changing its puppet status? I think it is. But yeah, adding a little bit of anti-tank, anti-air. Probably you can't go wrong with more airplanes, right? So like 8 on fighters, maybe 3 or 4 on close air support, and then some more naval bombers. And then we'll do trucks. One more on light tanks. 2 on infantry equipment. More factories for the super heavy tanks, bro. Let's go. I'm only training Coast Guard. That's what worries me right now. Also, why is my manpower pool so low? Don't tell me that's just from 24 divisions of Coast Guard. Maybe. When do I get to service by requirement? I have to be at war, estimated enemy strength ratio of 60% or more. Chat, they don't have that much manpower. They have like 337 to 700k. France is close to a mil. We have... Oh man, Spain only has 100k. We have about a 1.7 mil. Our enemies are too weak, yeah. We got a lot of dudes. Chat, is there a world... A dangerous world in which you let Yugoslavia become free, kick them out of the faction, and then annex them? Like, you actually can annex these guys if you get your puppet stats all the way down. It's possible. Is it viable? It's difficult. The best way to do it is the classic... I don't know if it's an exploit, but it is the classic Lend-Lease. Am I giving them... Why is this trains? Are they giving me trains? What is this? What? Okay, the classic, give them a bunch of convoys. And that's 350 points. That's all my convoys, mind you, but that is 350. That's a lot. Hey, bro, you want to train? Listen, bro. I got some old guns with your name on it, man. You want some support equipment? I got you 500 support equipment. I got you... a few trains. I got you... What else did I get you? I got you real basic infantry equipment. I hate when there's like 13 of a thing. These are all from different nations anyways. These are for you, bro. My gift. I don't know. We looted these abroad, I guess. I don't know. Now I have to click the button. Oh my... Dude, there's paradox. There needs to be a select one for everything button on this, so I don't have to click once on every line. Quality of life, please, God. Hearts of Iron 5. Win, fix the stupid stuff like this. Tedium. And then you have to go back again, if that wasn't enough, and select all in stockpile for every single one. Instead of just having us select all. I can't believe this got through testing like this. I don't want to give them all my trains. All right, they have accepted the Lindleys. I think we have to wait until they get it. But yeah, I think trying to integrate Spain is a good idea. And then we could try and integrate Yugoslavia, doing the same thing. However, we have to balance building in their territory with building in our territory, and that's where it gets a little funky. Trinidad and Tobago are dead. I don't want your stinky... Actually, these are not stinky. These are quite good. Combat with. My apologies. I was not familiar with your game. You guys can actually be Coast Guard. Greek operative captured. Oh, I captured their operative. Now that's funny. AI building super thick divisions. Super thick divisions. All right, we're losing fuel. Presumably because the boats are out. So if I send the boats out and I take the planes down, park them, then we should be gaining fuel. I don't know. I think I was probably losing planes to air accidents because they're doing a mission. Wait, we actually need at least a few planes to get air superiority. Okay. Decimetric radar. We're starting to go up the research train for radar. Air wings, don't care. Micromanage hell. Basic armor, yeah, we're working on the super heavies soon. It's Feb 1942, so we need to get that last advanced computing machine research bonus for 8%, and then it's all in on boats. The Greeks are spying, Your Holiness. They must be dealt with. All right, we got free dockyards again. So, what do? For now, I guess everything can go into making convoys until I have ships that I want to start building. We could start making the destroyers, and it wouldn't be the worst thing, but it's starting to give me anxiety because I want to make the 1940 holes because it's 1942, not the 1936 holes, because it feels like just making destroyers is just making cannon fodder. You know what I mean? Okay, we are starting to make our very first naval bombers. We got 3 factories. Let's also check available airplanes. Yeah, we got like 300 more fighter wings, 100 close air support. All those dudes can come out, do pilot exercises, except for you guys. You're done. My Air Force! They're actually, like, they exist. How many planes you guys got? 3K? How many planes do I have? 1.4K. All right. I mean, we're catching up. Italy is not the premier airplane Air Force nation, you know? Resource gain efficiency's going up. Yo. All right, but we got to hold on resource efficiency and start catching up on cruisers. Cruisers, destroyers, and any of the tech associated with them. It's modern Navy time. You know what it is. You know what it is. Towed artillery, breakthrough. Sure, don't care. We'll update all those one day. Destroyers are hot garbage. They sure are. However, I find that the destroyer's value is, like I said earlier, they are a shield for the bigger ships. So your destroyers, because of the way screen is calculated in Hearts of Iron, will just die instead of the ships you actually care about, your cruisers. They'll absorb the damage first. So they have value there. They're basically just an overshield for the big ships. Unfortunately, I don't think that's the way it should work, but that's the way it does work. So I think having destroyers is still nice, as long as they're balanced. If you back up your destroyers with cruisers and then battleships, you will almost never lose destroyers, and you will mop their destroyers.
Pronto, signore.
No, I didn't want to do I didn't want everybody to train. Yeah, that's not what I want. I wanted a few guys to train, but I see now that was a bad idea. We decrypted. They have terrible decryption as well. We just decrypted their cipher in record time. Decrypt France, I guess. We actually have a really powerful intelligence unit. Surprisingly, that almost never happens. We must expand our resource extraction industry to meet the demand of our production lines. We can't allow the lack of raw materials to jeopardize our military production. 8-hole steel? Wow. And 2-hole oil? Yippee. Lack of resource penalties minus 15%. That's kind of cool. So you can make stuff better even if you don't have the resources for it. But we got one civilian factory. The main thing it does is open up this. Prepare for the coming wars, aka the war we're in. 3 military factories? Sure. I wanted to pick those a long time ago. What's the intel agency named? I didn't get its name. It's Servizio Informazioni something military. The Military Information Unit. That one. Who's the biggest threat right now? Germany or France? France is only a threat in that they could join Britain. Germany is a threat because they're massive. And we do not have enough troops on the border with them. So they are both a threat. We need to get our manpower up also. That reminds me. I don't know how. I'm not real sure how. I think the best way is actually to, these guys keep giving me units. It's probably to just focus on annexing. You know? Like, if we annex, we won't have cored them, but we should still get some manpower from them, right? Yeah, there's a Pope focus that'll do a little bit, but it's not much. It'll modify the existing percentage. Okay, I gotta pause. Fortress Siberia, my favorite. Unless we control Egypt, this will both protect us and get us closer to annexing them. Will we still have a faction if we annex our allies? Yeah. Yeah, think so. Let's go 20 infantry equipment, 14 support, 4 light tanks, 8 armored cars, 10 fighters, 4 armored trains, 5 railway guns. Sick. Speaking of railway guns, have we even made one yet? I don't know. Let me clear all this trash on the top of my screen. Light tank equipment gets piercing and heart attack. Don't really care. Breakthrough, cool. Free dockyards. All right, it's about time to start making the boat. Make the boat. Let's get a dedicated Linguini lurker line. ×2. And then we'll get a dedicated Ravioli Raider. Also ×2. Wait, that was the wrong group. Something like that. All right. There's a 1940 destroyer hull, but that alone is not good enough. We need torpedoes and other things that go on it. Did capitulating Portugal get the UK offer back? I think the UK is weaker in this timeline. Maybe because we destroyed 400,000 of their troops real quick. But yeah, they've stopped trying to naval invade. I don't know how their navy's probably as strong as ever. But they've slowed down for now and given us time to fortify the coast of Iberia. So that's what we're dealing with. We're still at war with them, but they've kind of like chilled. Super heavy. We get a 2-year ahead of time reduction, a 100% faster research speed, so we'll understand how super heavy tank chassis work in only 122 days. So compare that to the 1940 heavy. It has 6 more breakthrough, 5% more hardness. It's slower by a lot, but it has 50% more armor. 90 armor is why you're here. Production cost 50. Oh my god. And then it has a super heavy cannon, and the super heavy tank support company is unlocked. By God, we're gonna give it a try. The hand of God approaches. I'm trying, dude. I'm trying. Recruiting local forces will be less taxing on our own manpower. Yeah, sure. Let's train the irregulars. War support is good. I don't think war bonds is going to do anything. Land appropriation is fine to get another build spot. Let's have a military parade in Spain. They'll get 120 days of mobilization speed and daily support for unaligned. And then Yugoslavia, same deal. It's just going to cost us political power, which we don't need anyways. We're going to have a military parade in both. We're not going to do the super heavy tank yet, though. When do we start naval invading Britain? 1950, 1945. Somewhere in there.
Pronto,
You
signore.
know. Somewhere around there, I think. I think Iberia is the real risk of getting naval invaded.
Pronto.
Okay, that was radar. Let's get the 1940 sub-hull.
Sì, signore.
But I put them on this one.
Pronto.
Yeah, I'll put them on the Iberian. So we need maybe let's train 12 more Colonial Guard. Just to round it out. Have a nice 72. But we only have 260k manpower, so we're gonna have to like figure that out. I'll worry about that after this. Prepare for the coming wars gives us 3 factories and building slots. Super heavy support company. Yeah, they actually can't build super heavy tank units anymore. They made it where they can only be support companies. I guess the reasoning was historically super heavy tanks were very, 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 very tiny part of the war, and they didn't like people having like full divisions of super heavies. I don't know. There might have been some balance reasons. 3 military factories for free. And now, let's try the recruitable population factor plus 10% for whatever that's worth. So we now have 20 factories on infantry equipment, 14 on support, 4 on light tanks, almost 8 on armored cars. Super heavy tank support is critical for our Alpine divisions.
How right you are.
An invitation to the Heraclian Convention. We just received an interesting proposition from Greece, who evidently seeks to redraw the borders of Turkey. Greece seeks to hold a discussion among Europe's victorious powers from the Great War to redress the treaties of Severus and Lausanne, Severus Snape and Lausanne, which we attempted to impose on Turkey. Officials from Greece assure our officials we stand to gain materially from a vanquished Turkey, and that the obliteration of Turkey is not the wish of the Greek government. Instead, figures from Greece are insisting on referring to this convention as a simple matter over the reorganization of borders, rather than the realization of Revankist dreams. You would be destabilizing the Mediterranean. I ain't helping you, Greece. I'm about to break down your door in a minute. Okay, bud? Actually. Because we're going to do Italian legions and all roads lead to Rome next.
Formazione.
Unassigned divisions.
Formazione.
Oh, those are the dudes we just trained. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. We just trained a whole bunch of, like, new militia boys down here.
Pronto, signore. Sì, signore.
Yeah, that makes sense. You guys could actually help hold North Africa as well. That would need 39 divisions minimum. Okay, maybe that's not the best idea then. How are the supply lines? We could always improve. The biggest problem is we have to boat to nationalist Spain, so that's the big issue. I'd like to go through France and actually take France, who's still alive in June 1942, but I'm almost certain they're going to join the Union of Britain, and then we have a massive frontline problem here.
Formazione.
You know what I'm saying? Like this, they're both communist. So if I don't declare war on them, then we don't give Britain a giant land front where we have to do battle. So it might be better not to declare war just because of
Si,
that.
signore. Pronto, signore.
Yo, they're putting out a ton of divisions. That division sucks. I don't know what brain cell the AI used to put 2 line arty, support arty, and 2 mountaineers together, but they bumped those brain cells until they caught fire with friction because it's a 23 organization. That's one of the worst templates I've ever seen the AI just be like, yep, that's a good idea. So bad. 1940 cruisers. All right, we haven't even really started putting these together yet. Their base price is about the same, but we get the new engines, takes more manpower. The benefit of them is the range goes up by an extra 1,000 kilometers, max speed up, plus the engines. The HP's up plus 10, reliability's up. Fuel usage is the same, and they're not too much more expensive to produce. So all in all, quite good. Let's go depth charge mortars next. I also just realized we have like unlimited air experience. Fighter detection up 20%. Air superiority up 15%. Sure. I don't think these are mutually exclusive. You can do both. Fighter agility and heavy fighter agility up 10% and more XP. Naval mission efficiency plus 10. Yeah, go for it. Battleship builders. Wait, I've already picked those. All right, I guess 15% armor for 5% production cost. So what are we waiting on before we make 1940 cruisers? We have improved medium batteries. I guess we're waiting on torpedoes. Maybe in 65 days. Do you think annexing Yugoslavia and Spain will give you enough manpower? It won't be much, because we won't have them cored. So I'm not really sure how much it'll be. But we're going to start building a whole bunch of things in their territories soon. We're working on some naval dockyards. I could use 4 more military factories also, so let's get those queued. One, 2, 3, and a 4. Why are you guys talking about goats? Our Catholic youth organization is proving a very efficient tool in rooting out communists, promoting Catholic social justice principles, and what is this word? I've never seen. Engrossar? Swell the ranks of our armed forces with eager new conscripts. Recovery rate up and small recruitable population factor. So it's plus 10% of 5%. Which is what, 0.05? So it's not very much. Pay attention, streamer. To what? You? To what? I guess let's get the super heavy tank that we're researching right now, huh? I'm sure that's the most important thing we could possibly be focusing on. Our national focus. Every single person is focused on this at the same time. We're getting the entire, every single church is praying about super heavy tanks right now. Goats and super heavies. Can we do like a little variant? Is there a faster way to upgrade these? Or is this just the way it is? There's not even an MIO for these guys. I forgot that you can even do this. This is the old variant method. I guess it still applies for armored cars. What's their default reliability? 84%. That's not ideal. So the production cost goes up 6 just because of this. How much is the production cost now? 5. So just upping the reliability doubles the production cost? Or is it? No, it costs 6. Okay, no. Sorry. No, I was gonna say that'd be crazy. It's 5.4 production cost. Now it's 6 production cost. Yeah. So the main gun is soft attack. The engine is speed. You can do +5 to everything, and that'll only cost us 400 army XP. Just 400. So it's about 12 kilometers right now. I feel like your decisions are so much more chill now that the Pope is in power. Pope's doing work. The Pope is doing work. "12 kilometers per hour is also as fast as motorized, right? The problem is if you add any armor, you lose max speed. That's going to cost 75. Oh my god. Okay, let's just go 45. I'm willing to spend 45 on these. +1 armor, +2 reliability, +1 engine. Isn't it cheaper to retool it? What does that? What does retool even mean in this context? I don't even know what that means. I don't think that means anything. Oh, we have the 1940 destroyer hull. Okay, yeah, we'll get that going after ship torps, maybe depth charge mortars, or we could just add those in after. I don't know if I'm in a rush. We're still doing, we got submarines and 1936 hulls going out. Somewhere. Chat, I need to get organized, but I also need to BRB. Here's the things I need to do. Make a 1940 ship hull for destroyers. Start producing it. Update my ground troops because we have 6,000 spare artillery. Okay. Among other things. We're actually manufacturing anti-air and anti-tank in mass now. So changing the support companies is good. We have armored cars. We can change the support companies or just make a new armored car division. The cipher for France is decrypted. Good job. How about Greece? I'm learning all their ciphers. But yeah, basically we just need to update everything. Update everybody. Fix our troops and then prepare for more wars. Like I think we're okay to pivot into other wars. And if we're not, then we're not. We'll find out when we get there. I gotta go to war with somebody because my manpower is capped right now at 375k. And there's not much I can do about it. So... go to edit mode. Don't know what that means either. We're just making up words now. Muteberry, thanks for 3 months. How you doing, Muteberry? Thank you for the Saturday night slub. How are you? Advanced ship torpedo launcher. Okay, that's the ticket. We don't even know if torpedoes do anything. Let's find out. Hearts of Iron 4, torpedo screen bug 2024. I feel like no one's ever actually seen a torpedo on a boat kill anything. I want to see a fleet that doesn't even put torpedoes, no torpedoes on their ships, versus a fleet that does utilize torpedoes fairly extensively. And see what the difference is. I would bet you that the one with no torpedoes wins. That would be my guess. Hello, Italics in chat. I just finished the first baseball VOD. The first one. I'll see you in 2 weeks. I'm gonna give it one more stream and see if there's actual gameplay. Sewer Rat, do you just come in here to bitch? You can literally fast forward in the VOD to anywhere you want in any of the VODs. It's not a secret. You can skip to any of the 10 plus VODs that we did on baseball, see what happens, and then decide where you want to start watching. That is the power of the VOD. Do you understand how that works? Bro comes in here and acts like they turn on the VOD and they just sit back and fold their arms for 10 straight hours. And they're like, yeah, I don't know if I'm feeling this. If only I had some control over my situation. You know what? No, I'm gonna go to the live stream and complain about it instead. You can do whatever you want. Speaking of VODs, I just came here from your start and wanted to disagree with your Alien movie takes. There are no Alien movie takes. Aliens is one of the best movies ever made, and Alien is a great movie that you don't need to watch more than one time. Maybe twice. Ever. There's nothing wrong with being a once and done movie. There's nothing wrong with that. Aliens would be enjoyable multiple times. Speaking of Out of the Park, I tried playing it. I got to give you credit. It takes way more brain power than you let on. You just got to... It's worth figuring out, Kill It, because it takes brain power, but it's just deep in a fun way. You'll get it. There's definitely... I would encourage tutorial videos. I haven't seen anything past Aliens, so I'm gonna fix that. I just bought Alien and Aliens, so I can watch the director's cut of Alien again. I'm gonna do all the Alien lore, because I've only seen Alien and Aliens, so I'm gonna rewatch those first. Then I'm gonna watch the rest of them. I'm gonna watch the assembly cut of 3. And I don't remember what comes after 3, because then they stop doing numbers and they start doing names. I'm gonna, you know, chronologically release order. Release order. This streamer has terrible opinions. 8% research speed. Cool. I actually am very happy about that. We're trying to get all of our boat stuff. We don't need to research those, because those are not, like, things you put on the boat. I think radar is actually low-key the best, because that Oh, advanced fire control systems. Hell yeah, I forgot about that. I can tell you there are only 2 Alien movies, the rest are fake news. Understood. Okay, let's BRB. Then I'm gonna start designing some ships. We'll just update the ship design as we go, because we got free dockyards. Again, we made a bunch of dockyards. A bunch. Many. Lots. The Pope. There's the Pope. I'll be back in just a minute, chat. I'm gonna take the dog outside, stretch my legs, and settle in for incoming war, because we're doing a time for war, and then we're gonna do the ones that let us declare on Greece. Try to go Greece, maybe Turkey, and then try and do a war on multiple fronts. Basically, we need to be at war with more people so that we can recruit more people, because we're running out of manpower. Which says to me, maybe I should go field hospitals. I didn't think I needed to, but maybe I should go field hospitals. Actually, I'm going to do that before I forget, because we got super heavy chassis. The hand of God. And yeah, let's do field hospital research. Boom. Before I forget. I'll be back in just a minute. Appreciate you guys. Thanks for the fun conversation. We'll discuss more movies and what you guys are up to when I get back, because I want to see how you've been spending your Saturday. Yo, sorry for the long break. I had to figure out what's for dinner before everything closes. We back. Hello. Boop. What is for dinner? You'll see. Maybe. Perhaps. Maybe. Late dinner? Always. The life of a streamer. Late. Turns out when you stream for 8 hours a day, you don't get a lunch break unless you eat on camera. Our very first railway cannon exists. These things are awesome. They have bombardment and helps you with forts and entrenchment. They actually get a 33% fort effectiveness bonus. Suppress the enemy and help against entrenchment. You can attach these to armies and they will find the rail getting up to the front. Speaking of, one of the things I want to do, since I anticipate ultimately being at war with France, is I want to level 5 rail all the way along the coast to the capital to the French border. I'm also anticipating a war in Greece. And I like having a rail along the coast here, so that needs to be higher level. This is going to need to be up. It will also help troops mobilize along the front and not just get us additional resources. So it will do many things. Now, level 5 rail might take a while. But infrastructure is something that we should be prioritizing, so it'll be valuable. Potentially need to prioritize that above these, but these really shouldn't take that long. My fiance is French, but Godspeed in crushing them.
Well, they are communists, so we're gonna have to take them out.
Looking to see if there's any random places to spend our 500 political points. War bonds just don't do anything anymore. We've already got like the minimum factories. Okay, I had some stuff I said I wanted to do before we continued. One thing was, oh yeah, the super heavy. We're about to have it right now, actually. I think. Yeah, we're doing create the Hand of God artillery variant on the super heavy tank chassis and add a production line of the Hand of God. But yeah, I wanted to make a 1940s destroyer because we have the 1936 Ravioli. It's time to upgrade to 1940s tech. We don't have very many of the 1936s. Yeah, we could assign some medals if we don't have anything else to do. How's your air superiority? We haven't really encountered that much resistance in air power yet because we're not dealing with any ground battles at the moment since we secured the Iberian Peninsula, which was the big win so far. We're working on the Air Force. Unlike most of my campaigns, we actually have a varied Air Force of decent 1940s fighters, 1940s close air support, and I'm actually making naval bombers, which I never do. So, hey, I'm trying. That reminds me, I need to make a recon plane. I'm gonna do that first, because I keep forgetting. I like making a separate recon plane because I am pretty sure that recon is its own job, right? Like naval patrol. Yeah, you patrol without engaging to spot enemies. If executed at night, this mission has a much lower chance of being detected, but it suffers a penalty to acquiring targets. E-Tel's on the sub 50 factories mindset. I am, yeah. Now, do I have as many factories as I'd like on each of these? No, but we're doing stuff. We got good stuff. Okay, anyway, planes, don't get distracted. Improved airframe. The only thing we even won on this... Does it have to have a gun? There's a recon cam. Can take accurate pictures of enemy formations and installations from a high altitude. This lets you go on air recon. I'm still gonna try to make it good. You know, give it like proper. If it gets in, like sometimes you set and forget, and the AI takes that advantage of that and sends their own fighters. So in case I like forget about the recon that I set up, you know what? I'm gonna give them some at least basic heavy machine guns. Chat, does adding a second recon? No, never mind. Okay, it's your favorite time of the night. I know. You should have done this while I was away. I'm back now. I'm not gonna shut up. I would say drop tanks for range. Now, floats give them additional surface and sub detection. Does that actually help with recon? I would hope so. I'm gonna put them on. And then that should be it. We don't really need anything else. They shouldn't really get attacked, so self-sealing fuel tank seems useless. Maybe night penalty down 10%. Don't know if that actually matters. I'm gonna roleplay that it does. The Linguini Lookouts, Mark 1. I know better than to ask you guys for a name right now. It needs a graphic. That one's fine. Probably would look something like this. And we don't really need many factories on it. Maybe like 2 just to get started. All right, it's in production. Now, back to the ship. The 1940 hull. So we actually have dual-purpose main batteries now, which I happen to love because it gives the destroyers some anti-air and helps us win battles against carriers. You do trade piercing, so we lose some piercing, but we have anti-air 3, so we're keeping up on that. We have fire control 2 for now, 15% anti-air bonus. We do have radar now. I've been researching it. Surface detection 7, sub detection 2, more bonuses to anti-air and battery hit chance. Just got torpedo 3s. Got the best engines. Now I think I want another dual purpose gun. I've enjoyed... I think there's a lot of enemy subs. I'm tempted to just throw the depth charge. Well, actually, we'll make a separate ship for anti-sub. I love the Pope is respecting the traditional patriotic food names for the fleets. Of course, of course. I'm not convinced torpedo launchers actually do anything. I'm going to do another anti-air. And then I think I'm just going to throw on a regular light battery 3. So 2 dual purpose, 2 anti-air, and a regular battery. Just give it some power. The 1940 fried ravioli Raider. This one's a fried ravioli. It's different. It's you know, a little higher up. Let's see the stats. Surface detection's up to 27. Can't detect subs very well though. Light attack is 6.9. Nice. Instead of 3.1, so over twice as much. More torpedo attack. 20 anti-air instead of 7. More max range and a much higher hit chance. 25% more HP, 5% more reliability. Yeah, no, it's just all better. So we don't want to cancel this production line since it's already partially done, but we'll say only one more, please. And then this one's basically done, so cancel that one. And we'll start 2 of those. Now I need to organize my fleets again. We actually have a lot of submarines and raviolis here. We're gonna put them in their own separate little groups here and have them do some naval exercises. Okay. Naval exercises for you, naval for you. We do not want to send out a bunch of fresh green recruits with a massive damage penalty. I'm still working on the Navy. This is the first. We refit all of the ships in our Navy. Destroyers, light cruisers, heavy cruisers, submarines, not battleships. They take too long. We refitted every single ship otherwise. And we just now finished. So all of my tier 1 cruisers actually have tier 2 and tier 3 weapons. So that they're not completely useless. My tier 3 or my tier 1 heavies. Okay, this one is a different ship. Actually, this one can be updated. No, it can't. Some of them couldn't be. The tier 2s couldn't be upgraded. But we upgraded the tier 1s. So now we're making the rest of the Navy. And then let's make a variant of the ravioli. Once we get depth charge mortars for hunting subs. I don't know, I've never refitted all my ships before now, so we're trying it out to see if I think it's worthwhile or not. Because normally what happens is you wait till 1944, send out your early war ships, and they get obliterated. So I decided to try refitting them, and I combo that with naval refit yards for a plus 25% refit speed. To see if I like it. We want either division speed. Maneuver warfare is pretty good. I like the recon as well. Static warfare is good if you think your back is going to be against the wall. Maneuver warfare is nifty. 5% speed. Coordination is 5%, which I like, and you use unexpected thrust if it's a preferred tactic. I never set my preferred tactics as much as I should. You have to be skill level 5.
Sì, signore.
Okay. So now we've got time for war.
As long as heresy stands in Europe, there can be no peace. It's time for a new holy war. New war machines will roar in his name, ready to strike the heretic with righteous fury. Let there be no peace until judgment has hit every unbeliever from the barrel of a 105mm cannon.
Puppet focus war goals against every country in Europe that is not majority Catholic. The German Empire, Britain, the SSSR, and 8 others. Modify military industry with super heavy tank chassis are 20% faster to produce and have 10% more armor. Create the Hand of God artillery variant based on the super heavy tank. Add a production line of them. Dude, look at the Hand of God. Behold its greatness. The super heavy artillery. Max speed 5.6 kilometers per hour. It features a bogie suspension, basic, riveted armor, basic, gas engine, basic, level 10 engines, level 6 armor by default. That's with level 10 engines, which is hilarious. Reliability is 38%. Bro. What am I supposed to do with 38% reliability? I gotta fix this. Pray, I guess. Anyway, it comes with a 3-man turret. Big enough for 3 crew members to divide the tasks of loading and aiming the main armament and staying aware of the situation around them. Plus 24 breakthrough. We can up this to a 4-man turret. A massive turret with additional space for a second loader to service the main gun. That'll lower the speed. And the reliability by 25%. Dear God. Okay, hold on. It's got an improved rocket launcher mounted to the top. While there are a number of improvements to accuracy, the advantage of this rocket launcher is it can hold more rockets. -4 breakthrough, but 35 soft attack, 1 hard attack, -10 reliability, 2 piercing. Armor skirts. Additional protection against anti-tank rifles, 3 breakthrough, 3 armor. Features a small cannon and a secondary turret. Limited arc of fire, but it allows the tank to engage more targets. 2 breakthrough, 5 soft attack, 3 hard attack, more reliable down. And then another small cannon, so 2 small cannons, and then extra ammo storage. Yeah, I think we're gonna update this. Number 1, clearly we need a torsion bar. That's 15% reliability. Number 2, we do not really have chromium. Well, we have 25 chromium. I was wondering if we should try welded armor on this bad boy. And just pay the 10 design cost. For a 30% armor bonus, +4 breakthrough, +4 defense, and just go scary Hand of God. Armor plates welded to the chassis, a faster process in casting while providing good protection. So yeah, you gotta pay chromium for this. but it could be cool. And then instead of gas engine, I really think that we might need diesel engine for the 25% reliability. So that'll slow us down to 4.4 kilometers per hour. Here's the question. How fast is infantry? They're not that fast, right? What is the speed of infantry? Four kilometers per hour? Okay, so we don't need to go faster than infantry. So diesel is fine. Now, granted, it's 4 kilometers per hour before bonuses, so maybe you need to be faster just in case the bonuses make them go faster. However, we can also pull back the armor here, because if we got welded armor, then we can regain some top speed. Like, let's say with our perks, infantry might be faster. So we can go 5 kilometers per hour, because we might have 2, like, 10% bonuses on speed or more. Let's say 4.8 top speed. How would that even move without a diesel engine? I don't know. So we're back up to 73% reliability. Now, I think we don't want the super heavy cannon on this. I think we leave the cool improved rocket launcher soft attack already on there. That's kind of a staple right now. And then armor skirts makes sense. It's only 0.5 production cost for 3 breakthrough and 3 armor. However, I don't know if we need the cannons, do we? It's just more, I guess, for more soft attack. Breakthrough and hard attack. Extra ammo storage seems questionable. What would you ditch here, chat? I feel like I would ditch extra ammo storage. 4 defense and 2 breakthrough doesn't seem worth 10% reliability to me. And you can boost the reliability with wet ammo storage. Or you can go sloped armor for even more armor. But that's another 10% production cost. Probably not worth. I want the fuel drums. I always like fuel drums on all of my tanks. But maybe it's not as important here. Easy maintenance is 10% reliability. And lowers the production cost slightly. See, I don't think sloped is worth going from like another +6 production cost for me. When it's already got 137 armor, it's a lot. The super heavy plus welded plus our industry. It'll get a little reliability bonus if we combo it with the right support company, but I think I just take extra ammo storage off. What about the Dozer Blade? Dozer Blade is good for defense, but not if you're going to be on offense primarily. So it depends on how confident you are. There's also radio, not to be underestimated, because that's another 8 breakthrough. Or I could just throw the fuel drum on now, so it doesn't run out of gas. I can remove the cannons out of curiosity. What would I put on? More field drums. You could put wet ammo storage. Yeah, I just took the soft attack down by a lot. That's the only thing. Does it really need the little cannons? It does if you want to go from 40 to almost 50 soft attack. That's the thing. It is plus 10 soft attack. So that's why they're there. Keep one? Yeah, I think we need to keep at least one. And then something that buffs, like our defense is tragic. There's just so many things. I understand why they had extra ammo storage. But I would rather have... Yeah, I was thinking radio as well. Because it gives you like +6 breakthrough. Teeny bit more defense. And you have 90% reliability, which I think is a nice baseline. There we go. I think this is the one. 90% reliability, 46 soft attack, 137 armor. The Hand of God. Mark II. I want to compare them. Six defense, 38 breakthrough, 118 armor. 5.6 defense, 39 breakthrough, 137 armor. So it's got like 20 more armor. And the reliability, of course, goes from 38% to 90. So that's kind of like, you know, I think our stats are a little lower. Is the artillery designation okay? I think so, right? I don't think that's a problem. Probably want like 4 factories working on that just to try and catch up enough for us to do our thing. Now for national focuses, I think Catholic Dominion time. Weekly manpower plus 500. Reduced cost of puppet countries and peace conferences. God wills it even more. Look at all these war goals. Expires 15th of September 1944. So we have 2 years to either puppet Bulgaria, Denmark, Norway, Greece, Romania, Latvia, Estonia, and more. So it's all a bunch of puppets. What about Turkey? No, not Turkey. Bulgaria is to go to war. Here's the problem. Who's Greece gonna join when I go to war with them? That's gonna be funny to figure out.
Pronto, signore. Pronto, signore.
So if we're not planning on going to immediate war with France,
Formazione.
maybe I pull some units off the front there. Where do I move my units from?
Sì, signore.
That's a good question.
Formazione.
Here's the thing. Romania is also communist. So they could join
Sì, signore.
the enemy faction also. Greece is guaranteed by France, yes. Romania is guaranteed by the SSSR and France. So France is just a huge thorn in my side. And I've only got 2 years. It's fine. We're going to end up getting the other all roads lead to Rome, so I think we'll get war goals on them anyways, to annex instead of puppet. So we don't have to declare war right now. Let's start awarding some medals. That's a good spend for our divisions. These are interesting. Recovery rate, HP, supply consumption, and attack. The catch with supply consumption is it also lowers your division defense by 5%. I don't know if I knew that before. Whereas this one is 5% HP and 5% breakthrough, which is pretty good. These tank boys, the 5% breakthrough and HP.
Pronto, signore.
Or is it an either or? I don't know. UI design is my passion.
Pronto. Pronto, signore.
All right.
Sì, signore.
It's pretty much all the medals we can give out for now.
Pronto.
But yes, good call, Dunk Slide. They are guaranteed. They are indeed. But I need to go to war with somebody. Italy in the 1930s. Bro, I need to go to war with somebody, okay? I don't know what to tell you. I can't increase my conscription unless I go to war with somebody. It doesn't even matter who anymore, okay? Preferred tactic, unexpected thrust, plus 15% tactics movement and damage. There you go. I never do that. I should do that more often. We got boat availability. Wait until we get the depth charge mortars. And then we'll hop on that. The Soviet Socialist Republic declared war on Latvia. Interesting. Submarine designer. I was just looking at submarines. Sub visibility down, I think, is good. Better than surface detection, so that's a nice trade. So here's what I was gonna do. I was gonna take my most advanced submarines. I suppose this one counts. Move them over, then group the rest. Okay, so we got about 18 subs in this group. I'm gonna send these guys over into the team that's doing the naval exercises. Not too worried about the steel, not too worried about the convoys, not too worried about the ciphers, not too worried about the lack of a template. I know we're at war. I know there's decisions available, and I know we have political power. All right, clean up those notifications. So here's the other thing I wanted to do. I wanted to leverage the stockpile that we've been making. We have 4,000 spare anti-tank, 4,000 spare armored cars, 8,000 spare artillery, 80,000 spare infantry equipment. Nice stockpile. 5,000 trucks, 11,000 support, 3.6K light tanks. We need more trains. I put a fourth factory on trains. Normally, it's not that hard to make trains. I don't know why they're going so slow. And we have a decent amount of fighters also. So these guys are done with pilot exercises. They are level 3. And we got another 300 fighters and another almost 200 close air support and our first 100 naval bombers. coming out. And then those guys can start doing pilot exercises.
Sì, signore.
Air Force going up? Are you sure you're at war? I am indeed. I am indeed.
Formazione.
All right, we got 72 divisions of Coast Guard. I am paranoid about the Coast Guard. I probably used too much manpower on Coast Guard.
Pronto,
But
signore.
it's the Union of Britain, man. If my coast looks like this, that means I'm doing good. You know what I'm saying? They are not going to take Iberia. They're right there. I'm taking it seriously. There's the depth charge mortars. Dude, every single coast tile is full. 33% more depth. More depth. Also, give me a sec. Okay. Not gonna wait on this. Might wait on the 1940. No. We got to do all the things. We're gonna make a fried ravioli variant. Chat, what is another fried pasta? You only need to protect the ports. I'm gonna tell you right now, 4K, you're wrong. Full stop. You do not only need to protect the ports. In Hearts of Iron, the AI is not smart enough to redistribute the coast, your area guard. And what will happen is, every single time, if you only guard ports, I'm being 100% serious, they will take all the tiles around the port, and because you have a weak unit on the port, they will simply surround you, and now while you're defending the naval invasion into the port, they have 2 units on either side of you pushing in. You will lose the port that way. 100%. If you do not guard the tiles next to the port automatically, then you have to do it manually, and you have to move people over every single time there's a naval invasion. Or you could just guard the coast and then they will never ever poke a hole in your defenses. Because the second that they get that one port, it's over. And it ain't worth risking it. He's right, unless you want to micro, you just guard coasts. Yeah, unless you want to micro every single naval invasion. They're not smart enough to like do the areas right next to the ports also. If they were, there should be 3 choices. There should be ports, coast, and soft coast. I don't know what to call it, where it's just like the port plus the 2 tiles next to it on either side. That would be enough. I feel like that wouldn't be too difficult to code. All right, so this is going to be a 1940 variant that also includes depth charge throwers. Is that tier 3? Yeah. Ding, 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 ding. One sec. Okay, what was I saying? Yes. Anti-submarine mortars. Fried pasta. That's what it was. We were trying to figure out fried pasta. What is a fried pasta? I'm trying to decide whether I want to try more torpedoes or just leave it like this. 2 light turrets, 2 anti-air. I think I am going to change one of the dual-purpose guns to just a regular for more piercing. Because we already have 2 anti-air plus the multi-roll, then the anti-sub. Fried gnocchi. 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 I just made some homemade Alfredo in honor of this brave campaign. Ding. Vorpal dude, why are you saying huh? Did you know it's pronounced
Gnocchi.
gnocchi? Gnocchi? I hate saying it because it's definitely I thought it for the longest time it was nochi. But no. It's not. Gnocchi. No, I did not. The fried gnocchi. How about fried gnocchi? Yeah, just do that. Mark 1. Just save. Don't need to save as new. Yes, save as new. Then we have both. Fixed. 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 Ding, 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 ding. All right, this is going to be a lot of submarines. I'm going to, like, cut down on the sub usage. Are calzones fried? Sure, yeah. Why wouldn't they be? All right, I'm going to get radar. Was there something else I wanted instead? I don't remember, but radar's always good. That means I made an ass out of myself when I ordered it at an Italian restaurant in Manhattan. That'll happen. So now we actually might need the steel. I'm going to take the rest of Spain's steel. And I am at present developing their coastal forts en masse, which is hopefully reducing their autonomy and also protecting us long-term against Britain while I build up my own navy and start working on things like brand new submarine hulls, 1940 sub hull. So the visibility is down, harder to detect, love it, faster, more range, 50% more HP, more reliable, all good things. Better pistons for torpedo attack, and a better engine. Yeah. Do it. Torpedo tubes tier 3. Sub engine 3 with even better visibility and speed. Chat. Oh yeah, and we can have radar on these. Oh damn. Yeah. The surface detection and sub detection goes up. And they can have a third torpedo room. Okay, so 1940 sub hulls are insane, is what you're saying. Our max speed sucks, but we're gonna have Omega submarines. So the 1940 Italian sub, Mark 1. Simple, elegant. What more do you need? Okay, the Linguini Lurker is due to be replaced. Now, it's November 1942. It's almost time for that final beautiful tier of industry. I'm not going to do Weapons 3, but I do like anti-tank. We also have to do the entire support company line. We've got the super heavy tanks, and I think the best light tanks, so I'm kind of caught up on this, unless I want more engines. We are way behind on artillery research. We're actually fairly current on boats. We're gonna have to start designing a cruiser hull once we get the next armor scheme. Yeah, let's catch artillery up, because this is, like, embarrassingly bad. And I think the food is ready. The food's ready, chat. I'm gonna grab the food and then come back up here. I'm also gonna make sure they brought all the food. Just give me one sec. Quick BRB, I'm gonna bring it back and eat it up here. Hold up.
Why are you guys all doing the hand?
All right, food check. Food check. Pizza? Chicken? Fries?
Ranch. Pepperoni.
Looks good.
Chickens and some hot sauce.
What does it want me to design? Oh yeah, the cruiser. Probably wait for the fire control and the armor. And then design the cruiser. Don't worry, I'm not going to eat directly into the microphone. Okay, I'm not going to do it. Now, I might sneeze directly into the microphone, but that's different. Completely different. White peace? The Republic of British Antilles has capitulated. Chat, did you notice anything happening on the screen while I was gone? Did you see anything? So, completely unannounced, there was a giant war. There was no notification, just now the SSSR under Lev Kamenev is at war with the entire Confederate European nations led by the German Empire under Wilhelm III, Poland, Austria-Hungary, Latvia, Estonia, Finland, which is huge, and German, Norway, and Sweden, which they annexed, and Bulgaria, versus the Soviets. It's not good. That's not good for Mr. Kamenev. Not good at all. It's also not good for us, because the sooner the Soviets capitulate, we basically enter a state of no return with the German Empire. With the ascension of the papacy as a major power to be reckoned with once again, it's time for us to reach out to all faithful Christians and act as the hand that guides the people. Just as a shepherd guides his flock and protects them from evil, it is the mandate of God. New decision. Mare Nostrum replaced papal state with Catholic dominion. Political power up 5%, 500 weekly manpower. Consumer goods factories factor buff, stability up 2%, guaranteed tension limit. How do you, dude, at what point can you even do guarantees now? It's 1942 by the time we got this. A new operative slot. Mostly it's reduced cost to puppet nations and peace conferences, I guess. And then I think we were gonna just start heading down this, which we've been putting off for quite some time. I really just need manpower. Can't get it. Can't get it. All right, I need to edit my divisions, but I need to eat also. Hello, DL Dog. How's it going? Okay, this is some good pizza.
Pronto.
All or nothing armor. And field hospitals. And advanced fire control. All right, we're gonna use most of these things. But first, let's get the next tier of field hospitals. And since it's December 1942, it's time for that final tier of industry. Dispersed 5, and let's do construction 5. And then we'll do the other one. So, now I need to design... I need to do a couple things, actually. So many things to do. So little time. Chad, how many of you guys do not like tomato sauce on your pizza? How many heretics do we have in chat that we need to purge? I have family members that will order pizza with no tomato sauce, just cheese. And they insist that it's not just cheese bread. It's different. Like they could have, it'd be like cheese and pepperonis. That's why it's not just cheese bread. There's pepperoni on it. Different. Now, I'll say that the best Alfredo or white sauce pizza to me is better than the best tomato sauce pizza. But the average tomato sauce pizza is way better than the average white sauce or Alfredo pizza. Because it's like really easy to screw up a white pizza or an Alfredo pizza. That's actually some really good tomato sauce. So they have a really nice sauce. What do you think of buffalo pizza? Buffalo chicken pizza is really good. I think it's also easy to mess up. I think too many people just do like the buffalo chicken is like their normal pizza with a little bit of chicken and then a drizzle of buffalo on top, and it's super lazy. Super lazy. I think the best kind of pizza is the one that has like a custom buffalo sauce. That is the pizza's base, besides not the tomato sauce. It's like a custom buffalo, not like default buffalo out of the bottle from the grocery store. And that's the base. And then a good amount of chicken. And then on top of that, I like a thin drizzle of ranch on top of that. That's like that would be my personal take. But it has to be like a custom buffalo sauce base. Cuba has joined the Confederate European Nations. You guys are not invited. By the way, Brazil is now at war with the rest of South America. So Germany's at war with South America now. Haiti has joined them. What? Bahamas? The Bahamas? Why are the Bahamas getting involved in the Confederate European nations? But yeah, I think like hot sauce plus ranch, really good. I like to have something hot, but I like something that instantly cools it off at the same time. Like the chicken I'm eating right now is like cooked in a very light, like hot honey. I think it's just like the hot honey. I think it's cooked in hot honey and then like dipped in ranch. And it's like, perfect combo. It's hot and it's not at the same time. Artillery upgrade. We've got, that's 10% bonus soft attack. We're trying to get to here. I don't know if we're gonna make this because I don't know if we can afford it, but we should at least be like keeping up to date. Artillery is the most important bit. Speaking of bits, let's make the divisions we've been wanting to make this entire time. These are not the grunts. These are gonna be the, chat, what would you call the Pope's guardians? The guardian angels? Do we have like a nice... The Pope protectors. What would be their icon here? The devil one with the horns. Sending some mixed signals here. I like that. Okay. Oops, wrong button. And now what I want to do is remove their support arty, and I can make the division of my dreams. Super heavy SP artillery. But maybe though, here they are. These guys are gonna be elites. The super heavy tank. Why does it not add any soft attack? Is it because we don't have any built yet, so it doesn't know? We have 2. We have stockpiled 2. They're making 2 per month right now. 20 have to go in each division. We're gonna need more factories, is what this says to me. All right, there's 4 more factories. We'll get them there. The Hand of God is super heavy artillery and not super heavy tank. Let me ask you this. How do you use super heavy artillery in the game? Artillery battalion. I don't think battalions exist. Pretty sure there's no such thing, right? Super heavies are only support companies. So did I click this instead of this? All right. I'm trying to eat French fries. Hold on. I'm trying to teach chat how to backseat correctly. It's a hard task. Also, Mad Dog Mac is just wrong. Okay. Anyway. The Guardian Angels. Where was I? Number 1. Remove the support arty. So, the super heavy artillery boosts us 50 soft attack, 4 hard attack, barely any defense, almost doubles breakthrough up to 93, armor goes up to 61. Suppression, don't care. Organization takes a hit, but that's expected. Yeah, we're gonna need 20 of those. Now, we're gonna go even more ham and give it light armored recon, which has the most reconnaissance rating, and they're gonna use our armored cars. 5 more soft attack. We actually lose defense. Get 10 breakthrough. So it's really just the breakthrough and a little bit of soft attack. Okay, logistics companies, sure. NG companies, sure. And then for the final choice, do we need field hospitals here? Nah, I think, I mean, I like field hospitals, don't get me wrong. But I feel like support anti-tank is the way. 61 armor on an infantry company from 1 support company is hilarious. It is, yes. That's a lot. You know, the average will go down when we add more stuff. But yeah, the support anti-tank will give us like 50% more hard attack. Piercing goes up from 6 to 44. And then we still have 51 org. I would like to have even more org, but I was also wanting to add line. Do we even need line arty if we have super heavy artillery? Maybe not. These could be the super thick divisions. Yes, that's a great idea. Okay, so my meta is like 35. So let's do that. Even more infantry boys. This is going to be an expensive as hell division. All right, national anthem of the USSR. Chill, dude. This is going to be juiced. Okay, and then some combat support. So do we want more artillery? Maybe, yeah. My goal was going to be 1 line arty, 2 line arty, and a line anti-air. 35 combat with Gamer Gods, with super heavy tank artillery, armored car recon, 2 line artillery, a line anti-air, and the rest troops for 50 org flat. 299 soft attack. Oh my god. Hang on. Each one of these adds what? 40 soft attack. Like 15 defense, 7 breakthrough, drops reliability and org. So yeah, it's about 40 soft attack, then another 40 soft attack. And the anti-air boosts us up to at least like 28.6. Air attack also gives us more piercing, a little bit, and more heart attack by like 11. This is sick, dude. These guys are insane. 90 points for this, by the way. Lock it in. The Guardian Angels are going to be... And you know what? They need to be elite. They are elite. These guys are ridiculous. Now, the trick is, to train them, we need Omega Hand of God. You know how long it's going to take to make those? I'm going to start getting the factories cooked. A new Pope operative. Seducer, linguist. Did you get captured or something? Did I forget to rescue you? Maybe. I seem to remember that now. It's coming back to me. Chat. You know what we need to do. Prepare a collaboration government with France. Using you and the Bulgaria person. Commence when ready. Because we're gonna have to take France. I feel like this is all gonna go belly up before very long. Because if I take any of my available war goals, it's kind of over.
Sì, signore.
These are some funky templates that you're sending me.
Formazione. Pronto. Pronto.
Okay. Think.
Pronto, signore.
Pronto. We've got too many dudes. I'm just gonna take
Formazione.
a couple of the troops from Spain, 24 combat with, and just thread them into my regular armies. We'll just do that. Weren't they already at war? Union of Britain demands decolonization. Bro, you're already at war with me. They'll have to use military force? Let them try, dude. You're already at war. What are you... Greece just declared war on Turkey, by the way. Wait a second. Is anybody guaranteeing Turkey? The German Empire. Wait. The German Empire is guaranteeing Turkey. So Greece just went to war with Bulgaria. Not even the AI understands how to check if someone is guaranteeing someone else's independence before declaring war. Okay, well, that's, dude, we're 63 steel in the hole. That's a problem. How do I get more steel? Go to war with France. That's the actual answer. Right? Do we got more excavation we can do? Do we get any cool excavation, like, abilities if I research excavation more? Union of Britain demand... Oh, I told you they were gonna, didn't I? Greece joined the British Communist Alternative. Oh, dude, that's gonna drag Britain into war with the German Empire. The British government issued an ultimatum to other colonial powers demanding the immediate withdrawal from their colonies and granting full independence, much like the British themselves have already done. They have indicated their willingness to back up these demands with the use of military force. Dude, the join an alliance trick is a crazy one. Yep, that just got the Dutch Reich plus the Union of Britain. I didn't even notice you guys up here at war with Germany and the rest of these guys. So you know what you do now? Now's the best time to try to declare war on France. Because if they join the commune, then Germany goes to war with France too, and we have enemy of my enemy is my friend situation. Question. Did Spain give up its colonies because Britain asked them to, even though they're my puppet? And would have had to get permission from me to do that? Paradox. I understand this is a fringe niche situation. And it's very difficult to know that it might happen before it happens, but I can't be the first one that's happened to, dude. Actually crazy. So now we just don't control Gibraltar anymore because they were like, nah. Are you saying we should just try and justify war goals to annex all these other places? Or are we gonna get war goals anyways? I guess Egypt is down here. This gives you claims on Egypt. We don't even need it. We can just justify at this point. Honestly, we kind of have to take Egypt. Okay, we got a lot of work to do in a small amount of time. It's not even that niche. It happens all the time in my games when I puppet Romania. It's really annoying. It is really annoying. Because they were just like, yup, I don't need any colonies. All right, bye. I'm out.
Formazione. Pronto. Pronto.
Okay, sorry. I'm trying to figure out who... Chat, where do I take divisions from to go to war in just a quick war in Egypt? Just a fast, really fast Egypt
Pronto,
war.
signore.
Barely an inconvenience.
Formazione.
Okay, these guys, I guess, can start. Because they don't have a home now. So they can go there. I'll go, sir.
Pronto, signore.
I need volunteers.
We could just get the straight up, like... I don't know if I want to take the tiny combat with guys in the militia.
Si, signore.
All right, I just gotta peel some people. My brain is overheating. Do we really need 14? Like, Greece is gonna be dead soon. And if I declare war on them, then I go to war with France. So I think we take them off the line here.
Pronto.
Where are my tank
Sì,
divisions? Okay, they're like all down here. I'm gonna take my tank divisions. 2 of them go there.
Pronto.
2 of you guys go over there.
Sì, signore.
I don't think we need 12 divisions in the mountains with France.
Pronto.
Or 14 divisions here.
Pronto. Pronto. Sì, signore.
Okay. So. Chad, do you think 16 divisions could take Egypt? Yes or no? We don't even know how many people they have.
Pronto. Formazione.
I need to clear some room for my
Pronto,
boys.
signore. Formazione.
I'm sorry I'm dragging the camera around. I'm trying to like figure out how to free up a
Pronto.
spot. All right, new general time. Militia officer. Oh, there are some new generals. I forgot about these dudes. Ooh, the commando guy and the hill fighter. I like both of you. I don't know if I like probing attack, but I'll try it out. Okay, and he can have a border here. And then the goal is just take Cairo. That's pretty much it. Take Cairo. And then from the other side,
Sì, signore.
take up to Alexandria. And then we're going to start moving some planes. Oh, yeah. We got Pesto Prowlers. I doubt there's very big airfields here. And these are our Wine Waster Mark 1s. Close air support. And then from the other side, we should have actually a pretty decent sized airfield over here. On either side of Egypt. And then you guys don't need to do pilot exercises anymore. I wish is there a way to auto turn off pilot exercises? Yes, you actually can. Same way. Shift left click. Okay, everybody's getting into position. This music came on just as I beat the Yankees in extra innings. Good job. That's always a
Sì,
cause
signore.
worth celebrating. Turkey wants a non-aggression pact. That's cute. The German Empire does. I say yes. Mexican junta, sure. Reliability +5 for towed artillery. That reminds me, for the grunts, do we have enough armored cars or tanks even to change the cavalry? If we did an armored recon, we actually would need 2,000 tanks. We'd have 2,000 left in storage. The problem is the second we get into war, those 2,000 tanks are going to disappear. If we did armored cars, we'd actually need 1,800. I wanted to make my own armored car divisions. What about motorized? We could afford motorized. It'd be 1,500 trucks. Give us a recon advantage. And then I want to add field hospitals, but I'm poor. So maybe we just add field hospitals now. Because that was sort of the whole thing. That does boost their HP. How much did it boost it? 24. That's almost a that's a 10% boost. But yeah, if we take Egypt, we can close the Suez, which I think is nice. Okay, these guys are almost done training. And then we got another. I need to like chat. Why is micromanagement so hard? Why is it so hard? Hmm? These are linguini lurkers. I feel like you guys are trained enough, except for this dude. Like, literally only one of you is not trained. This guy, I'll figure it out. Alright, no more training. Do you need to get repaired? Some of them need to get repaired. Alright, it's time. You guys are on convoy raid. Just finish your repairs first. Now we have a whole new squad of tier 3 destroyers who are babies, level 1 fresh, just out of the oven. They need to do training. This dude almost exploded. No. Croatia? You cannot have independence under me. I'm sorry. I won't allow it. But yes, this is definitely the part of the game where the micromanagement does get very intense. Especially as a major power. With an air force and all the other things. I'm sorry, did Britain just call Greece as our enemy? I guess I didn't put 2 and 2 together there. Yeah, no, they did. And luckily I left people on the border. Why didn't I expect that to happen? I should have, no one in chat expected that to happen either, but yeah, no, that makes sense. Okay. Well, I wasn't gonna declare war on you, but look at what you did. Look at what you made me do. Look at what you made me do. It's free real estate. I mean,
Formazione.
the fact that I haven't been here planning this whole time is kind of on me. Now we need to get even more airplanes over there. Okay, that's 200. 400. And then we'll get 200 close air support. If we have it. They're dropping bombs. Chat, are they dropping bombs on us? Oh my god, they're dropping bombs on Italy. It says it right there. Oh my god. I cannot allow this. Scramble the fighters. All right, we got 400 fighters over Italy. We've also got naval bombers. Wait, are these my close air support guys? No, these are just basic medium airframes. All right, disband this. And this, and this, and this. It's just confusing me. They're old. They don't do anything. Boop. Okay, that's more like it. Now, second question, are there enemy ships? There are enemy ships around us. You know what that means? We have more micromanagement to do. Hold on. Greece, chill, baby. Basic close air support. How much air support do you have? You have 0 ground attack. I'm disbanding these guys too. These guys are just taking up space and confusing me. I might even like donate these or put them on the market or something. Can you refit old planes? I mean, they are interwar planes. We have 1940 models. It's a completely different frame. And also, I don't know how to do that for planes anyways, actually. So we're gonna do air superiority and close air support over Greece. We got 400 fighters. The problem is, guess who doesn't have radar built over here? Which we desperately need. And there. And definitely here. Overlap, there's nothing wrong with some overlapping radar, for sure. But yeah, we need to build radar yesterday. Hello, GamerDeathBot. Here's what I'm trying to figure out. I want to mobilize my naval bombers, but to do that I need air superiority over the sea. And we also have 3 seas around us, but only 1 naval bomber, so I can't do it everywhere. But what I can do is take the guys who are on pilot exercises who just got to level 2 trained and tell my fighters to get air superiority from close to Palermo to the central Mediterranean, and then get my new naval bombers over here, tell them to do naval strikes also in the central Mediterranean, and they fly over. Hopefully we get air superiority and we start looking for any planes, because my naval bombers should be pretty decent. The Marinara Menace. So yeah, they've got fighters up here too. We've lost 1, they've lost 12. I like to think our fighters are pretty damn good. Listen guys, stop asking me for non-aggression pact. Poland, you get 1. Bulgaria, you get 1 because I don't want to go to war with the Germans. I don't care about the Bahamas or Brazil or Haiti, okay? Chill. Now, I need to scrape some more troops from the front line elsewhere. We have a non-aggression pact in the north. I need some more troops on the border. Now that we have a non-aggression with Bulgaria,
Si, signore.
it's very safe
Si, signore.
to just combine that. Over.
Pronto.
So now we have 18 divisions over here.
Avanzate.
I think we haven't built the railroad yet. Damn, got so much stuff to do.
Si, signore.
But yeah, I think our planes are dominating. According to this, 2 fighters lost on our side versus 30 of theirs. I think we got really ahead of the curve. And I want to push in before Bulgaria does everything.
Formazione.
So let's just check the supply situation. I'm just gonna go ahead and get the motorized. Boom, boom. Hit those front lines because they're low on org. And then I'm about to send it. Let's do just a balanced push. We have to go through the mountains, which is obnoxious. My mountaineers are in a different army, unfortunately. But I think we have a lot of advantages. We've got air support, attacking from multiple directions, and the intel advantage. Hell yeah. I do have a spy with a 100% spy network here. So hopefully that's helping. I also have the brand new, I upgraded the recon. We're working on radar. Just got centimetric radar. It is 1943, and I needed to get... I think retention and plus cap is still good. Plus 20% retention. Oh, Austria-Hungary just did a non-aggression pact. Yeah, I'll send that back. My bad. Well, we're at war with Greece. But yeah, for once we have an intel advantage. And we just put the field hospitals in. Perfect timing for that. Yep, time incoming. Yes, it is. Now, my hope is that if we do enough over here to capitulate Greece, we'll get all the points and can just annex it. And if not, we might have to share with Bulgaria. But Yugoslavia's been pushing in also. These poor cavalry divisions that we literally never upgraded. They're not very good. And light tanks in the mountains are not that good either. How goes the Hand of God production? Not super well. We're missing some factories. And our assault has slowed down in the mountains where we have attrition, because guess what? It's January in the mountains. The Winter War. Never been a problem before. Right? Pretty sure.
Sì, signore. Pronto. Ripiegate.
So here's what I want to do.
Avanzate.
Attack these nerds. Buy my tank. Okay, chill. Buy my tank a second, and he will sneak in here.
Pronto.
Surround this nerd. Our armed forces may not have risen to the occasion in the recent past, but now the Italian people are prouder than ever of our Roman heritage. We must impose new doctrines on the armed forces to ensure our legions are as fearsome today as they were thousands of years ago. 5% division speed, defense on core territory, and a command power multiplier. All right, that segues into all roads lead to Rome. Has the Hand of God seen combat yet? No, we haven't made enough yet.
Vi respingiamo, signore.
We have not made enough.
Preparatevi. Pronto. Avanzate.
And we got to take this dude out while he's all alone. Flank from a few different directions here. Waiting on the reserves to actually join the fight.
Pronto. Avanzate.
And I am currently trying to cut these dudes off. We're making a nice big flank here.
Pronto.
The best part is, this is the best part, like Bulgaria, their border's here. We ended up claiming this because we were the first ones to push in, so this is technically our territory, at least until they capitulate. So that's excellent. But yeah, we're going for a very, very sneaky push here. Oh no, they're gonna push us back if I can't reinforce.
Sì, signore. Avanzate.
I'm sending the boys in. We got to use the speed. The tanks are trying to hold this little bottleneck. And we got the pocket, so they're gonna... He got pushed
Pronto,
back
signore.
to Corfu. I need to remember that he's there.
Pronto, signore.
Oh, yeah. This is what I'm talking about. We cut off all these divisions from Athens. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, like 10 divisions cut off here. We're lacking supplies at the moment on the furthest front. But otherwise, everything looks good. Tactical Pope.
Pronto, signore.
One of our generals is wounded. Automotive manufacturer. Hardness. Who cares? Okay. Is that unfulfilled imports? Spain? Yeah, we're taking everything Spain's got.
Sì, signore. Formazione.
Can 2 light tank divisions
Avanzate.
make the push across the neck right here? That's what I'm about to find out. Our light tanks are still decent if they're the new ones. We also have armored cars with them for armored car recon. So that gave them a little bit of extra punch. But yeah, the L640s, they're okay. They're tiny, but they're okay. We gave they have an automatic cannon for 15 soft attack, extra fuel drums, extra ammo storage, smoke launchers, 4 engines, 4 armor. Not bad. They're not like extremely fast. We could make them faster. At the cost of a little reliability. Sure, why not? Speed. All right, these guys are completely secluded. I don't even think they have a port here. We don't have a front line, which is
Continuate l'attacco.
gonna be a problem.
Continuate ad avanzare. Continuate l'attacco.
Cav, trucks, and tanks are an interesting combo. Yeah.
Fuoco nemico.
Yeah, they're a little funky in that way. There's horses, motorized, 2 light tanks, armored cars. Very, very like mixed
Continuate ad avanzare.
cluster of different unit types. Change motorization level there, give them some extra support.
Formazione.
But yeah, not letting these dudes get too entrenched is kind of important. And then we're slowly pushing these guys further and further back. I love making heavy tank bike infantry battalions. That's fun.
Preparatevi.
Is it possible the planes can't reach? Okay. I think they reach. Yeah, we're still getting air support, and we have air superiority.
Preparatevi. Continuate ad avanzare. Fuoco nemico.
All right, these guys are going to be bothersome, blocking off Athens from us.
Signore. Avanzate.
They're getting shore bombarded. That reminds me. Do I want to send my navy out? What are you guys doing? Oh, they're doing naval. How long have you guys been doing naval exercises over here? Whoops. Okay. Yeah, let's do convoy escort. I don't know about over there, but I think it's time to send the boys out. They've just been sitting in port. I'm sure they'll get smashed somehow by the British, but they can't just sit in port for the entire duration of the war. Letting them have complete naval supremacy. Can you make the Vespa recoilless rifle? I don't know. I don't know if that's like one of the research
Continuate ad
custom
avanzare.
focuses that you can do.
Formazione. Sì, signore. Pronto, signore.
Okay, these guys got their backs to the wall. They should be out of supplies.
Pronto.
They're trying to reinforce from the back. We might be able to get there first because of tanks. Boom. They made my tanks instantly retreat. And then we go back. It's easy.
He who dares wins. Guglielmo. Guglielmo, the Baron.
Nice call sign. All right, backs are against the wall. We have about 10 divisions locked in here, and the helmets are popping. We're up to 328,000 casualties, which reminds me, can I change conscription yet? Nope. I love that our enemies are not strong enough for us to change conscription. How embarrassing to be the British at this point.
Sì, signore. Sì, signore.
The Union of Britain has declared war on Belgium. They're not even in a faction. Okay. They have called Maximalist Portugal as our enemy in the Belgian War.
Vi respingiamo, signore. Avanzate.
All right, let's just overrun these nerds. Improved RD upgrades. Good timing. 10% soft attack. We're actually going to be using that. You can invite. Chat, should we invite Belgium to our faction? Why not, right? As long as they're not at war with Germany, then I don't really see the problem. They have accepted. All right, let's get the final fuel gain from oil. Welcome, Belgium.
Pronto.
Okay, let's get some supplies to these boys
Formazione.
and tell them to make the push to Athens. My generals are falling ill.
Pronto. Pronto, signore.
Okay, we have air support, intel advantage. We're bombarding them with our navy, and we have air superiority. So with all our powers combined, can we get through 3 divisions of Greek troops? Nice timing for Field Hospital 2. We desperately need Field Hospital 3, so I'm just gonna go straight into it. Manpower is at a premium right now. All my grunts have field hospitals. They don't have much more to go to capitulate. Like, it says they do, but they really don't. Because they're losing all of this. Actually, wait, Greece is in Turkey. What are you guys doing over there?
Pronto, signore.
What are you silly gooses doing over there? Second question, do we have a rail? Oh, I know what to do. We've got rail bombardment. Yes, we do. And we should have a rail that connects all the way over there. Or do I have to tell you where to go? See, sometimes when you assign a railway gun, they're like, I don't know. What do you want? Whereas when you right-click on the rail, then they go. Well, what's up with that? You can manually control them.
Sì, signore. Sì, signore.
I'm not sure why. They won't go on their own. But it's making the trip now. If only we could nuke Athens. Maybe we can. Okay, so Greece has suffered 87,000 casualties. They've dealt 46,000 back to us. We're kind of like just trying to break down here. They've got air superiority over these 2 areas. The Alpine region, I guess, is kind of... They're dropping bombs on the Alpine region. Okay. See, that I cannot allow. I gotta pay more attention to that stuff. Okay, we got 200 fighters over Italy, 100 over the Alpine. Most of our fighters are over here, helping around Athens. These 2 guys need to go home and practice. Okay. What is this? Support equipment? None of these. Maybe, I don't know, heart attack? Or I'll just do breakthrough and soft attack if I have to pick one, I guess. Belgium wants our help in their war. I don't know who you're at war with, Belgium. No, man. How did you go to war with Germany? I told you. No. How did you go to war with Germany? I looked. I said, are you at war with Germany? Before I invited you to my faction. And then I invited you to my faction, and now you're at war with Germany. Apparently, it's a defensive war. So Germany was like, you know what? I want Belgium before the UK can have it. I knew I shouldn't have invited you.
Sì, signore. Formazione.
Naval invasion in the Benelux. They're still trying to plan one in the Mediterranean. I don't think it's working too well for them. I never did design a cruiser, did I? All right, we need to design a cruiser and figure out where we can get some more steel. We were on the cusp of breaking through here.
Avanti.
they started to send troops from India over. That's why.
Sì, signore.
Well, then I'm just gonna have to push you out. That's the naughty noise. It is the naughty noise. They're actually naval invading. Oh God. It's happening. No. I have level 5 naval fort. You are legally not allowed to win. Okay, you know all these submarines that are just over here docked? Yeah. We're gonna put them on a little convoy raiding task force. And then I've got a bunch of other submarines who are trained enough though they might need to repair. We might actually hold out. That level 5 naval fort, though. As soon as we lose Gibraltar, look what happens. We hold Gibraltar, no problem. Spain gives up the most strategically important area. I gotta take it back. It's gonna take 150 days. Where am I gonna even attack them from? Are we gonna naval invade Morocco? Maybe. Maybe?
Pronto.
What are the odds we go to
Pronto,
war with
signore.
France anytime soon? Okay, 8 divisions in their own army. Naval invasion from Gibraltar. Start planning. We have to retake it. It's so stupid. Oh, it's so stupid. Oh, the railway gun's here. Hell yeah. Railway gun bombardment. They're bringing tanks over, chat. India's got tanks. Dude, we've been on the cusp of getting through here for like a while. And I don't know why we can't
Formazione.
seem to cross in. They just keep reinforcing. And we've got every conceivable bonus that you could possibly have against them. The Romanian People's Republic cedes Bessarabia to the SSSR. It remains to be seen how they will avoid further losses. They are in an unfortunate position. I like how the front line just curved around Poland there. See, this is good for us because the German Empire is at war with the Union of Britain. So that they're helping us fight the Union of Britain and weakening themselves in the process. So this is all like actually going better than we could have drawn it up. Believe it or not. Oh yeah, didn't I crack Greek's cipher? Didn't I crack Greece's Cypher. Speaking is hard. We have reveal intel right here for a 30-day bonus. Plus 50% planning speed and plus 15% breakthrough. Okay, crack the Cypher. And then we just took a spot.
Pronto, signore.
I'm gonna redraw
Sì,
this. This is the easiest offensive line ever. Okay, the easiest one. After massing forces on the Romanian border, I don't think they did, the Soviet Socialist Republic issued an ultimatum to the government in Bucharest for the immediate transfer of Bessarabia to their control. The region once belonged to the Russian Empire, which the Soviet Socialist Republic sees as sufficient legal basis for their demand. So my question is, do I need to be on aggressive? Yeah. Are we just gonna go around them to Athens?
Pronto.
Maybe.
Pronto.
Oops! Oops! I found a small hole in your defenses. It would appear as if you forgot to defend the capital.
Pronto, signore.
How did we even get around? I guess there's a spot there.
Pronto, signore.
Okay, new offensive line. Greece is now 84% toward capitulation after that. They did not like that at all. I'm getting naval invaded. Maybe. Oh god, we're in naval combat. That's not good. Okay, they're getting naval invaded in the Benelux. Not a me problem.
Pronto.
That is not a me problem. We actually have 3 extra large ships on low strength. That's because... Are they not set to... Oops, I just told them to repair now. Repair priority is actually high. Yeah, we got a bunch of ships who are nearly dead. I don't know how many of them are going to escape alive. Now, logistics-wise, we seem to be doing pretty good on everything except... Like, we're staying afloat on trains. We have negative 58 super heavies. We're making 2 super heavies a week. I'm definitely gonna add more super heavy factories. Okay. You have to trust in the hand of God. Now, I also wanted to duplicate Grunt. We have the Guardian Angels, the Grunts, and this is gonna be like what's somewhere in between those things. Paladins. The Knights Templar. Because I'm thinking, what if I remove the support arty, add that support anti-tank, we got 5,000 in storage, it's time. We're going to use almost 2,000 anti-tank. And that will lose the support arty, but we're going to add line artillery back instead. So we lose soft attack, we gain a decent chunk of hard attack. And piercing. Then line has more units of artillery anyways. That'll take about 1,800. I wanted to add 2 line artillery. That's a bit greedy. And I wanted to add line anti-air. So I think for now we just take a hybrid and do support anti-tank with 1 line artillery, and I need to add I think 2 more factories here. And then probably 2 more factories here. Okay, let's be real. 8 on this Hand of God is plenty. I need to share the love a little bit. We have 5,000 armored cars. I need to do something with those.
The Cardinals of Carnage. The ecclesiastic elite. The Crusaders.
All right, sure. We'll do Crusaders. With a crown. If I replaced Cav Recon with motor, we need 1,500 trucks. If I replace them with armored cars, we have plenty of armored cars. But I want to use the armored cars for their own divisions, which I'm about to do, but we need man. How do I get more manpower is what the problem is. How get more manpower? Motorized adds more defense, a little bit more breakthrough, and more reconnaissance. But fuel will become an issue, I guess.
Fight stronger enemies. It's easy.
Okay, I like this. Motorized from horses, anti-tank, 50% more artillery, should be an overall stronger unit. Yeah, plus 15 soft attack, plus 14 hard attack, plus 5 breakthrough, plus 38 piercing, plus a little bit of recon. Hold on, I don't know if I did this right. I think I had to go grunts, duplicate, then Crusaders. This is the better crown anyways. Then motorized. Then support anti-tank. Then Lionarty. Okay. Boom. We honestly should have enough everything except manpower. Manpower is the struggle right now. What happened to the Pope mobiles? Dude, I'm out of manpower. I don't know how to get more dudes. We have to fight somebody stronger than us. Apparently we're too damn strong. And I didn't see that one coming at all. We're actually like only a third away from annexing nationalist Spain, which is crazy. Roman legions were famous in the past for their speed and efficiency in building roads and infrastructure that their armies needed to operate. Thousands of years later, logistics and supply lines are even more important than waging war. Build infrastructure faster. Ooh, supply range up 10%. That's cool. We can now annex any non-friendly neighbor countries, including Switzerland and France. Just annex France. It's easy. Super heavy tank chassis production cost minus 20%. Add 2 military factories. Create a super heavy variant. Maybe? At this point, I want to go back. Create 4 railway guns in 35 days? No way, dude. That's pretty crazy. Hold on, does this build 6 civilian factories, 6 building slots? It makes it way slow to build civilian factories, but you can convert them. That's actually not bad. 6 civilian factories in 170 days, pretty good. No, dude! We lost 16 destroyers and a light cruiser? Come on, man. Rip those guys. The thing is, it's kind of my fault. Because we have naval bombers, and they weren't on naval strike. That may be my fault. We also have more naval bombers. Give them some pilot exercises. More fighters. And we have the Linguini lookouts. Now, who can say whether we would have caught them or not? But there are definitely enemy ships here. So, at least I got naval bombers looking for them. And on top of that, I believe we were... Oh, I didn't build radar down there. Chat, is there a way to delete radar? I built it in too many stupid places. It drives me crazy. I don't think there is. I'm just going to build level 4 here. Level 4 there. That'll probably have better coverage. Are these ships repairing? They are now, I guess. All right, I'm telling them to repair. Hey, the naval bombers are blowing up convoys. Get them. I think you can delete any structures by right-clicking them in the region tab. Okay, so like if I had this here. Yeah, I don't think you can do it here. Not for that. I know what you're talking about, like these. But I don't think you can delete these. But otherwise, you're right. All right, we've actually broken in. And I think it's over for Greece, bro. Once we got through Corinthos, it's over. All 14 of their divisions. Greece has capitulated. 22, that's like 30,000 guns, and thanks for all the other stuff. Papapaio the 12th has announced the cowardly Greek nation could no longer they couldn't withstand us, okay? They couldn't understand the papal state. The state of the papal. The papal state. May as well finish off these troops right here. Norwegian operative captured. I have ways of making you talk. All right, I want to watch these guys. These are actually British troops. They were Indian and British troops. And they're trying to land. No. No. Okay, so Greece is now limited to the Aegean. This is where they live now. And a teeny bit of Turkey. Teeny little bit. So we got max construction. Plus 10% construction speed. Let's go back and do excavation. And then on top of that, we got the max level dispersed industry. So however much space we have to build factories, that's how much space we have to build factories. The end. Max factory output and efficiency retention's up. All good stuff. So We are short on steel by a lot and tungsten. We're still exporting a good amount of things. So I don't really want to change my economy law. We're already at limited. So I think it's pretty limited anyway. So maybe we double up on excavation. That's a choice. Or we keep getting radar. That's a choice. Yeah, I think we're going to want more resources. Now the thing that I've been putting off doing this whole time, light cruisers. We have the 1940 hull. And I want it to be a light cruiser because we want to build those fast, get them up. So level 3 battery for 6 light attack, 8 piercing. Level 3 anti-air. We got fire control 3 now for plus 20% anti-air, 10% hit chance. We have OK radar, level 3 radar, 12 surface detection, 6 sub detection, and some hit chance bonuses. Better engine for more speed. I like the dual purpose secondaries because I think they actually have the same piercing as level 2s, but they have the 2.5 anti-air, which is like half of a level 3 anti-air. For armor, my opinion is max armor. I don't know if that's the best way to do it. I guess it depends on how much steel and chromium you have. That's true. Because Cruiser Armor 1 costs no extra steel. 1 steel, 1 chromium, 2 steel, 1 chromium. So that could be there's a case to be made there for not using more steel. Okay, you know what? I agree. Let's do Cruiser 3 for less steel. Then definitely another cruiser battery, but that takes more steel. So the bigger the ship, we're going to need more steel anyways, huh? Ships are hard, especially the way I like to build them. In my opinion, a light cruiser needs 2 anti-air. I like the float plane because I like surface detection. But I feel like the fights will find us. I don't really use torpedoes that much, but I do feel like I don't hate them either. Maybe another dual-purpose secondary. Because those don't cost extra steel. And then we have 2 more slots we don't have to use. Do we want just a multi-purpose light cruiser that also has depth charges? What would you do to a light cruiser here? It's kind of cool that Yugoslavia has been a bit of a shield. They kind of are, yeah. We could have waited longer and annexed them, but if we did that, they might have joined a different faction, and it would have gone very differently anyways. So I think Puppet was the best play. We could just leave it at this and leave these other 2 slots empty. That's option 1. Option 2 is just do the float plane so you can have even more surface detection and sub detection. Option 3 is some anti-submarine versatility. Option 4 is just some light guns. That way it doesn't take more steel. Are you thinking of a role for this cruiser? This just needs to be like a backbone light cruiser. So it's going to be mostly jack of all trades. I do have some anti-submarine destroyers, but I don't know how many of them I'll really have. If I really wanted to save on steel, then I might even ditch the other turret. And just do a bunch of light batteries. But I don't know how desperate that is. I say add the depths to make it multi-role? Maybe. $16 depth charges. Just to hurt the subs. And then... another light battery with some piercing. I don't know. I don't know how much this sucks. We have only one main cannon, which feels weak. But we're also very, very short on steel. I feel like Navy is a resource sink. Nah. We used Navy as grease last time, and we actually eradicated the British and US navies with our Navy by the late 1940s. You have to have a Navy to naval invade. Can't naval invade with planes. So if you never want to naval invade, you don't need a Navy. But if you want to naval invade ever, you have to have a Navy. I've never built a light cruiser like this. I don't know if it has enough anti-air. 2 dedicated turrets, 2 dual-purpose secondaries. Yeah, I think that's good enough. And then we'll do 2 light turrets. So it has 21.7 light attack, only 6 light piercing. The 1940 light... Chat, the light what? I think we have a cannoli. How about the 1940 thin crust? Mark 1. I'm in pizza mode. I'm thinking about pizza. Because it's thin, you know? Light. All right. How many convoys we have? 500? Not only do we have no steel, we have no dockyards. I need steel and dockyards. All right. Well, I mean, we can just like feed those in for now. I got no steel. Dude, it's gonna take me so many factories. We can afford to do some factories for trade. Like, it's not the end of the world here. Probably with the SSSR, actually, even though they're communist. 8 factories for steel. Boom. All right, now all of our boats. Without steel, they'll still get made. They'll just get made very slowly. So the thing we haven't done until now is actually coordinate our fleets. So these are all the old fleets. I say we leave them where they are. I wish there was a thing where you could split forces into thirds. You know what I mean? That would be sweet, right? These fleets are comparable. They have like 3 battleships, 4 heavy cruisers, 6 light cruisers, 29 destroyers. At least the pride of the fleet never got destroyed. All right, but yeah, let them chill. Let them heal. The other thing we need to do is have a level 10 naval base somewhere. Why is it so damn hard to see what every naval base's level is? What's funny to me is when you select the option to build naval bases, the number 05, 02, 02, 05 disappears. So you're like, what level is it? I don't know. Mouse over it to find out. Okay, that one's 2. Okay, that one's 8. Why is it so hard to find what level every naval base is? So we got 1 level 10. Gotta scan the whole beach. There's another level 10 right there. I think having another level 10 in Sardinia is a great idea. Okay, with that in mind, you guys go to the level 10 port and repair there. You guys are already repairing. Okay, good job. Now, who is your admiral? He's a level 5 dude. He's got 4 attack, 2 defense, 5 positioning, 5 coordination. Who's this guy? This is the submarine guy. The Seawolf. He's literally got bonus submarine attack. Nice. Okay, so we need to kind of combine these. There you go. Wait, some of these are destroyers. Ding, 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 ding. All right, this is going to be like our most modern sub fleet. Italian sub meal. Okay, these guys are going to be the elite. However, we do have a lot of level 2s that I actually went and upgraded. This one is mostly level 1s. But we did upgrade them with tier 2 torps as well. So how about this? You guys split in half, go over here. You guys split in half, go over here. We're gonna mix and match. The level 1s, I'm mixing the level 1s and the level 2s? Yeah, I don't know, maybe that'll strengthen them overall. And then the new guys, where the level 3s are jumping in. Okay, these guys have radar, so they're pretty cool. And then we're just gonna say, instead of going random, you join the Italian sub meal automatically. Okay, this is what I've been needing to do this whole time. Now we're gonna create a fleet of modern destroyers. Now these guys are weenies. They need to do some exercises, but we'll just have everyone do some exercises together. So you guys go ahead and like join up. 1 level 2 snuck in here. He can stay. But mostly we got level 3 going on. Torpedoes, light attack, all the good stuff. Okay, so you have a new commander, maybe. Just so I can stay organized. I don't want to give you a level 1. I don't know what Ironside experience is. Battleship adherent. Naval AA down. That seems bad. Capital ship armor plus 10%. This dude likes... He has a high retreat decision chance. Speed while retreating up. He can also lower his visibility or decrease the enemy fleet size penalty. And this dude can do shore bombardment bonus, capital ship attack, or chance to receive crit minus 25%. So he's like, he wants to do big boy ships. The Ironside guy. I don't like the naval AA attack minus 20%. We'll never shoot down planes. This dude is cool. Prince Amon. I don't know. Fjords and archipelagos, movement bonus on the inshores, gentlemanly organization. All right, he'll be our new leader. Okay, and then he's just gonna do some practice. These ships need to not be green. All right, but anyway, we need to name his little fleet. This is gonna be, instead of the Italian sub, this is gonna be the what's a food related, the hoagie? No, it needs to be something I know what it is. I have to know what it is. It's a fleet. The vineyard. What about the vineyard? Because it's like an array of ships. Meatball subs, but they're not subs, they're boats. We just did the subs. The Botticelli. The Botticelli. The spread. I do like the word I like the word spread. Tapas? I like tapas. All right, the tapas. So we're gonna say you join the tapas. You join the tapas. So we got a thin crust, we got a fried ravioli, and we got a fried gnocchi. All of you guys go in there automatically. So our first light cruise will be done August 24th. All that said, I need to move.
Pronto, signore.
We gotta do two things actually. Number one, we have a lot more coast to guard now. Because we have to defend all of this. Do I have to defend the Aegean also? I mean, Greece is already there, so I don't know if I have to defend that, but I have to defend this. We need 129 divisions for all this. Dear God. Okay, hold on. We're gonna cancel North Africa's thing up there. Okay. And we're gonna add that to the one around Spain. Okay, I think Spain's is like way easier. We can also do this.
Pronto.
Okay. That'll... we still need 102, but sure. Now everybody's got to move. The problem with everybody moving is they might get intercepted. All right, submarines are doing convoy raiding in and around the Mediterranean. And then these guys are doing convoy escorts. What I would hope is that they would just not take the water, but they're gonna take the water. Which is very unfortunate. I kind of need them to stop. How do I make them stop repairing? Just for a minute. Okay, there we go. Convoy escort briefly. Dockyards are available. I would like to start making 2 cruisers at the same time. That would be wonderful. but also requires more steel. Rip my factories. I think the new naval bombers are basically trained. We can send them out too. They're at least level 2. I don't feel like airplanes level up very fast. So we've got 200 naval bombers around the Mediterranean. New pilot, new ace promoted.
Sì, signore.
2 of these nerds ready to come out.
Sì, signore.
And I don't know where these orange boys should go. Who are we going to be at war with? Belgians, yeah, Belgians want to buy stuff. Everybody wants a piece. Let's do another truck. We got 8 factories on super heavy tanks. You can have, they're not going to finish the fighter purchase, but they're welcome to try. Okay,
Pronto.
let's kind of meld these dudes back into the divisions against France that they were in before.
Formazione. Formazione.
I think that's for the
Pronto, signore.
best. Yeah, because the
Pronto.
tanks. Where are all my mountaineers? I can train more, but I only have 100,000 manpower. So sad.
Pronto, signore.
Okay. 20,
Pronto.
21, 22, 23, 24. We'll take the divisions that Spain sent us for what they're worth. To defend Spain, right? That makes sense.
Pronto. Pronto, signore.
Pronto, signore. That dude is a level 4.
Sì, signore.
But is he better than this dude? That guy's got 8 freaking attack. What a gamer.
Pronto.
Yeah, my expectations are France is going to be the big target. We'll see if that ends up being the case. Time for the unlimited convoy sinking reports. Okay, this has been kind of a slog. A good slog, but a slog. Like, I can just declare war on France whenever I want. The trick is, there's a catch, of course. France is also in Africa. In different places. They are also on our border here, which we don't have any troops on the border. And of course, France is big, right? They've just been building up. So they have like 1.3 million manpower. So they're no small potato. Now, if we declare war on France, we can probably instantly up conscription. So we have that going for us. They have a fair number of troops amassed at our border,
Pronto, signore.
because they've had nothing to do except dig in. And they might have a fleet that we have to deal with as well. So I'm not going to declare war on them immediately, but like we're kind of running out of options in terms of I can't do anything except stockpiled 300,000 guns. You know, I was like I can't do much until I can double my recruitment pool. So we might have no choice in the not distant future. I think we're going to struggle in the mountains here. We'll probably do better on this front.
Formazione.
I'm kind of waiting on us to finish justifying on Egypt. We have two things to do before I go to war with France. Number one is capture Egypt. Number two is capture Morocco. Those are important strategic locations for us to control the Mediterranean.
Pronto, signore.
All right, you guys go repair. Why do they always pick like a stinky level 5 to go repairing? Drives me crazy. Here's a level 6. I'll go repair there where there's only 6 dockyards. I think my subs are getting some kills. We did lose a 1936 sub, but yeah, we're sinking a lot of convoys. Brazil, sure, you can have a non-aggression pact. Belgium, stop calling me. Belgium, please, bro. I don't know how big Egypt's... I guess I could send one of my spies over. Start building a network there. Start building a network here. Kind of give us a little bit of intel on what we're dealing with. I'm not sure how many divisions I need against Egypt. I don't expect them to be very big. Plus we'll have air support. On top of that, we got freaking railway guns. Which, where did this railway gun go that I moved over here? Did it go back? No, it's right there.
Pronto.
Rip 1 submarine. No enemy cipher. I guess we can decrypt Egypt fairly quickly. All right, working on that level 5 rail inside of Italy. And they are sinking my subs right now. Okay, to that end, what if we took these dudes here, said get air superiority over the Mediterranean, and took the naval bombers? Because that seems to be where a bunch of planes are, or a bunch of ships. In and around the Mediterranean. Yeah, like they got naval bombers, 108 fighters. So we might need more than 100 fighters of our own. So let's get 200 of our fighters over there. Wait, these are Linguini lookouts. That's not what that's supposed to be. These guys are supposed to be on air recon. Not fighting. Okay. Got it. Fixed. Got another 100 fighters. Another hundo close air support. Almost a hundo naval bombers. Okay, so yeah, we're actually doing air recon over here, looking for ships for the naval bombers to bomb. So I'm curious how that's going to go. Haven't really gotten to try that before. And we should have enough active fighters to have air superiority. Intel and scout gathering. We just got like 8, 4, 8, 12. Dude, I wish that there was some way to summarize the spam of how many little convoys you killed. You know what I mean? Fuel gain from refineries is nice. June 1943. Probably want just the best radar money can buy at this point. Nah, not in the not like see it, Mad Dog. I'm talking about where it doesn't spam you with a pop-up at the top of the screen. You know what I mean? And on the map. You're the one who asked Belgium to join and now you ignore them. Yeah, I mean, it was kind of more just like for funsies. I'm not going to war with Germany. That happened after I invited them, okay? I didn't know they were going to be at war with Germany when I invited them. That's a whole different thing. We must take the previous concept of corporations used by the fascist regime and adapt it to the needs of our new government. So we can now build civilian factories way slower, but we get 6 building slots and 6 civilian factories. And now I'm going to pick the one that is, give me 4 railway guns. And railway guns are cheaper to make. Okay. And I feel like this is a good place to stop. All right, next time, chat. I'm going to be off tomorrow, so we'll see you tomorrow. Might see you on Monday or Tuesday. We're going to finish this campaign. I can't 100% promise you it's the very next thing that we're going to do, stream-wise. But on the to-do list is invade Egypt and take over the Suez Canal. Retake Morocco. Then we will have the only way in or out of the Mediterranean. From there, we can attack France. And when we attack France, I don't know what's going to happen. But basically, that's the order. It's declare war on France, who is not in an alliance at the moment. They are the target of foreign war goals from Britain and me. So we got to get them before Britain gets them, basically. So we go to war with France, and then if we win France, we connect France and Spain, have a lot of land, a lot of natural resources, and we should be able to increase our manpower, conscription. From there, we go rogue, because we have 6,000 armored cars, 11,000 artillery, 150,000 infantry equipment, 14,000 support equipment, thousands of tanks. You know what I mean? Like once we can double our manpower pool, then we go up a lot. And it's 1943 right now, so there's still a lot of game left. And we're building a navy now too. We have 2 destroyer lines, we have a sub line, and we have 2 light cruiser lines. It's pretty good. That's pretty good. Obviously, there's room to grow, and we have a decent air force, a respectable air force. We're pumping out planes, and we're winning when we do get into combat with them. Our planes are winning, from what I could see. So I like that too. Our Navy's not winning, but that's, you know, that's a problem for the future. And then hopefully we get to see the hand of God in action. I want to make those custom troops that have the super heavy artillery tanks. Sax, dude, thanks for the tier 3 sub. End of stream, Slub. I missed some subs, actually. I think I saw Muteberry. Muteberry was like a couple hours ago. Titan Nav said the Pope is doing great. I'll definitely re-elect him. Titan Nav, I know it's late, dude. Thank for sub. Welcome back for almost half a year. Left Hand Aegis is ready for war. How about that? Thanks for the 4-year sub. War, we had a lot of war today, actually. But thank you for the big war sub and happy anniversary. And then Sax for 5 subs in 1. How goes the secret poping? Good, we actually got the Pope in power. And we accidentally got into a war with Britain. And we got tricked into a war with Portugal. We puppeted Spain. We puppeted Yugoslavia. And we're gonna try and annex Spain. But we also are, we capitulated Portugal, took like 250,000 casualties. Now we're at war with the British, and we just pushed out Greece because they joined the British allies, the fake allies. They're not real. They can't hurt you. And then next time we just try basically the lose condition for us is go to war with Germany. The win condition for us is go to war with everyone else, basically, because they have Germany plus Poland plus Austria-Hungary for like the whole game. So they're probably cracked out of their mind on industry right now that we can't possibly comprehend. So as long as we can avoid pissing them off, we're good. So we'll see how that goes. All right, I'm gonna send you guys off to the void. Good night. Thanks for hanging. Thanks for chilling. I appreciate it once again. Thanks for keeping me company. Cool campaign. It's been fun. I'm glad we actually got to do the Pope line. I know it's been kind of a slog trying to get through all the little details. There's a lot more micromanagement in this campaign. I think it's just because it's Italy and it's a major power, so you have to do everything. I got to do planes, boats, tanks, armor cars, you know, and the focus tree is massive, but it's been fun. I really like Italy. I like it a lot better this time than the first time I played it, so that's cool. But I'll see you guys in a couple days. I won't see you tomorrow. Take care, everybody. Good night, and I will catch you for the next one. Come back day after tomorrow, or Tuesday at the latest, I'd say. Good night, Cutie Wasp. Thanks for chilling. Sax, Hummus, Core Healer, Arathon, Killink, Jaredine, iGuy. Later, guys. I gotta go feed dog, okay? Don't cry because it's over. Smile because it happened.